Chapter 1075. Yiku looked at Yi Mei and paused for a moment. Sister, what do you want to do? Yiku was a person with too much ambition but not enough intelligence. He was a little clever but he was easily blinded by superficial things. He was also too greedy and could not be decisive. Yi Mei had lectured him many times since he was young, but it was because of Yiku's arrogance and greed that Yi Mei could easily muddle through. She sighed and said, You also know that the two of us are not of the true Yi clan bloodline after all. I heard that father has been secretly looking for the Yi blood these days. If he can't find it, then so be it. If he does, what will happen to us? She lied without thinking, but Yiku was stunned and immediately believed her. He stammered, Really? Father is really looking everywhere for the true Yi family? Yi Mei nodded. Yiku's expression became a bit twisted, mixed with anger and jealousy. How can father be like this, using us and then kicking us away? What? That's why I'm not satisfied, Yi Mei said. It's fine for me but you are different. If the true Yi blood doesn't return, a cripple can't compete with you. The Yi family will be yours in the future. How can I watch as your things are handed over to someone else? Yiku was originally very angry but now that Yi Mei said this, it went all the way to the 12th. He said, That's right. That won't do. So I thought of a way. I have to find Yi Maotsai's weakness. Since he is the prime minister he must have some secrets. If these secrets are known by us, we can naturally use them against him. Yiku heard this and thought deeply. He said dejectedly, Father didn't open his heart to me. Now that I think about it, there doesn't seem to be any secrets. But his eyes brightened as he suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly said, Once in his study I saw a painting of a beauty hanging on the wall. I thought it wasn't bad so I touched it and was sternly stopped by him. At that time I guessed what was different about the painting. Yi Mei asked, And then? Father told me that there are some things in the painting, but I haven't become an official yet, so it's useless to me. When I become an official, these things will come in handy and he will give them to me. Yiku spread his hands. That's the only thing I can think of about the precious thing you mentioned. I saw that what he said didn't seem to be false, so I didn't probe further. Does this count? A hint of joy flashed in Yi Mei's eyes as she said, Yes. Then I'll think of a way to steal it. Yiku immediately stood up. No. Yi Mei hurriedly stopped him. Seeing Yiku's suspicious expression, she said, Since I was the one who thought of this in the end, I will be the one to threaten him even though it is for you. However, if you were to threaten him, he would be dissatisfied with you, and it would be hard for him to avoid obeying you on the surface but opposing you on the inside. Why don't I steal it and use it to threaten him? That way in Yi Maotsai's heart, you won't know anything and you'll still be his man. Hearing this, Yiku felt that Yi Mei's words were very good. He clapped his hands and said, Sister is so thoughtful. Then he looked at her gratefully. Sister, you are so good to me. In the future, younger brother will have a meteoric rise. He will definitely not forget elder sister's kindness and will definitely repay you. Yi Mei smiled slightly and her gaze fell on Yiku. Finally, she said in a very friendly manner, I'll wait for you to repay me well. After Yiku left, Yi Mei closed the door and her expression slowly darkened. She had always been thinking that during this time in the Yi family, she hadn't gotten what she wanted. On the contrary, she had always been used by Yi Maokai. Even because she wanted to escape from the Yi family, she had no choice but to give up her body and give herself to someone like Jin Xingming. No matter how she looked at it, this deal wasn't worth it. And Yi Mei never made a deal that wasn't worth it. Now that the Yi family was going to be unlucky, she had to leave and jump out of the Yi family's ship. Otherwise, she would be tied up and sink with the Yi family. But before she sank, she had to take something back from the Yi family to make up for what she had lost. Since Jin Xingming was going to Mingqi, then there would be a day when she would be able to climb up to the nobles of Mingqi and reach the peak of Mingqi's power. With one turn of one's hand, she would be able to summon clouds and rain. That was the life she wanted. And the Yi family was the prime minister of the Great Liang, so the prime minister's residence would more or less hide these secrets, and these secrets were closely related to the Great Liang. There was no country that would shut out other countries' secrets. This secret was Yi Maotsai's painstaking effort, and it was also the stepping stone for her to enter the residence of the nobles of Mingqi. This thing could make up for everything she lost in the Yi family. Now thinking about it, what did she lose in the Yi family? Free power, forced commitment, and also a stupid younger brother. Chapter 1076. A few days after Xie Jingxing returned to the residence of Prince Rui, he had to make a trip to Riyang City. In the beginning, Lu Jingchun chose Riyang City as the stronghold for the rebellion. The forces in Ryang City were complicated, and even though there were people from the MOU army sweeping up the remaining forces, it was only military strength. The imperial family did not intend to let go of any of Lu Jingchuan's lackeys that were deeply hidden. It was better to kill 3,000 by mistake than to let one escape, so they were handed over to Xie Jingxing to handle personally. After Xie Jingxing left, all the internal and external affairs of the residence of Prince Rui were handed over to Xin Miao. The residence of Prince Rui had a light attitude in the entire Longyi. Many of the officials were still on the sidelines and were watching every move of the residence of Prince Rui. The more critical it was, the more no mistakes could be made. Xin Miao, like in the past, would talk to those Furins from time to time and imperceptibly pass on some information. The situation was finally under control. This wave of disaster brought by the Lu family was considered over. As the Lu family's rebellion started from Ryang, the commoners of Longyi were not affected much. At most they followed the public opinion and scolded the Lu family as rebels and traitors. The commoners were stable and the officials did not dare to act on their own. The overall situation was stable and everything looked the same as before, except for one family. The Prime Minister residence, Yi family. Yi Maokai had been in the imperial court for so many years. When Emperor Yongle sat on the throne, he was still a weak youth. Now that this youth had grown into an unfathomable man and his methods were as ruthless as his father, the Yi family did not have a way out. Yi Maokai was not as stupid as Lu Jingchun and was not as arrogant as Lu Jingchun. The power that Emperor Yongle displayed made Yi Maokai understand that the current Yi family did not have the ability to compete with the imperial family of the Great Liang and could only be like a needle, a thorn, piercing into Emperor Yongle's body. It was not painful, but what the Yi family had to pay was the fate of the entire residence. No one wanted to die and no one was willing to walk on a dead end. Yi Maokai had to start planning an escape route for himself. He hoped to be able to protect his only son, but when necessary, all these could be abandoned. But the most important thing was that every move of the Yi family was being watched by the imperial family and it would be extremely difficult to escape. Moreover, no one had expected Emperor Yongle to act so quickly. On this day, when Xin Miao returned from the residence of the imperial censors Furin, it was already late in the evening. The long summer had finally passed, and the first signs of early autumn could be seen. The flowering trees in the courtyard began to shed their leaves. A thin layer of leaves fell and was swept away. A gust of wind blew, scattering a few grains of leaves. Jingzhe was so angry that her head hurt, but after the wind blew over, she would involuntarily sweep the courtyard with the broom. Xin Miao was standing at the side of the courtyard when Uncle Tang happened to walk over. When he saw her, he smiled. "Furin, the kitchen has cooked soup today. When the soup is done, get someone to send a bowl over to Furin. These days, Madam has been going out early and returning late. It must have been hard on you." "It's just accompanying someone to chat. It's not hard work." Xin Miao smiled. She then thought of Xie Jingxing, who was still in Ryang and could not help but sigh. Things were far from over. The calmer Long Yi looked, the deeper the danger he was hiding. Even if the Yi family was taken care of, what about Ming Qi that was thousands of miles away? Now she was worried about two things. On one hand she had to worry about Ming Qi and on the other hand she had to worry about the Great Liang. How long could Emperor Yongle's illness last, and when would Fu Xiuyi and the Qin country join hands to attack the Great Liang? These were all uncertain matters. If there were any accidents in the imperial family of the Great Liang, only Xie Jingxing could bear the responsibility. At the same time she would have to face more problems. Chapter 1077. Xie Jingxing's words were right, there was no more time. There wasn't much time left for them to slowly plan how to deal with the other party. Just as he was thinking, he saw Mo Qing rushing in with a strange expression. These days, Xin Miao let Mo Qing monitor the movements of Yi Mei siblings day and night. Yi Mei had already hooked up with Jin Xingming and Jin Xingming was about to leave the Great Liang, thus Yi Mei was determined not to let her have her way. In some aspects Yi Mei was more troublesome than Yi Maokai. His Majesty has issued an edict to invite Yi Maokai into the palace. Mo Qing said. Xin Miao was startled. Enter the palace? Mo Qing nodded his head. Correct. Currently the Yi residence is in chaos and the servants are scattering in all directions to escape. But there are people from the palace guarding outside, but it is very chaotic inside. Xin Miao muttered, how could it be so fast? It was a known fact that Emperor Yongle wanted to deal with the Yi family and she was not surprised at all. But now that Xie Jingxing was in Ryang and Emperor Yongle's health was not good, if Xie Jingxing was around to give the order, perhaps there would be more assurance. But when Xin Miao thought about it again, Emperor Yongli's actions were so fast that even she felt that it was fast. Most likely it was even more sudden for Yi Maokai. The Yi clan was also a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. If the Yi clan was given a chance to breathe, it was inevitable that Yi Maokai would find a way to escape in the future. Now, in the name of entering the palace, Yi Maokai was placed under house arrest. To catch the thief, first catch the leader. This Yi mansion was like a group of dragons without a leader. First, they would be in chaos. When he wanted to clean them up, it would be a piece of cake. She thought about it and said, Yu, Songyang and Tai Yi immediately go to the Yi mansion and keep an eye on Yi Mei and her brother. If they make any movements, follow them first. If they want to leave Long Yi, stop them and bring them back, dead or alive. The 3 of them are keeping an eye on Yi Mei and her brother? Songyang jumped down from the tree and said, This is too much of a waste. I heard that Madame Yi is not a simple person. Why don't I go and take a look at her? Don't worry about her. Xun Miao said, Even though she is intelligent, she is after all a woman. These days the news that was inquired was that Yi Maokai would not allow Yi Foreign to intervene in his political affairs. Yi Foreign would not be able to come into contact with Yi Maocai's power, so she could only exist as an intelligent woman. The emperor didn't let her enter the palace because he realized that she wouldn't be able to stir up any waves by herself. On the other hand, Yi Mei and her brother are very cunning. They left the Yi mansion so easily. I always feel that it is not that simple. She must have some plan, and this plan is beneficial to her. This is what you need to pay attention to. Songyang thought about it and felt that what she said made sense, so he nodded. Tai Yi would only listen to orders, not to mention Mo Qin. Just as the 3 of them were about to leave, Xun Miao paused and suddenly called out to them, That's right, if you meet the young master of the Yi residence who is unable to walk, do not hurt him. If someone wants to hurt him, remember to help him. In the middle of the night, the Yi residence was in a state of chaos. No one would have thought that the imperial family would suddenly send people to invite Yi Maokai away. Even though the servants did not know what happened, but these days they had heard some rumors. Now that Yi Maokai was invited away, Yi Maocai's resistance confirmed the conjecture in the servants' hearts. In a moment, everyone packed their clothes and jewelry and prepared to escape. Some felt that there was no hope of escaping and secretly cried in the room. There were also some who pretended that nothing had happened and hoped that it was a misunderstanding and continued to do their own things. The entire residence was in a state of panic. These servants were usually disciplined very well by Yi Foreign, but when it was a matter of life and death, unless one was a saint, no one would be able to remain calm. Chapter 1078. In this chaos, Madame Yi had already started to pack up her gold, silver and other valuables. She had long seen Yi Maocai's plan. She originally had a trace of hope for Yi Maokai, but in Yi Maocai's escape plan she was not included. Husband and wife were birds in the same forest, flying separately in the face of disaster. Madame Yi could be considered to have seen it clearly now. Yi Maokai did not care about the relationship between husband and wife, and she had the right to pretend that she did not have such a husband. The escape route that Yi Maokai had arranged now happened to be convenient for him. There was no choice, who asked Yi Maokai to be the biggest target in Emperor Yongli's eyes. She seriously searched the room for banknotes and jewelry that could be taken away, trying to pick up as light as possible. After all, she could not just sit and wait for death. Yi Mei and Yi Ku were the same at this moment. Yi Ku paced back and forth in the room, his eyebrows full of anxiety. From time to time he asked Yi Mei, Sister, do you think this is true? Is the Prime Minister's residence really finished? How is this possible? We did not hear anything before. Perhaps the Emperor invited Father into the palace for some court matters, and it is not what we think. Yi Mei was packing up some banknotes. A few days ago she had already started to change those jewelry into silver, and then change them into banknotes that could be used by all the banks in the Great Liang. These things were easy to carry and they were indispensable. She said, Are you still deceiving yourself and others now? If it was simply to talk about court matters, why did Yi Maokai let the imperial guards attempt to escape when he was invited away? It was obvious that he wanted to abscond to avoid punishment. But there was no sign before this. Yi Ku still refused to believe Yi Mei's words. You just did not pay attention. Yi Ku's eyes widened and he stared at Yi Mei in disbelief. What do you mean, sister, did you already know? Since you already knew, why didn't you tell me? I was just casually guessing, relying more on intuition, and there was no evidence. Even if I told you, would you believe me? Yi Mei sneered in her heart, but on the surface she said gently, Moreover, these things I will settle them myself. After all, you are my younger brother. Now that the Yi family is in trouble, we cannot be tied to it and sink together. We have to find a chance to escape. I will take you with me. Yiku's expression was a little complicated, and he seemed to be very unwilling. I originally thought that staying in the Yi mansion was the best choice, but I didn't expect that not only did I not get an official position, but now I have to run away like a stray dog. Thinking about it this way, it would have been better if I hadn't followed the Yi family back in Qingzhou. This isn't even as good as before. That might not be the case. Yi Mei collected all the banknotes and divided them into several portions. She then said, "We have to keep our lives first. You don't have to wait here. Why don't you go back to your room first and put away all your valuables? These things will be useful when we escape." Yiku moved his lips, but in the end he didn't say anything. He walked out of Yi Mei's room with his head down, as if he had accepted his fate. It seemed like he had listened to Yi Mei and returned to the room to pack up. Yi Mei saw that after he left, there was no sound outside the room for a long time. Only then did she stand up, a trace of haze flashing through her eyes. After pausing for a moment, she quietly left the room. She walked towards Yi Maocai's study. The door to Yi Maocai's study was closed. Usually, only Yi Ku and Madame Yi went into the study, and Yi Maocai occasionally said something to them. However, Yi Maocai was a cautious person. If he really wanted to hide something, he probably wouldn't do it in a place like the study that could be easily found. However, the more dangerous the place, the safer it was. Yi Maocai could also do the opposite and deliberately put things in the study to surprise people. Chapter 1079. However, Yi Mei had received a hint from Yi Ku before. She knew that Yi Maocai had hung a painting of a beauty in the study. There seemed to be something strange about the painting. There was something important in it that Yi Maocai had mentioned. Now that Yi Maocai had been taken away, there was no hope for Yi Ku to be promoted, so this thing could only be placed here. Because everyone in the Prime Minister's residence was in a state of panic, there was no one outside the study. Yi Mei entered easily and quickly found the painting of a beauty. The painting of a beauty was hung on the wall opposite Yi Maocai's desk. Yi Mei walked over and touched it with both hands. She saw that the painting was very flat and there was nothing wrong with it. How did Yi Ku find it? Yi Mei did not give up and looked carefully again, but still did not find anything. She was a little discouraged and suspected that Yi Maocai had moved the thing in the painting somewhere else. Yi Mei vented her anger on the painting of a beauty. She looked at the painting with dissatisfaction and saw that there was something wrong with the beauty in the painting. The beauty in the painting was standing under a peach tree with a faint smile on her face. Her cheeks seemed to be flushed and she looked very bashful. That pair of eyes was very cold and did not contain a smile. Moreover, they were bright, giving people an illusion that the painting was lifelike and made people feel a chill on their backs. Yi Mei's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly reached out her hand to touch the eyes of the beauty in the painting. Sure enough, the place where her fingers touched was a hard protrusion. She pressed down hard only to hear a "pa" sound. On the wall, the painting of the beauty suddenly caved in. She was excited. She reached inside and took out an iron box. Inside the box should be what Yi Ku said, Yi Maocai's precious thing. After Yi Mei got the thing, she did not stay any longer. She turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, the door of the study was suddenly pushed open with a creak. Yi Mei was stunned and saw Yi Hongguang pushing his wheelchair in. Seeing Yi Mei, Yi Hongguang was also stunned. Big sister? Yi Hongguang was very worried today. All the servants in the residence were in a state of panic. As a young master who was unable to walk, he did not have a high status in the residence. Usually Yi Maocai would protect him and they would not go overboard with him. However, once Yi Maocai left, Madame Yi would not care about him and the servants would not care about him either. There wasn't even a person to push his wheelchair. Yi Hongguang was also very worried for Yi Maocai, but there was no one in the manor who spoke to him. In his distress, he could only push his wheelchair to Yi Maocai's study. It was as if the study still had Yi Maocai's aura. It made him feel like he was still the young master of the Yi family who had his father's protection. Who knew that as soon as he entered the study, he would see Yi Mei. Big sister, why are you here? Yi Hongguang asked. Yi Mei was still holding the iron box in her hand. When she saw Yi Hongguang come in, she let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Oh, father asked me to come here to find something for him. I'll give it to him when he returns from the palace. I saw that the servants in this mansion were all busy, so I came to look for them myself. What is it? Yi Hongguang's gaze fell on the box in Yi Mei's arms. Is it the box that big sister is holding? Yi Mei smiled and said, yes. She then said, third brother is also here to look for something? Then I won't disturb you anymore. I'll leave this room for third brother. Third brother can slowly look for it. She was about to leave, and just as she was about to step over Yi Hongguang's wheelchair, she heard Yi Hongguang suddenly say, "Big sister, don't you know that father never lets women into his study?" Yi Mei paused and stopped in her tracks. Chapter 1080. Yi Hongguang's eyes were very clear and innocent, but at this moment they seemed to be very sharp. He said, "Big sister, why are you lying? Why are you lying to me?" "I'm not lying." Yi Mei composed herself and smiled. "I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, wait for father to come back and ask him. Then you'll know if I'm telling the truth or not." Yi Hongguang acted as if he didn't hear Yi Mei's words and continued, "Is it because of the box in your arms? Is it because you want to steal the item in this box? This box belongs to my father, right? Although I don't know what it is, since you came to steal something in this chaotic time, it must be very important to my father. It must be very precious." Yi Mei was stunned. This seemingly weak, crippled young master had inherited some of Yi Maocai's things. Although he didn't understand the ways of the world, he was undoubtedly very smart. Yi Mei slowly clenched her fists. "Put this box down and I can pretend that nothing happened," Yi Hongguang said. "Third brother," Yi Mei tried to coax him, "father told me to take this box. I really didn't steal it." "Since you didn't steal it and father told you to take it, there's no need to rush. Wait for father to come back and give it to him personally." Yi Hongguang wasn't willing to give in. Yi Mei saw that the appointed time with Jin Xingming was getting closer and closer. She panicked and said, "What if I don't?" "Why not?" Yi Hongguang frowned. "Did you really steal it?" Yi Mei was a little angry. Yi Hongguang's way of thinking was different from ordinary people. She didn't even know how to threaten or bribe this young man in front of her. She said he was smart, but he was stupid enough to think that she would hand over the item in her hands. She said he was stupid, but he saw the uniqueness of this box and stopped her at such a crucial time. Seeing that Yi Mei didn't move, Yi Hongguang's good temper gradually disappeared. He said seriously, "If big sister insists on not giving it to me, I can only call mother over and have her stop you." "Madame Yi?" Even though Madame Yi was not worth mentioning in the eyes of Emperor Yongle, she was the leader of all the servants in the Prime Minister's residence. All the servants had to listen to her commands. Furthermore, even though Madame Yi acknowledged her as her daughter, she stood on Yi Maocai's side. If Madame Yi found out about this, she might not be able to keep the box. "No." Yi Mei blurted out. "Then put down the box." Yi Mei said, "Third brother, listen to me. Someone." Yi Hongguang suddenly shouted, scaring Yi Mei so much that she immediately covered his mouth. Yi Hongguang began to struggle, but he couldn't walk and he was too weak to use any strength. He was completely restrained by Yi Mei. Yi Mei covered his mouth, but her gaze fell on the large scissors in the wastebasket not far from her hand, flashing with silver light. Her eyes flashed and she suddenly had a plan. Without any hesitation, she grabbed the scissors and fiercely stabbed Yi Hongguang in the chest without even furrowing her brows. Yi Hongguang's mouth and nose were pressed by Yi Mei. Yi Mei suddenly stabbed Yi Hongguang with a pair of scissors. He kicked his legs wildly as he glared at Yi Mei. It was as if he hadn't expected such a vicious woman to exist in this world. However, he didn't have the strength to shout anymore and could only make a "ah" sound from his throat. Yi Mei looked at him coldly and said, "I didn't want to kill you, but you talked too much." She turned and left. Chapter 1081. Yi Hongguang collapsed on the ground. His wheelchair was overturned and he was sprawled on the ground. His blood gradually dyed the ground. He tried his best to crawl to the door to call for help, but it was easier said than done. The door was so close, but at this moment, it was like a road with no end in sight. It was so long that it made one despair. Tai Yi and the others had just arrived at the Yi residence, but they didn't see Yi Mei's whereabouts. They thought that Yi Mei had escaped in a short amount of time, but when they checked the study room they were shocked. Yi Hongguang was lying in a pool of blood, barely breathing. They didn't know if he was dead or alive. Song Yang asked, "What happened? What should we do?" Mo Qing came out from another room and said, "Yi Mei and younger brother intend to escape from the residence. Tai Yi eldest brother's Qinggong is good, you will follow." Tai Yi acknowledged and leaped out of the window, disappearing into the night. When Mo Qing's gaze landed on Yi Hongguang's body, he jumped in fright and said, "What happened?" "I don't know." Song Yang scratched his head and squatted beside Yi Hongguang to check his breath. "He's still breathing, but I don't know if he can be saved. It seems that they have been schemed by others." Mo Qing said, "Quickly move out and lure people over." "Come on." Song Yang clapped his hands. "The servants in this manor are all busy with their own matters, how would they have the time to care about this young master?" Haven't you heard of the saying, a phoenix with its feathers down is no better than a chicken? Moreover, the madam of this mansion doesn't really like him. Seeing him like this, she can't wait to clap her hands in delight. How could she call for a doctor for him? Then bring him back. Mo Qing walked to Yi Hongguang's side and carried him up. Yi Hongguang's body was weak and it was effortless to carry him up. Mo Qing said, Furen sees this boy in a different light, and if we do not save him, it would not be good. Thinking that if Furen was present, she would also make the same choice. Bring him back to young Master Gao first. Whether he can be saved or not depends on his fate. Song Yang shrugged. I'll listen to you. The young man suddenly opened his eyes and squeezed out a few words with great effort. Steal things. Run. What does he mean by that? Song Yang was puzzled. However, Yi Hongguang's head tilted to the side, and he didn't wake up no matter how hard he tried. I don't understand. Let's go quickly and wait for the servants to come. Mo Qing said. The two of them did not dare to delay any longer. They did not stay here for long and quickly left. Shen Miao was sitting in the room waiting for news. Emperor Yong Li's actions came so quickly that many things had to be brought forward. Planning was one matter and seeing if the plan would succeed was another matter. However, Tai Yi and the others had been gone for so long, causing her heart to sink. She wondered if Yi Mei had already escaped. Just as she was thinking, she heard Jing Zhi saying happily, They are back, they are back. They are back. Shen Miao stood up and heard Gu Yu's surprised voice coming from outside the door. What is going on? Quickly call Dr. Gao over. This was Mo Qing's voice. Following that, the door was pushed open and Mo Qing and Song Yang both walked in. Mo Qing was carrying someone, and when they entered the room, he placed that person on the couch. Shen Miao took a look and was stunned as she cried out involuntarily, Yi Hongguang. When this subordinate went over, he was found lying in the study and seemed to have been assassinated. The assassin should be someone from the residence. Yi Mei's siblings were planning to escape and Tai Yi was already following behind them. He left a signal along the way and this subordinate would immediately rush over. One had already ordered someone to invite Gentleman Gao. Mo Qing explained. Who in the Yi residence would have such a deep hatred with a child? Shen Miao saw Yi Hongguang's face that was 90% similar to Fu Ming's, and her heart was very sad and somewhat angry, to even lay such a vicious hand on a child. Perhaps it was done by Yi Mei? Song Yang said. Shen Miao frowned. What is the meaning of this? This child woke up once and said a few words. Mei stole something and ran away. Mo Qing said, this subordinate guessed that she perhaps wanted to say that Yi Mei stole something and ran away. Perhaps Yi Hongguang bumped into her when she was stealing and thus silenced her. But what exactly was stolen? Song Yang said, gold, silver and jewelry? To lay hands on a child for these things. TSK. This female is really ruthless. Not right. Shen Miao suddenly said. Both of them were surprised for a moment and asked at the same time, what is not right? Not right. This matter is not right. A thought suddenly flashed in Shen Miao's mind and without any time to consider, she immediately said, Song Yang, immediately follow the signal that Tai Yi left behind. If you see Li Mei leaving Long Yi, no matter if it is by land or water, do not stop her. But you must delay their time and make them slow down a little. Do not stop them? Song Yang was startled. Yes, do not stop them. Shen Miao said. She looked again at Yi Hongguang who was lying on the couch and switched Jing Zhi and Gu Yu over so that Gao Yang would immediately cooperate with her. Finally, she said to Mo Qing, Mo Qing, follow me to the study. Even though everyone was baffled, seeing her dignified expression, they did not dare to refute and followed her. Shen Miao's eyes were as cold as a knife. Mei Furen stole something and ran away? Steal what? Where to run to? Shen Miao more or less understood her plan, so she specially came to send her off. Chapter 1082. Yi Mei and Yi Ke jumped onto Jin Xingming's carriage. Jin Xingming had some ability to even bribe the servants of the Prime Minister's residence. Even so, Yi Mei and Yi Ke's movements were still discovered by the people in the palace who were guarding outside. The carriage ran in front, and the soldiers chased relentlessly from behind. Yi Ke looked out the window of the carriage and saw that in the darkness of the night, the sound of hurried hooves coming from behind was particularly clear, making his heart tighten. He looked at Yi Mei with some fear and said, Sister, what do we do? If they catch up, we're finished. He then urged the coachman, Can we go faster? The coachman ruthlessly whipped the horse again, and the speed of the horse became slightly faster. Yi Ke's heart settled down a little. He suddenly thought of something and said, Sister, when did you prepare this? If you hadn't prepared the carriage beforehand, I'm afraid we wouldn't have gone far before we were caught. I naturally had to plan these things early. Yi Mei wouldn't tell Yi Ku that the carriage was obtained by Jin Xingming, and she definitely wouldn't tell Yi Ku that they were going to escape with Jin Xingming today. Or rather, in Yi Mei's original plan, Yi Ku wasn't included. Seeing that the carriage was about to turn a corner on a street, Yi Mei looked outside and said, "This won't do. With the two of us in a carriage, it'll be easier for them to catch up. If they go all out, they might catch up. It's better to split up and meet up at Babao Street in a while." Split up? Yi Ku was at his most nervous. When he heard that he had to split up with Yi Mei, he immediately panicked. He said, "Let's go together. We can look after each other on the road. If we go together, it'll be easy for the soldiers behind us to catch up. Don't worry, you sit in the carriage. I'll go down first, and the coachman will take you to a hidden place to enter Babao Street. When the time comes, we'll meet there. Everything has been arranged for us to leave the city, so there won't be any problems." Hearing that he didn't have to get off the carriage, Yi Ku relaxed and didn't stop Yi Mei. Yi Mei let the coachman stop by the side of the street. She grabbed her bamboo hat and hid her face before disappearing into the night. The coachman continued to pull Yi Ku forward. Yi Ku's figure could no longer be seen on the street. Yi Mei looked at the carriage that had disappeared, and her lips slowly curled up under her veil. She followed the other end to a small house and knocked on the door. Not long after, someone came to open the door, and Yi Mei quickly dodged in. In the darkness, the man asked, "Is everything settled?" Yi Mei nodded. On the other side, Yi Ku was sitting in the carriage. After Yi Mei got off, the coachman's speed became faster and faster. Gradually, the sounds of the soldiers catching up gradually weakened. Yi Ku's heart was slightly comforted. When he could no longer hear the sounds of the soldiers, he felt a little uncomfortable from the bumpy ride and said, "We can slow down a little." The coachman turned a deaf ear to him and continued to drive the carriage quickly. Yi Ku was a little dissatisfied. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked outside. He was surprised. How was this still a city? This was clearly a mountain. It was precisely because the mountain road was rugged that it was more difficult to jolt. Yi Ku jumped in fright. Only then did he remember that even Babao Street was not this far away. Why did the carriage driver drive the carriage here? He said, "Don't walk any further. Go back to Babao Street." The coachman ignored him and continued forward. Yi Ku was furious, but he was afraid of shouting for the soldiers. Just as he was about to speak, the carriage gradually stopped. Yi Ku was stunned, and then understood that the coachman was planning to stop the carriage. This coachman really didn't listen to orders. Yi Ku planned to go outside Babao Street and teach this person a lesson. Just at this moment, the carriage stopped. There was a rustling sound from the front, and the coachman got off the carriage. Chapter 1083. Yi Ku opened the curtain and looked out of the carriage at him before scolding, "Why did you come down for? Still not bringing me to Babao Street?" The coachman glanced at him, and only then did Yi Ku see clearly that the coachman was more muscular than an ordinary person. Even if a normal coachman needed to practice, he would not be as tall and muscular as this person. There was a faint feeling of uneasiness in his heart, and he could not help but not dare to shout. Even though he was also a young male, he was not as tall as this person and his body was not as strong as this person. One feared that he would be at a disadvantage if they fought. That carriage driver went around to the back of the horse and took out something from his bosom. After looking at it for a long time, he suddenly stabbed it into the horse's buttocks. The horse was startled and suddenly raised its hooves and suddenly rushed forward. Yi Ku did not expect that the carriage driver would suddenly do such a move. The horse suddenly ran forward and he was thrown to the back of the carriage and was in a daze. His heart was filled with fear, and Yi Ku suddenly realized something and suddenly opened the curtain of the carriage in front to look forward. The last thing that Yi Ku saw was a bottomless abyss and densely overlapped tree branches. The bottomless abyss seemed to be so deep that even if the carriage was smashed down, one could not hear the sound of it landing on the ground. The night covered for a while and only the wreckage of the carriage could be seen at the edge of the cliff. After a while, there was the sound of shoes stepping on the dead leaves, and after a while, there were two pieces of clothing at the side of the carriage. No one heard Yi Ku's last cry of older sister. Shin Miao was in the study writing with great speed. She wrote very quickly and her hands seemed to be moving instinctively. Ever since she locked herself in the study, her hands had not stopped. Mo Qing quietly stood behind her. Even though he did not know what she was doing, he did not make a sound as he watched her write quickly. It seemed that there were not only words but also some maps. After she finished writing, she let Mo Qing use the remaining warmth of the lantern to quickly dry the paper so that the words did not need to be wet. She would sometimes frown and sometimes ponder, making her look very dignified. Just at this moment someone knocked on the door from outside. Mo Qing let the person in and it was Song Yang who was panting. Song Yang said, "Subordinate," and Tai Yi followed Yi Mei and her brother. At the corner of the city they parted ways. Tai Yi followed Yi Mei, Subordinate followed Yi Ku. Yi Ku's coachman drove the carriage deep into the mountains and lured Yi Ku to the cliff. He set up a trap and the carriage fell off the cliff. Yi Ku had no way out. Broken cliff? Mo Qing was surprised and somewhat puzzled. Who is that carriage driver? What grudge do you have with Yi Ku? Song Yang rubbed his nose. I was in a hurry to come back and report, so I didn't pay attention to what happened to the coachman. Since Yi Ku is dead, this subordinate has returned. There is no need to investigate. The carriage driver is Yi Mei's people. Shen Miao said. Yi Mei? Song Yang was startled. Yi Mei had the driver kill Yi Ku? But Yi Ku is her brother, and since she wanted to kill him, why did she bring him along when she escaped? When escaping, naturally a target is needed. Yi Ku is Yi Mei's blood-related younger brother, so it was most suitable to be a target. I think that the coachman not only killed Yi Ku, he also placed Yi Mei's and Yi Ku's clothes at the cliff, so that people would think that both siblings fell off the cliff and died. When Mo Qing and Song Yang heard it, they were surprised for a moment before coming to a sudden realization. Yi Mei should have found an escape route from the beginning, but she was afraid that she would be chased like a stray dog, and there would be a day when she would be caught up. It would be better to let the world think that she was already dead. No matter how idle the soldiers were, they would not go and kill a dead person. Yi Ku was her younger brother, and according to normal people's hearts, they would definitely think that she would be with her younger brother when she escaped. At the cliff, they would see her younger brother and Yi Mei's clothes. Those soldiers were personally following her younger brother, so they would definitely think that Yi Mei was also in the carriage. Naturally, they would think that both siblings had mistakenly fallen off the cliff and died. Chapter 1084. Yi Mei made Yi Ku her scapegoat and also helped her solve the later troubles. That is her biological younger brother. Song Yang sighed. If it was a male then so be it, but as a female, she can be so vicious and merciless. One feared that in her heart, Yi Ku had long been an abandoned chess piece. Shen Miao said without much care, so to use Yi Ku till the end when he is alive, it is also her ability. This was Mei Furin's ability, and in her life, it was only the icing on the cake. For example, in the past life, Yi Ku's existence allowed her to have more power in the inner palace. Thus she had a deep sibling relationship with Yi Ku. At this point, Yi Ku could not bring her any benefits and would even drag Yi Mei down, so Yi Mei did not hesitate to kill him. A flutter sound was heard from the window and a snow-white pigeon flew in and landed on Song Yang's shoulder. Song Yang took out the note from the pigeon's leg and quickly unfolded it. After reading it, he said anxiously, Tai Yi said that Yi Mei and the previous Jin Xingming had already reached the pier and seemed to be going by water. Looking at the strong winds outside, it seemed like it was going to rain, and said, if it were to rain tonight, it would be difficult to catch up after they go out to sea. Now this subordinate and Song Yang will go over and bring them back to Furin? No. After finishing this sentence, Shen Miao had just finished writing on the last piece of paper. She burned that piece of paper on the lantern and kept it in an envelope. Then she said to Song Yang and Mo Qing, Song Yang, you are from the MOU army. Find a few agile people from the MOU army to bring this letter and follow behind Yi Mei all the way to Mingqi. Mingqi? Song Yang frowned. Why would they go to Mingqi? Mo Qing had heard that Jin Xingming has a friend whose business is doing well in Mingqi, and recently there were frequent visits. It was obvious that he had the idea of going to Mingqi. Moreover, only by going to Mingqi, Yi Mei would be able to completely escape and not be discovered by the officers. She said, all of you also follow along. Pay attention to Yi Mei's personal belongings like a box or something hidden. Be careful not to be discovered by others. Once that secret thing is discovered, change the thing inside and change it with the thing in this letter. She handed the letter to Mo Qing. Mo Qing received the letter. Although he was somewhat puzzled, he still agreed. Be quick, don't let anyone find out, Shen Miao urged. But just let them go to Mingqi like this? Song Yang said, did Furin not see them as enemies all along? It is true that we are enemies, but this is not letting them go, Shen Miao coldly said. On the contrary, this is sending them to the Yellow Springs. Go quickly. If it's possible, it's best if you can exchange the items before they board the ship. It would be troublesome to change after boarding the ship. No matter when they are replaced, leave 2 people behind to continue following them. Keep in touch with them at all times. If there are any other orders, I will let them know. When Mo Qing and Song Yang saw that Shen Miao was speaking in a serious manner, they did not dare to lower their guard and quickly left with the letter. Shen Miao held the table with one hand and tightly pursed her lips, but there was a flash of killing intent in her eyes. She really hoped that Mei Furen would die, and before that, she only wanted to take Mei Furen's life as soon as possible, so that there would be no more dreams. But now she didn't think so. Heroes were vying for supremacy under the heavens, and everyone wanted a piece of the emperor's soup. The Great Liang wanted it, the Qing country wanted it, and the Mingqi also wanted it. Fu Xiuyi would definitely think of ways to join forces with the Qing country, and at that time if Xie Jingxing were to go into battle, it would definitely be a tough bone to chew. With the enemy in front of one's eyes, one would have to erase them, but before that, it would be better to make the best use of everything. Dogs biting each other, would it not be good? Chapter 1085. No one understood Yi Mei's schemes and selfishness better than Shen Miao. A person who could even abandon her own younger brother, how would she make a losing deal? Yi Mei wanted to get something from the Yi family to compensate her. Gold and silver jewels were far from enough. What she wanted was eternal power. Yi Maokai had been in the Great Liang for so many years, and other than the Yi residence's reputation and wealth, the most important thing was the dirty secrets of the Great Liang court. Perhaps it was the imperial families or the courtiers. With secrets there would be weaknesses. These secrets were most likely Yi Maocai's hands to use against the other officials, or perhaps it was the evidence that he had carefully collected. But one thing was certain: these things were very important to the Great Liang court. If one were to say it was more important, it could even cause the destruction of an imperial court. And this was exactly what Yi Mei needed. Yi Mei could use this as a stepping stone to the high-ranking officials and nobles of Mingqi, but Shen Miao's design was more luxurious, a stepping stone to the imperial family. If Fu Xiuyi was able to obtain these, he would definitely be very happy, and Yi Mei, this kind of enchanting beauty, would definitely grab this opportunity and, like in the previous lifetime, nibbling away at Fu Xiuyi's heart step by step. But what if these things were all fake? Military defense map, secrets between the courtiers, discord between the imperial family, weaknesses that could be breached. All these things looked as if they were the key to Mingqi's victory over the Great Liang. But what if all these things were fake? Mingqi would fall into a wrong judgment, deploy troops in the wrong place, and use the wrong methods to sow discord. At the end, success or failure would be achieved and the great cause would be destroyed. This was the logic of 1,000 li dike being destroyed by an ant's nest. Of course, Yi Mei did not know that she was holding the wrong things. Of course, Fu Xiuyi could also doubt the authenticity of the things that Yi Mei took out. But it did not matter. Shen Miao believed in Mei Furen's ability. She was a very powerful woman, so at the end, Fu Xiuyi would definitely believe Yi Mei's words. Therefore, in the end, the outcome of this battle was also predetermined. It was not that Shen Miao did not want to kill Yi Mei, nor did she deliberately release Yi Mei like a tiger back to the mountain. But she wanted to see the woman that Fu Xiuyi loved the most in his previous life walk towards him step by step like in his previous life, throw herself into his embrace, and finally personally send a big gift to send Fu Xiuyi to a dead end. He felt even more relieved. The most important thing was that this matter was beneficial to Xie Jingxing. Because of this small chess move, the world had undergone earth-shattering changes. It was really too good. That night it was as what Song Yang thought. After midnight, there was finally a violent storm, and it was only until the morning of the second day that Song Yang and the other two returned and were all drenched. Yi Mei and Jin Xingming had already boarded the boat to the Great Liang, and it was as Shen Miao had guessed. Yi Mei had a silver box that was tightly hidden that even Jin Xingming did not know about it, but she herself had not opened it before. The people from the Mou army exchanged the things in the box with the things in Shen Miao's letter, and Tai Yi took out a stack of things from his bosom and handed it to Shen Miao. Shen Miao flipped through it, and it was not different from what she had expected. It was indeed something that Yi Maokai had collected over the years to threaten and balance the other courtiers. There were even some secrets of the royal family. She thought about it and decided to let Xie Jingxing deal with these things after he returned. The people of the Mou army had already followed Yi Mei to the Great Liang and were paying close attention to Yi Mei's movements, but there was nothing for the time being. Chapter 1086. Shen Miao then thought of Yi Hongguang and let Mo Qing and the rest while she went to the room next door to see Yi Hongguang. Gao Yang was still around and said to Shen Miao that Yi Hongguang's life was saved, but he had yet to wake up. No one knew how he would look like after he woke up and whether it would repeat in the future. After all, his injuries were too serious. If it was not for Mo Qing and Song Yang who brought him over from the Yi residence in time, one did not know if he would be able to keep his life. Finally, Gao Yang glanced at Yi Hongguang on the bed and asked, "What do you plan to do now? His Majesty clearly wants to deal with the Yi family, yet you brought the Yi family's young master to your own residence. Could it be that you want to raise him in the future? What plans does the Emperor have for the Yi family?" Xin Miao asked. "What other plans could I have?" Gao Yang smiled. "Cutting the grass and not leaving the roots." He then said, "Don't tell me you sympathize with me?" "Of course not. Your Majesty did the right thing. The Yi family and the Lu family were dealt with cleanly. Only then would the court be more stable." "But," she glanced at Yi Hongguang, "this child has nothing to do with what Yi Maokai has done. If he's in the wrong, it's just because his surname is Yi and he was born in the Prime Minister's residence. Let's just wait and see. We still don't know if he can survive and what he will look like when he wakes up. If possible, I would like to ask the Empress for a favor." "You're really strange." Gao Yang was puzzled. "Why are you so benevolent towards this young master of the Yi family? Initially in Mingqi, one did not see you having such a good heart. What's so special about this young master Yi that you treat him differently?" "Because of his face." Xin Miao smiled. "Face?" Gao Yang looked at Yi Hongguang's face for a long time but couldn't see anything special about it. He waved his fan and said, "I don't understand." "Never mind if one do not understand." Xin Miao said, "After all, it is not a serious matter now." She lowered her voice. "Xie Jingxing is going to go on an expedition to Mingqi." Gao Yang suddenly turned back and looked at Xin Miao, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything and just looked at her without speaking. "I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to come so soon." Although he said that he would be in Ruyang during this period of time, the matters in Ruyang were almost done. Even if they wanted to deal with the remaining forces, they might not necessarily need him. On the other hand, Long Yi is at the forefront of the situation, but he isn't there to hold the fort. Xin Miao sighed. "Moreover, dealing with the Yi family is too sudden." "Your Majesty, is it not good?" "Actually, I should lie to deceive you, but I don't think I can deceive you. I am afraid I will make you unhappy." Gao Yang said, "If I make you unhappy, Miss Luo will be angry with me." "You're right, the Emperor is in a bad state. The Prince should have already told you about the Imperial Edict. Now His Majesty is instructing his own confidants to send some people to follow Prince to Mingqi." He paused before continuing, "Or perhaps it should not be going to Mingqi. The spies in the Ding capital had already sent back news that Fu Xiuyi had already reached an alliance with the Qin Emperor and took the initiative to attack the Great Liang. If the Great Liang was conquered, the two of them would divide it 50-50. He has a big appetite and is not afraid of choking." Xin Miao sneered. Fu Xiuyi, this person most likely had an appetite after gaining power and influence. Before that, he was respectful to the Great Liang people and had a gentle attitude. Now that he allied with the Qin country, he dared to have such ambitions. He is also not considered arrogant. Gao Yang smiled. If one looked at it seriously, one would discover that the smile was somewhat dignified. He said, "Previously the Lu family and the Imperial family were fighting. Even though the Lu family was eradicated cleanly, outsiders saw that the Imperial family did not expend much effort and even had more than enough energy, but in fact there were many losses. Moreover, the Lu family could be considered as a powerful military force of the Great Liang. Now at this critical juncture, the Great Liang's military force is not much different from the Qin Ming. One need to meet force with force. But the most important thing is that Fu Xiuyi knows of the Emperor's illness, so he can destroy our morale at any time. I believe in the Prince of first rank in this battle, but it will definitely not be simple." Gao Yang said. "I have never thought that this battle would be simple." Xin Miao was disappointed and frustrated. "It is very difficult to fight a war. That is why the Prince of first rank will lead the troops, but now that Mingqi's side had already made their move, there are frequent incidents at the borders. Currently it is only a small skirmish and not long later they will officially declare war. The Prince of first rank does not have much time, so recently he has been preparing. He did not want to tell you, possibly fearing that you will be distracted." Xin Miao was silent for a moment before saying, "I understand. So, will you follow him to Mingqi?" Gao Yang asked. Xin Miao tilted her head and laughed. "Can I? Why not?" Xin Miao looked to the front and lightly said, "One do not know when the Emperor's illness will flare up, and one do not know when this battle will end. At that time, if the Emperor really met with an accident, he would definitely announce the succession of the throne to the world. The Empress cannot leave her own country as she is responsible for the people under the heavens. I am not that great, but do not want him to carry the name of an incapable ruler. In terms of reputation he is already aggrieved enough. So, I will guard the great Liang's territory for him first. Chapter 1087. 2 days after Yi Mei and her brother escaped, Emperor Yongle used the Yi family's collusion with Lu Jingchun to participate in the rebellion and massacred the entire Yi family. It was easier to deal with the Yi family than the Lu family. The Lu family was the Yi family's reliance, and once the Lu family fell, a Yi family would not be able to stir up any waves. Even though Yi Maokai had many connections and followers when he was alive, but under Emperor Yongle's iron fist, everyone could see it clearly and grew fearful, not daring to be as unbridled as before. Yi Maokai was personally convicted by Emperor Yongle and was beheaded at the Meridian Gate. Speaking of which, Yi Maokai was not wronged. Shen Miao took out the things that she exchanged from Yi Mei and picked out the things related to the imperial family to give to Empress Xianda. In order to restrain the imperial family, Yi Maokai secretly did a lot of things. These things became important evidence to convict the Yi family. Beheading at the Meridian Gate, this time the imperial family's prestige was very big. And the MOU army that followed Yi Mei and Jin Xingming also sent back news from time to time that their escape was very smooth. Most of the people believed that the newly recognized siblings of the Yi family died at the cliff. The reason was that they did not see the road clearly when they were escaping at night and fell down the cliff in a panic, dying without a complete corpse. Even though the great Liang's officers and soldiers continued to search, they did not find any traces of the two of them. Outsiders all said that no one from the Yi family survived, but there was only one person, and that was Yi Hongguang. Shen Miao let Mo Qing handle it, but Yi Hongguang had not woken up until now. Gao Yang said that whether he could wake up depended on Yi Hongguang himself, and he might sleep for the rest of his life. As for Xie Jingxing, he returned on a rainy night. A burst of autumn rain and a burst of cold. Shen Miao was reading a book under the lamp and the raindrops made a small sound on the window as the weather gradually turned cold. The tea on the table quickly turned cold. The door was pushed open with a creak, and some of the cold wind and rain came in. Shen Miao turned her head back and saw Xie Jingxing closing the door and walking in. His clothes were somewhat wet from the rain, and after taking off his outer clothes, he saw Shen Miao staring at him in a daze. His lips could not help but curl up as he walked over to her side and pinched her face. Not good. My foreign has become silly. Shen Miao pushed his hand away. Why did you only return now? You did not even send a message? Xie Jingxing had left for a few days and did not even send a message. Even if Shen Miao had a good temper, she was also somewhat annoyed. At the very least he had to report that he was safe. No one in the mansion knew of his whereabouts. It was really troublesome. It was a smile that was not a smile. If one knew that Furen would not return, one would not know of Furen. He held Shen Miao's shoulders and said with a smile that was not a smile, if one knew that Furen missed me so much, I should have returned earlier. If Shen Furen, he said with Xie Jingxing thought about it and put on a righteous look, how about this? In order to compensate Furen, I will let you do whatever you want today and will not struggle. Shen could not help but laughed. May you are sick. Xie Jingxing saw her smile before saying, coax it well. But I heard one thing when I came back. He looked at Shen Miao. You let Yi Mei escape? I didn't let her go. Shen Miao said, she wanted to go to Mingqi and even stole the secrets of the great Liang that Yi Maokai had gathered. One think that she wanted to rely on this to seek refuge with the nobles of Mingqi. I replaced her things and also gave her some military defense maps and the like. I think it will be more useful. Maybe with this she can even become an empress. Xie Jingxing was slightly surprised for a moment before he understood her meaning and blinked his eyes. Furen's move is very vicious. Chapter 1088. Yi Mei happily took these precious things to look for the nobles in Mingqi. As long as the nobles were not stupid, they would use their connections to present this thing to Fu Xiuyi in exchange for the world's meritorious services. But who would know that this military defense map was drawn by Shen Miao? If Fu Xiuyi were to fight against it, one feared that one would not even know how one died. Shen Miao raised her brows. I am a poisonous woman with a heart of snakes and scorpions. So what? Very good. Xie Jingxing leisurely said, I like poisonous women. Those were the things that I gave to Yi Mei. Afterwards I made another copy that is exactly the same. Shen Miao said, later I will pass it to you. Mingqi and the great Liang will eventually go to war. At that time, with this thing, You will be able to know what Ming-Chi's plans are, and it would be better to get twice the results with half the effort. She thought about it and added, it is best to give Fu Xiuyi some sweetness in the beginning and let him think that those things are real. After testing the truth and falsehood, he would definitely increase the manpower that was arranged. At that time it would be more cost-effective to beat him at his own game. Xie Jingxing smiled, you are quite good at calculating. When are you leaving? Shen Miao asked. After a moment of silence, Xie Jingxing then said, you know about it? You think that you can hide it for a long time? Shen Miao sighed. Seeing that Xie Jingxing did not speak, she smiled instead and said, yes. She poured a cup of tea and handed it to Xie Jingxing. With tea replacing wine, I wish you success. Xie Jingxing was startled for a moment before he took the tea and looked at Shen Miao. If you win, remember to give me a wish when you return, she said. What wish do you want? Xie Jingxing raised his brows and there was a deep smile in his eyes. Shen Miao thought about it. Oh, at first. I have not thought about it yet. Wait till I have thought about it before telling you. Can Xie Jingxing snapped his fingers. I also have a wish and you must satisfy it now. What? He carried Shen Miao on his shoulders and walked to the back. Accompany me to take a bath. Shen Miao, the flowers in Weiyang Palace had withered a lot. The flowers that were dense in the spring and lush in the summer would wither in the autumn, looking especially gloomy. However, the palace maids found some chrysanthemums. Big purple, white and yellow flowers were already showing signs of blooming. It seemed like they could melt away the loneliness a little. However, autumn was already harsh. How could it be changed by a few pots of flowers? The autumn rain drifted in and some of it drifted into the house. Tao Gugu closed the window and fiddled with the small stove a few times before quietly retreating. Emperor Yongla reclined on the couch. He was actually very handsome, but his face was usually cold and expressionless, so his handsomeness was overlooked by others. What the people saw was the cold indifference of the emperor and his deep schemes. Without the identity of Emperor Yongla, no one knew what kind of person Xie Qi was. Perhaps there were two exceptions. One was Prince Rui Xie Yuan, and Empress Xianda was also one of them. The former Empress Dowager Jingxian could also be counted as one, but she had already passed away, so it was useless to talk about her now. Empress Xianda was brewing flower tea. There were flower petals and the first snow that was buried under the tree last year. A spoonful of honey was placed in it and a small fire was slowly lit. A sweet fragrance was emitted from the small pot. It was accompanied by a stack of osmanthus flour cakes that were just taken out of the imperial kitchen. It was warm and sweet, making one's heart sweet. Empress Xianda picked a cup of tea and handed it to Emperor Yongla. Chapter 1089. Last year, this chair and Qiushui picked the first snow together. Empress Xianda tasted it herself and smiled. It is very sweet. This year, when it snows in winter, this chair will go pick it again. If your majesty likes, you can come and see. Emperor Yongla looked at her and was silent for a moment before saying, this winter, Zhen is still here and will accompany you. Empress Xianda's hand shook and a large drop of tea fell onto the back of her hand. She hissed in pain. Emperor Yongla saw the situation and grabbed a handkerchief from the side. He pulled her hand and wiped it as he scolded, why are you so careless? But the water did not dry and instead increased. Empress Xianda cried. Her tears also fell onto the back of her hand. They were warm and seemed to be hotter than the boiling tea. She said, Your Majesty, why do you say such heart-wrenching words to make this chair sad? Emperor Yongli's movements paused and looked at her. Qing Zhen, ever since this chair entered the palace, this position of Empress, I have been very sensible. What I know and what I do not know, I am very clear. Whatever your Majesty does, this chair will not have any complaints. But even at this stage, does your Majesty still want to treat me like this? Her words were all accusations, but her tone was very calm, as though even if she was full of grievances, she could not get angry at Emperor Yonglu. She said, Your Majesty disdains to coax me, and wants me to stay awake until the last moment. But does your Majesty not know how painful it is to be awake? Emperor Yonglu paused for a long time. After a long time, he picked up the handkerchief again and wiped the tears on the back of Empress Xianda's hand. He said, Qing Zhen, other than Imperial Mother, you are the only woman that Zhen has let down in this life. You are the only one that can stand by Zhen's side. Zhen also knows the feeling of being awake. Zhen has no other choice. Empress Xianda stared at the flower tea in her cup and said, Emperor has decided? Zhen has decided. Imperial Mother once said that in the world there are many heroes. Zhen cannot be a hero, but to be able to support the great Liang to this state in my lifetime, I am already satisfied with the Lu and Yi families. The rest of the journey was up to Xie Yuan. After that, Zhen cannot manage but, he paused before continuing, Zhen still hoped that it can be like what Mother Empress said, Great Liang prospering, the world clean, the throne of the country lasting for 100 generations. Qing Zhen, Emperor Yonglu sighed, we do not know when we will fall, nor do we know when we will wake up again. If that day comes, you must accomplish what I have instructed you to do. After that, you can go and live the life you want to live. Whether you're sober or confused, as long as you're happy. Empress Xianda lowered her head and stroked the edge of the teacup. After a long while, she looked at Emperor Yonglu and a slight smile appeared on her face. She said, Does your Majesty still remember the scented tea that Che brewed for your Majesty to drink when we first met? At that time, Empress Xinda's mother brought her into the palace to see Empress Dowager Jing Xian. Empress Dowager Jing Xian was originally choosing a wife for Emperor Yonglu. That day there were also some young ladies from the other officials' families. They were all in the four arts and performed in front of Emperor Yonglu, but it was all for that high and mighty position. Yet she sat alone at the corner, smiling quietly and looking at everything indifferently, as if she did not care about all of it. No matter if it was the high and mighty Empress position, or the handsome young emperor, she did not pay any attention to them. Empress Dowager Jing Xian asked her if she had any talents. At that time, how did Empress Xinda answer? She said, This official daughter is slow-witted and do not have any special skills. It is just that when I am at home, I occasionally brew tea for father and brother. Father and brother feel that it is very good. Chapter 1090. At that time the other young ladies all had disdainful expressions. Things like brewing tea could be left to the servants. A noble young lady didn't know how to practice some skills and only knew how to brew tea. Did she really think she was a servant? Empress Dowager Jing Xian was very satisfied. Afterwards, Empress Dowager Jing Xian said to Emperor Yonglu, I think Qingzhen is a good child. Brewing tea depends on her character. She is very steady and has a peaceful nature. She can be with you for a lifetime. Whether it's a big storm or a big wave, or a small stream flowing over a long period of time, she will gladly endure it. This is very good, very rare. Emperor Yonglu thought of Empress Dowager Jing Xian's words and couldn't help but look at Empress Xinda. Empress Xinda was blowing on the flower petals floating on the surface of the teacup. Ever since Empress Xinda entered the palace, it had been so many years. As Empress Dowager Jing Xian said, she was a calm person. She never asked much and didn't meddle. She just sat in silence. It was as though she was still the same as before, sitting in the corner with a cup of tea and a slight smile. Even with the passing of time, she didn't change. Empress Xinda detected Emperor Yongli's gaze and smiled. Your Majesty, let's not think about other things today. Since autumn is here, let's relax for once. Drink tea, play chess, play the zither and write like before. Is that okay? Okay. Emperor Yongli nodded. His answer was straightforward, and there was a slight smile on his usually cold and almost rigid face, which actually surprised Empress Xinda. She reacted and quickly stood up as though she was afraid Emperor Yonglu would change his mind. She said, Then this Jie will go get the box of jade chess pieces that Jing Xing sent. After Jing Xing was sent here, your Majesty has only played with this Jie once. It was a waste of a good chess piece. Emperor Yonglu laughed. Let Tao Gugu go get it. I don't know where she is. Empress Xinda said, This Jie has hidden. Your Majesty, wait for this Jie here. She lifted her skirt and jogged to the back. Empress Xinda had always been quiet and gentle. It was rare for her to be like this. She showed a young girl's beauty that wasn't there usually. Emperor Yonglu looked at her, and as he looked at her, his gaze became somewhat pained. He frowned and coughed violently twice. He grabbed a handkerchief from his sleeve and covered his mouth. After a long while, he wiped the handkerchief away from his mouth. It was also clean and nothing could be seen. The handkerchief was pinched in his palm, revealing a bit of captivating red in a crease. It was very eye-catching. He paused and put the handkerchief into his sleeve. Looking at Empress Xinda who ran out with the chess box, she smiled. As if nothing had happened. The following days were unusually peaceful. It was so peaceful as if nothing bad had ever happened to him in the long run. It was as if the dust had settled after thousands of battles, and everything was stable and peaceful. Xie Jingxing and Xin Miao were in Longyi these days and would stroll around during the day or play zither and write in the residence. Occasionally when Xie Jingxing was in the mood, he would pull Gao Yang to practice and Xin Miao and Luo Tan would go to study other things. During the night, she would discuss with Xie Jingxing about the few military defense maps. Out of the two of them, one was good at attacking and the other was good at defending. When they were calculating, they had their strengths and weaknesses and were very in tune. Xie Jingxing was overbearing and could not stand the method of hanging the enemy to death. But being direct would inevitably have risks. Every time he argued with Xin Miao, he would overbearingly decide to slap the table and stand up. Xin Miao was too lazy to care about him. In the middle of the night, he would sneak back to the bed when there was no one around. When Xin Miao used words to choke him, Xie Jingxing would turn over and press her under his body, using another method to punish her. Chapter 1091. The days passed by slowly, but everyone knew in their hearts that they were only lingering to their heart's content before leaving. Once the war started, separation was inevitable, and those days of separation would have to rely on these lingering memories to fill the gap. In the end, that day still arrived. On a night of rustling autumn rain, Ming Qi crossed the border between the two countries and launched an attack on the guards at the border. At the other end, the Qin country docked by water and went ashore from the fishing village in the northern part of the Great Liang and wantonly massacred the villagers. Using this as a stronghold, they went deep into the interior and launched an invasion. The war started. Ming Qi and the Qin country did it secretly or deceive the heavens, but in the end they did not disappoint the public. They were unable to restrain their temper and slowly plotted, but with great fanfare, it showed that they were very confident. Would the Great Liang fight or not? Naturally it was to fight. Prince Rui requested for the commander's order, and Emperor Yonglu personally conferred the title of general and ordered 300,000 troops to lead the army out. This was not only a counterattack against the country that launched the invasion, but also a determination to break the situation and push the wheel of history forward in the long history of the three countries. Heroes vying for supremacy under the heavens, the situation was turbulent. Heroes stood tall and talented people came forth in large numbers. Since ancient times, heroes were born in troubled times, and it was the same for war. The morale of the Great Liang's commoners did not decrease. Even though they were panicking at first, seeing the imperial family as steady as Mount Tai and seeing the prince going to war in front of them, their hearts were filled with lofty sentiments and there was no trace of fear. The date of departure was set for tomorrow. Luo Tan looked at Gao Yang. In the days that she was in the Great Liang, she had experienced a lot of things with Xin Miao. There were some misunderstandings with Gao Yang before, but it was resolved later on. Even though Gao Yang loved to tease others, he was not as modest as he looked on the surface, but he treated her well and was considered a good person. Luo Tan originally wanted to follow Gao Yang back to Ming Qi, but previously she secretly followed Xin Miao to the Great Liang. Now that such a long time had passed and Fu Xiaoyi had started to deal with the Shen family, naturally he would not let off the Luo family. Luo Tan wanted to advance and retreat together with her family. But Luo Sui's letter told her to stay in Ming Qi. Firstly, Luo Tan would not be able to help much after returning, and perhaps she would be implicated, which would not be good. Secondly, Xin Miao wanted to stay in Longyi, and with Luo Tan with her, there would be someone to take care of her. He could not return to Ming Qi, and indeed he could not leave Xin Miao alone in Longyi. Luo Tan could only stay here. He watched as Gao Yang started to organize his things. He put some medical books and medicine into boxes and had people carry them out one by one. Luo Tan sat on the chair, silently watching his every move. When Gao Yang was done cleaning up, he raised his head and saw Luo Tan staring at him without blinking. Feeling baffled, he asked, "Aren't you always noisy? Why are you so quiet today? Are you in a bad mood?" "You are leaving tomorrow." Luo Tan said, "On the road you must protect the prince well." Gao Yang choked and said, "Me protect him? He's more or less protecting me. You are his subordinate." Luo Tan said awkwardly, "Of course you should pay more attention to yourself." Gao Yang was startled, but when he heard what she said he smiled. Luo Tan would bully Gao Yang all the time, and it was true that Gao Yang also loved to bully her. These two people would play around all day and it was difficult to have a good conversation. Luo Tan's character was careless and it was hard for her to admonish others about the details. It was already rare that she was able to say a few good words to Gao Yang. Gao Yang approached her and deliberately asked, "Pay more attention." "Pay more attention to what?" Chapter 1092. He was born handsome and usually had a gentle attitude. When he was near, his smile was somewhat mischievous. Luo Tan inexplicably blushed and pushed him away before snappily saying, "What else can I pay attention to? Of course it is to pay attention not to die. Don't you feel that it is good if I die?" Gao Yang waved his fan. "This entire Gao residence can be occupied by you. The servants inside will be at your disposal. Gold, silver and jewelry can be used as you wish, and also those shops and farms. Wait. Luo Tan felt that he was getting more and more excessive and quickly interrupted his words. Who cares about your things? Our Luo family does not lack it. Moreover, do you think that I am a fool? These are your Gao family's things, and what does it have to do with me? If you die, how can these things belong to me? You must be crazy. Gao Yang said, what does it have to do with you? You do not know? Know what? Luo Tan was puzzled and probed, could it be that my father gave it to you? You are actually my father's people? She covered her mouth and said in a frightened voice, my father sent you to monitor me? Gao Yang, after a long while, he then sighed in resignation and knocked Luo Tan's forehead. Normally you look quite astute, but how can you be so silly at this moment? Luo Tan said, hey, speak clearly first. Gao Yang suddenly placed a finger on Luo Tan's mouth and made a shu action. Luo Tan was startled and felt that the place that Gao Yang's finger touched was slowly heating up until it gradually burned her face. What relationship do I have with you? You slowly think about it yourself. Tell me when I return. Gao Yang placed a medical book on Luo Tan's head. Now help me tidy up this. Finishing, he turned around and started to tidy up. Luo Tan looked at his back, but unexpectedly she did not explode in anger. She pursed her lips and actually obediently tidied up. Is it done or not? It's almost done, almost done. Ouch. Painful. There is still a little bit left. Do not be afraid. I will be gentle. Outside the door, Songyang and Mo Qing and Jingzhe and Guyu were flushed red to the ears. Jingzhe said, I remember that the clothes have not been aired. I will go and dry them first. Guyu quickly said, I will also help. Songyang also said, I'll go and dry my blanket too. And Mo Qing fiercely nodded. The four of them instantly scattered like birds and beasts. Only Tai Yi, who was squatting on the tree, had a towering figure and was unmoving like a mountain. In the room, Xie Jingxing helplessly held his forehead. Shen Miao finally strung the last rope and patted his hand in satisfaction. Done. Xie Jingxing looked at the string of red ropes on his wrist and felt a headache coming on. Why would he tie up the rope worn by so many women for no reason? But Shen Miao was still supporting her cheeks and said with a smile, so many, how can it not be broken? Before he could speak, Shen Miao had already stood up with a bang and sat on his thighs, scaring Xie Jingxing. The wine jars in the room were all empty and the room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Shen Miao's face was flushed red from drinking and was as beautiful as a flower. It was rare for her to have a sweet smile as she held his face with both hands and kissed his face. Xie Jingxing was already calm. From the time Shen Miao got drunk till now, she had kissed him dozens of times. As long as Shen Miao was drunk, one would see a completely different female. How to say, it was like a lecher who molested a young lady. The dignified Prince Rue had lived for so long and had flirted with countless females intentionally or unintentionally, but there was only one female who flirted with him. Moreover, it was a heartless female who did not admit it after waking up. This new face is indeed not bad. Shen Miao said, can be a top courtesan. Xie Jingxing stared at her expressionlessly for a long while before saying, thanking Foreign for the appreciation. Shen Miao was satisfied and said, reward you with some money. Take it to buy clothes. She felt around in her sleeves and took out something before throwing it into Xie Jingxing's hands. It was the jade token that Xie Jingxing gave her in Ming Qi. Before Xie Jingxing could see it clearly, Shen Miao waved her hands again and again. No, no, no. I took the wrong one. This was given to me by my husband. She quickly took it back. Husband? He raised his eyebrows. You still remember that you have a husband? Shen Miao looked at him. Recognize? My husband is better looking than you. Xie Jingxing, but he is going to go to war. She buried her head on Xie Jingxing's shoulder and found a comfortable position to nestle up. She yawned and seemed to be somewhat sleepy as she said in a daze, so I am drunk so that when he leaves, I will not be able to see him if I am still drunk and do not wake up. Why do not want to see him? Xie Jingxing frowned. Her voice gradually weakened, because I do not want him to be entangled in love. But if I see him leave, I will be reluctant. Speaking till the end, her breathing was even and long as she really fell into a deep sleep. Xie Jingxing found it somewhat funny, but at the end he gradually put away his smile. He lowered his head to look at the sleeping female in his arms and paused before softly saying, actually you can be more willful. Shen Miao did not answer his words. He carried Shen Miao and placed her on the bed and covered her with the blanket. He then stretched out his hand to hold her hand and sat by the bed. He did not do anything and only looked at her sleeping face as if he was satisfied with this. In the latter half of the night, Tai knocked on the door. "Master, we can set off." He paused for a moment before leaning over and kissing the female's forehead. Then he strode out of the door. After the door was closed, Shen Miao, who was on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. Reluctant to part. Reluctant to see him leave with a clear mind, but also reluctant to miss him like this. Parting was something that made one sad and reluctant to part with. To let him leave without any burden and then return like a hero. Footsteps sounded outside the door, light and steady. There were other people, but it seemed that no matter how one looked at it, one would be able to distinguish the one they wanted to listen to. The footsteps paused slightly when they passed by the room and then gradually faded away. The long night was about to pass and the sky was bright and a new day was about to arrive. She did not know how long she slept on the bed before she sat up. After waiting for a long time, Jingzhi came in with a basin of water. Seeing her sitting on the bed in deep thoughts, she said in surprise, "Furin is awake?" She answered, "I need to make a trip to the palace." Chapter 1093. Xie Jingxing had only traveled for a short 10 days, but the days seemed to pass much slower than when he was here. It was clearly the original residence of Prince Rui, but no matter how one looked at it, something was not right. The Mou army left some guards in the residence of Prince Rui to protect the safety of the residents. Tai Yi followed Xie Jingxing and left together. There was also Gao Yang. Ji Furin did not intend to let Ji Yushu go. After all, the Ji family only had this one seedling. Who knew that Ji Yushu had a free and easy temperament and left with a letter before mixing into the army. When Ji Furin found out and wanted to chase after him, she was stopped by Ji Darren. Ji Darren said, "Ji Yushu is always reckless and ignorant, it is good to let him sharpen his will." Thus in Longyi City, almost all the people who had a good relationship with Shen Miao seemed to have left in one night. After Gao Yang left, the Gao family sent his junior brother to treat Yi Hongguang. Yi Hongguang still did not wake up and kept sleeping soundly. Luo Tan also seemed to have grown up a lot in one day and no longer went out to play with cats and dogs or walk the streets. Occasionally she would stop and be concerned about the situation at Ming Qi's side. In the beginning, Luo Tan was tangled with the battle between the great Liang and Ming Qi, thus Shen Miao told her about all the things that happened in Ming Qi, including Fu Xiuyi, Emperor Wen Hui, and even the suppression of the Luo and Shen family. The more she heard, the more silent Luo Tan became, and in the end she did not say anything. Shen Miao also did not go and persuade her. There were some things that one would slowly think clearly, and it was only a matter of time. The days were much calmer and the commoners in Longyi City did not have any signs of panic. Perhaps it was because they had confidence in their soldiers, or perhaps it was because they were used to singing and dancing for many years that they did not have much of an impression of war, thus they did not feel any fear. Shen Miao and those noble Furins in Longyi had a very good relationship. Naturally, there was a result of her deliberately winning them over, and those Furins were also very smart. The biggest threat to the imperial family, the Lu and Yi family, had disappeared from the world, and now the great Liang was ruled by the imperial family, and the residence of Prince Rui was also a relative of the imperial family. Shen Miao was also on good terms with Empress Xianda, so naturally they would rush to please her. Speaking of Empress Xianda, Shen Miao often visited her in the palace these days. Shen Miao liked to talk to Empress Xianda as Empress Xianda was a talented female. In Shen Miao's previous life, it was because she was an empress that her horizons were broadened. The two of them talked about the past and present, from anecdotes to the current situation of the world, and their opinions were surprisingly in agreement. Empress Xianda also liked her. Every time they talked about her, time seemed to pass very quickly. On this day, Shen Miao was going out again and planned to enter the palace to see Empress Xianda. The closer it was to autumn, the colder it got. Uncle Tang carried a bowl of sheep milk soup in. Most likely it was because Xie Jingxing had left that Uncle Tang was very idle all day. Other than occasionally being instructed by Shen Miao to handle the matters of the shop, most of the time he had nothing to do. So he thought of a way to prepare some meals, saying, "When master comes back and sees that madam has lost weight and is haggard, he will definitely blame this old servant. Why don't you let this old servant make some food for madam? It's good for your health." Jingzhi said, "This goat milk smells so fragrant. If it was another household's goat milk, the soup that is made would be more fragrant and sweet." Uncle Tang said, "After madam eats this bowl, when she goes to the palace, her heart will be warm and she won't catch a cold on the way." He took another look outside and said, "The weather has turned cold these past few days." Shen Miao smiled, "Many thanks, Uncle Tang." She picked up the bowl and took a sip. She had only taken a sip when she felt her stomach churning and almost wanted to vomit. She suddenly put down the bowl and covered her mouth as she frowned. Chapter 1094. Guyu and Jingzhi jumped in shock. Uncle Tang quickly asked, "What is the matter with foreign?" Shen Miao shook her head. "Most likely one caught a cold last night and smelled the sheep milk. This time I cannot eat it and it is better not to drink it." "In this case," Uncle Tang muttered, "go back and get the servants to bring some medicine back. Then foreign should not drink the sheep soup first, otherwise it will be uncomfortable. Let the kitchen make some light soup later." Shen Miao nodded her head and grabbed the cloak before speaking to Jingzhi and Guyu. "Let's go." Mo Qing and Song Yang had already prepared the horse carriage outside. Both of them did not follow Xie Jingxing to Mingqi as Long Ye's end was not without worries. Both of their martial arts were strong and Shen Miao could use them easily, so they stayed in Long Yi and listened to Shen Miao's instructions. When they entered the palace, Empress Xianda was waiting for her in the Wei Yang Palace and smiled. "Today you came a little late. There was some trouble before coming out." Shen Miao smiled and asked again, "Is His Majesty's health better these days?" "Still not bad. Yesterday he even strolled with Bengong in the garden." "But," Empress Xianda smiled bitterly, "perhaps he is lying to Bengong. Anyway he always likes to lie to Bengong and would not say anything." Shen Miao paused before persuading her. "His Majesty is also afraid that you will be worried and hope that your ladyship will not be worried about this as he is thinking of you." "Perhaps." Empress Xianda smiled. "Let's not talk about these. Bengong obtained new tea leaves yesterday and the kitchen made osmanthus cake. There are records in ancient books that the literati of the previous dynasty would put tea leaves in the osmanthus cake to obtain the fragrance of the tea leaves. Together with the tea it was called tea food. One felt that it was not bad and thinking that you are coming today, one would make it in the imperial kitchen. If His Majesty knew about it, one feared that Bengong would laugh at Bengong and Bengong could only thicken her face to look for you." "Your ladyship is really thinking highly of this official's wife." Shen Miao smiled gently. "This official's wife is from a military family and is naturally rough and do not know how to do such elegant things." "Stop it," Empress Xianda rebuked. "In Long Yi even those scholars and officials who think they are knowledgeable are not as knowledgeable as you. If you are coarse, would it not be ridiculing the entire Long Yi civil officials?" She handed the teacup to Shen Miao. "Quickly taste it, how about it?" Empress Xianda liked to boil tea. She liked to watch the tea leaves boil in the water. The temperature of the water had to be just right, no more, no less. The timing had to be just right. As for the tea leaves, spring water and honey, they were all knowledge. As the Empress, she did not seem to be impatient with these trivial matters. It seemed that it was because of this that his temperament had been tempered to be so mild. Shen Miao liked to stay together with Empress Xianda because of her peaceful temperament that made one feel that the years were peaceful and long. Shen Miao said, "It is better to obey than to be respectful." She picked up the tea and took a sip. That tea was very fragrant and slightly bitter, but the aftertaste was dry and sweet. Just as Shen Miao was about to speak, she suddenly felt nauseous and her hands trembled and half a cup of tea fell over. She covered her mouth and retched. Empress Xianda was surprised for a moment and quickly took the tea from her hands. Seeing that her expression was not good, she asked, "What is the matter? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Shen Miao felt that the churning in her stomach had calmed down a little before she shook her head. "Nothing. Apologies, your ladyship. Really sorry. Recently it is most likely that I have caught a cold and keep feeling uncomfortable in my stomach. Today when I went out it was—" Her voice suddenly stopped and an incredulous expression rose on her face. Empress Xianda did not understand at first, but after seeing Shen Miao's expression, she seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, "Could it be that you are—" Chapter 1095. Shen Miao clenched her fists before quickly releasing them. "This official's wife also do not know. Quickly call the imperial physician over." Empress Xianda stood up excitedly and called Tao Gugu. "Take Bengong's invitation and call the imperial physician over." Shen Miao looked at the tea on the table and her heart was shocked. She had been pregnant before, so she wasn't sure if she was pregnant or not. It was because Xie Jingxing had only left for a dozen days and her period was not accurate, thus she did not put it in her heart. She only thought that she had caught a cold. Who knew? Now that she thought about it, she felt that recently her appetite had become strange. But she still could not make up her mind. Shen Miao's heart was also somewhat excited. The word child was too far away for her. She was somewhat afraid that when the child came to this world, they would have to face the sufferings, joys and sorrows of others, and she was not omnipotent and could not protect them flawlessly. On the other hand, she was very eager for the arrival of the child. If it came, it would be the best gift that heaven had given her in this lifetime. The imperial physician quickly rushed over and Empress Xianda appeared to be more excited than Shen Miao, letting the imperial physician immediately take Shen Miao's pulse. The white-bearded imperial physician took Shen Miao's pulse and after pondering for a long time, he stood up and bowed to Shen Miao before bowing to Empress Xianda and said with a smile, "Congratulations Qin Wangfei. The pulse is like pearls and it is the pulse of pregnancy. One fear that Qin Wangfei has been pregnant for more than a month and the Qinhuang residents will have another child." Shen Miao was still somewhat in disbelief as she asked, "Really?" It was rare for Empress Xianda to see Shen Miao in such a daze and laughed out loud. She pretended to be serious and said, "Qin Wangfei is asking you if it is true. If there is a mistake there will be heavy punishment." The white-bearded imperial physician smiled. This old official does not dare to lie. If Qin Wangfei does not believe, one can invite a few more to take a look. This was originally a joke but Shen Miao said, "All right. Then one will trouble to invite a few more to take a look." The imperial physician was so shocked that he could only stare blankly. Empress Xianda was overjoyed and knew that Shen Miao was not willing to believe and wanted to confirm it again and again. However, when she was pregnant she also couldn't believe it. Thinking of himself, his eyes darkened, but he quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, "Then let's do as Princess Consort said and invite a few more imperial physicians over." Empress Xianda really took good care of Shen Miao and really invited several imperial physicians to take Shen Miao's pulse. The result of taking her pulse was exactly the same. Shen Miao was indeed pregnant for more than a month. This was really too coincidental. Xie Jingxing had just left and in less than 10 days, Shen Miao was already pregnant. No matter what, when he was alone at least he wouldn't feel so lonely. However, it could also be even more lonely. Empress Xianda was overjoyed. Most likely in the entire imperial family, there were only Emperor Yonglu and Xie Jingxing, the two brothers. Emperor Yonglu did not have any sons and the Xie family did not have any juniors. The one that Shen Miao was carrying was the first of the younger generation in the Xie family. Empress Xianda sent someone to invite Emperor Yonglu over. When Emperor Yonglu heard the news, he was in disbelief. Empress Xianda said with a smile, "Think about it. In the future, there will be a little boy or little girl that will call you Imperial Bobo and call me Imperial Gugu. Isn't it interesting?" "What is interesting?" Emperor Yonglu was still somewhat awkward. He really did not like Shen Miao and because of Shen Miao he even had a dispute with Xie Jingxing. But Emperor Yonglu had never changed Xie Jingxing's thoughts and could not do anything to Xie Jingxing, thus he had an attitude of looking at a femme fatale towards Shen Miao. "You." Empress Xianda looked at him. "This is considered a joyous matter for our imperial family. It would be good if Qin Wangfei can give birth to a few more in the future. The residence of the prince of first rank would be so lively." There was some envy in her eyes. Obviously Empress Xianda also liked children. Chapter 1096. Anyone could see the envy in Empress Xianda's words. Shen Miao paused and there was a flash of pain in Emperor Yongli's eyes. After a moment he spoke, "Pack up your things tonight and move to the palace. This cannot be spread out and the palace will be able to protect you." Shen Miao was slightly startled. Empress Xianda also quickly said, "Correct. Even though Longyi City looks peaceful, but at this critical juncture, there cannot be any mistakes. This matter must be kept secret and outsiders must not know about it. As for Jingxing's side, privately send a message to him. Your Highness the Empress." Shen Miao suddenly spoke, "This official's wife has a request." Empress Xianda said, "Speak. Please hide this matter from your Highness." She said, "Your Highness is currently on a journey and if he knows about this matter, he will inevitably be worried. If it is used by people with ulterior motives, there will be a loophole. It is better to hide it." Empress Xianda and Emperor Yonglu looked at each other. Empress Xianda said, "You are not wrong. But Qin Wangfei, if you are not willing to tell Jingxing, you will have to bear the pain and happiness of this child alone. One do not know when Jingxing will return and you will have to endure a long period of loneliness." Ben Gong had seen many females and because of various reasons, they hid the news of pregnancy but the process was extremely aggrieved. You must be able to bear this aggrieved. This official's wife is not aggrieved. Shen Miao smiled gently and her hands subconsciously touched her lower abdomen. When she knew that she was pregnant, she felt that there was a little life in her body that was breathing with her. That was a wonderful thing. She said, If the result is good, even if the process is hard, it is worth it. Good. The one who spoke was Emperor Yonglu. He looked at Shen Miao and said, "Since that is the case, do not tell him." Empress Xian De still wanted to say something, but Shen Miao had already nodded slightly to Emperor Yonglu and said, "Many thanks to your majesty. Since that is the case, then forget it." Empress Xian De sighed, "But from tomorrow onwards you will move to the palace. Ben Gong will say that you will enter the palace to accompany, so that those Furins will not look for you every now and then and delay your recuperation." This time Shen Miao did not evade. It was indeed so. She was the only female in the residence of Prince Rui, and even if there were some guards from the MOU army, it was inevitable that there would be some people eyeing her covetously. On the contrary, because of the matter between the Lu and Yi clans, the imperial family's prestige had reached an unprecedented level. It was indeed safer to live in the palace. For the sake of the flesh and blood in her womb, Shen Miao did not mind what she did. When Empress Xian De saw that she agreed, she immediately instructed Tao Gugu to look for a side hall that was closest to the Wei Yang Palace for Shen Miao to stay in. Because of this interruption, it was already night time when they returned. Uncle Tang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that she was finally back. Luo Tan also returned from outside and was surprised and happy to know from Jing Zhiguyu that Shen Miao was pregnant. Uncle Tang was so happy that he did not know what to say. Shen Miao told them not to tell Xie Jingxing as it was the critical juncture of war and it would not be good for Xie Jingxing to be distracted. Uncle Tang nodded, but he still felt sad in his heart. He said that he was going to burn incense for Empress Xiao and let her know the good news. Luo Tan was very surprised and wanted to touch Shen Miao's lower abdomen but did not dare to. Finally she carefully placed her hand on it and felt for a long while before she said dispiritedly, "Why is there no movement? It has only been a month or so, how would there be any movement?" Shen Miao laughed in spite of herself. "But," Luo Tan looked at her, "youngest Biao sister, are you not going to tell Gu Fu and Gumu? If they knew about it they would definitely be very happy." Chapter 1097. Shen Miao thought about it before shaking her head. Now father, mother and eldest brother are in a confrontation with Fu Xiu-yi. At this time I am their weakness. If there is an additional child it would be even more restrictive. Moreover, Xie Jingxing would reach Mingqi sooner or later and would need to meet up with father and mother. If father and mother know about it, Xie Jingxing would also know about it. Luo Tan thought for a while and felt that it made sense. She said, "Even though they do not know, I as a Yumu know." She softly said, "Even though one do not know if it is a little nephew or niece, but thinking of a little meatball, one would feel like it." Luo Tan had been somewhat quiet these days. She originally had a lively temperament which made the people in the residence of Prince Rui somewhat surprised. Now she had finally regained the liveliness of the past. This can be considered as a joyous event these days. Uncle Tang smiled, "It is time to liven up." Someone patted her head, "Almost forgot. One should pay attention to some food. Now that Foreign is recuperating one must not make any mistakes. Also those stairs and the corners of the door must be wrapped with cloth." It was a vivid picture of nervousness. Shen Miao laughed in spite of herself. In the previous life when she was pregnant with Fu Ming and Wan Yu, there was no such treatment. Even consort Dong Shu only routinely asked if there was anything wrong with her and sent some tonics. If it was not for the Shen family's concern, one feared that Shen Miao herself would be in a mess. Now she was calm, but the people in the residence of Prince Rui were all extremely nervous. She smiled, "No need to trouble. Uncle Tang, you should also pack up. Because I am pregnant, her ladyship wants me to enter the palace. Leave some guards in this residence and leave some people behind. The important people will follow me to the palace." Uncle Tang was surprised for a moment before he seemed to understand Shen Miao's meaning and said, "Good, good. This old servant will go and arrange it." "Biao, youngest sister, do I also need to go?" Luo Tan asked. "Naturally one must go. But I do not know the etiquette of the palace. Would it not be good?" Luo Tan asked. Shen Miao said, "How is it not good? Just show a few punches and kicks and everyone will know that your martial arts are high and will be wary of me, thus I will be safer. The safety of me and the child will depend on your protection." "Cousin, don't tease me." Luo Tan blushed, "But you're right. 2 people is better than 1 person when I'm with you. I'll go with you to the palace." She stood up. "I'll go pack up first." After Luo Tan left, Shen Miao stood up. She didn't expect that she would be pregnant at this time, but she felt that everything was destined. Opening the window, the autumn moon was very bright, and it gradually began to form a full moon. In a few days it would be the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival, but she was separated from her family. No matter if it was Xie Jingxing or Shenexan, they were all not by her side. This year was destined to be a difficult one, but Shen Miao touched her lower abdomen. Because she had a child and because she had become a mother, she seemed to be able to appreciate the fullness of the moon. God would not be cruel to a person forever. At least for this moment, God was a good person. He gave Shen Miao a new life and also gave her a man she loved deeply and a brand new life. The past was in the past and this was a completely different moonlight. She softly asked the child in her abdomen, "You see, you and father are looking at the same moon." Shen Miao moved into the palace. Empress Xianda treated her very well and gave her the side hall beside the Wei Yang Palace. Shen Miao still used her own servants, so it was not inconvenient. Usually, Empress Xianda liked to talk to Shen Miao and boil tea. Luo Tan also followed. Luo Tan had a lively temperament and Empress Xianda liked her a lot. Chapter 1098. The days passed very peacefully. If there was anything unexpected it would be Yi Hongguang. Yi Hongguang was also brought into the palace. Because he didn't wake up for a long time, he woke up unexpectedly one day. But when he woke up, his mind was like that of a 3-year-old and he didn't know anything. The imperial physician had taken a look at him. He was afraid that he had suffered too much shock and was close to going crazy. With that, Emperor Yongle couldn't be bothered to care anymore. It wouldn't take much to raise a fool. Yi Hongguang spent all day catching crickets and butterflies in the garden. He was very happy. Sometimes when Shen Miao saw his and Fu Ming's faces, she felt that Yi Hongguang's life was as tragic as Fu Ming's. It was all because they didn't reincarnate into a good family and wasted their lives for nothing. Empress Xianda saw the heavy look in her eyes and thought that she was sad because of Yi Hongguang. She patted Shen Miao's hands and comforted her. "No need to be sad. Actually, this might not be a bad thing." Now that the Yi clan was gone, if he was sober and woke up to find out about this, who knew how sad his heart would be? Even if he didn't have any hatred, he would still be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Moreover, when the emperor did things, the most important thing was to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, so he would definitely not let him live. Now that he's like this, even though he's a fool, he doesn't have to face those sad things. He can live a carefree life like a child forever. Isn't that great? Emperor Yongle had once suspected that Yi Hongguang was pretending to be dumb, but the imperial physician had taken a look and sent people to spy on him. Yi Hongguang was really dumb. Most importantly, he was unable to walk. Because of this injury, his body was getting worse. It was unknown how long he could live and how long he could live. Perhaps Yi Hongguang's misfortune made Emperor Yongle think of himself when he was young. He had also been poisoned when he was young and he didn't know how long he could live. It was this similar experience that made Emperor Yongle feel pity for Yi Hongguang and spared his life. However, Yi Hongguang was an idiot now. He didn't know that his life was in the hands of the emperor. He had already rolled around in Yama's palace, but he still smiled carefreely every day. However, not everyone in the world could be like Yi Hongguang, who lived like a child and laughed happily. 2 months later, Xie Jingxing reached the borders of Mingqi and started to fight with the Mingqi's army. At the same time, the Luo family army and the Shin family army met at the Hangu Pass and the Qin army entered the pass. Qin and Qi joined hands and officially confronted the Great Liang army led by Xie Jingxing. War was always merciless. Once it started, it was not easy to end it. Moreover, the two countries were facing off against one country, so they were evenly matched. Shen Miao would study the military defense map that she had given to Xie Jingxing. In the beginning she could not see any clues, but gradually signs began to appear. It was like a chess piece that had a predetermined path and was moving forward step by step according to the path that the other party had planned. Shen Miao knew that if she did not guess wrongly, that military defense map should be in Fu Xiuyi's hands. The battle between Great Liang and Qin Ming, for the time being, no one could see who won and who lost. Xie Jingxing did not sweep away thousands of troops like in his previous lifetime. Admittedly, it was because the Qin and Ming did not join hands, and at that time the Great Liang first attacked the Qin country before destroying the Mingqi. But there was another point that Shen Miao knew. Xie Jingxing had changed his strategy. He was like a shrewd and cunning hunter, luring his prey into his own trap. Catch everything in one net and not like to be entangled. Clean and efficient was indeed the style of the Xie family. Fu Xiuyi was taking the bait. At the same time Shen Miao was gratified by this, she could not help but admire Yi Mei's methods. Many things had changed, but she was still able to obtain Fu Xiuyi's heart and hand over the military defense map, making Fu Xiuyi trust her. Chapter 1099. Sure enough, not long after, Xie Jingxing's letter was sent back to the Great Liang. In the letter there was the situation of Ming Qi. Emperor Wen Hui passed away from illness and the ninth prince, Fu Xiuyi, ascended to the throne. Just as Fu Xiuyi ascended to the throne, he befriended the Qin emperor and obtained the support of the Qin emperor. Both countries launched an attack on the declining Great Liang together. The rest of the princes of Ming Qi, including Prince Zhou and Prince Jing, were already detained in prison. With Fu Xiuyi's methods, it was always easy to deal with his own people. The Shen family and the Luo family allied with the other old aristocratic families that were suppressed by Emperor Wen Hui and openly rebelled, and were labeled as rebels in Ming Qi, but the commoners did not seem to buy it. The Shen family's reputation had existed for many years, and it was not so easy to tarnish it. Xie Jingxing's people were secretly in contact with the Shen family's people, and not long later, the Shen family would use the name of defecting to form an alliance with Xie Jingxing and officially turn against the Great Liang. At the end of the letter, Xie Jingxing had casually added a few sentences, as if it was a dispensable legend that he had casually added. It was said that there was an imperial family affair that was currently circulating in the Ding capital. A beauty came to the palace. She was the distant niece of an imperial merchant. She was as beautiful as a fairy and was intelligent. The new emperor loved her like a jewel and held her in the palm of his hand. He gave her the name Mei Foren, and in a short period of time, her influence far surpassed the other concubines in the palace. Shen Miao closed the letter and smiled. Luo Tan asked, "Biao Mei, isn't it just a letter? You read it over and over again for half a day and laughed 3 times. Suddenly she looked at the other side. "Ai, how did the cat climb up? And he climbed so high?" Not far away on a tree in the garden, a black cat was climbing up the tree trunk. The higher it was, the thinner the branch became. It was as if it could not bear the cat's weight, swaying dangerously. The faster one climbs, the higher one climbs, the faster one falls and the more painful it is. Shen Miao smiled. "Slowly watch." Another half a year passed. Once a war started, it would not be easy to stop it. This was even more so for a war that involved 3 countries. Today the flames of war were everywhere. Tomorrow they would meet on the battlefield. There were wins and losses, retreats and advances. The Qin country and Ming Qi were practically cutting off all means of retreat to fight this battle, thus the investment was exceptionally high. In comparison, the troops and horses of the Great Liang could even be considered small. But even so, when Ming Qi and Qin country joined hands, they were not able to gain any advantage from the Great Liang. It was like a long seesaw battle. The Great Liang's side was wearing it down unhurriedly, but the Qin country's and Ming Qi's pace was gradually disrupted. Especially recently. In the previous battles, big and small, Qin Qi had always won, especially at the beginning. They were able to taste the sweetness of victory almost every single time. Although the harvest was not very bountiful, it greatly boosted their morale. The generals and soldiers of Qin and Qi were very proud. Towards the end, Qin and Qi appeared to have less and less of an advantage. Although there were victories, they were gradually showing signs of decline. All the way to the 13 capitals of Yuzhou. The 13 capitals of Yuzhou were located at the border of Ming Qi, Qin country and Great Liang. It had always been the Qin country's territory, and as for why it was the Qin country's territory, one had to trace it back to a very long time ago, even to the beginning of the country. For so many years, the 13 capitals of Yuzhou had been standing steadily at the border. It was not because the Great Liang and Ming Qi did not have any thoughts, but because the 13 capitals of Yuzhou had a complex terrain that was easy to defend and hard to attack. If one wanted to attack, one would have to expend a lot of effort, and if it was not good, one would implicate oneself. This was such a hard bone to chew. Even if one wanted to chew, other than ambition, one must have great courage. Chapter 1100. Xie Jingxing led the Great Liang soldiers and was about to launch an attack on the 13 capitals of Yuzhou. This battle was extremely important and could even be said to be the key to the entire war situation. If Xie Jingxing was able to successfully take down the 13 capitals of Yuzhou, he would be able to end the war in a shorter period of time. For the Ming Qi and the Qin country, it would be exceptionally smooth. On the contrary, if Xie Jingxing was unable to bite this bone, then it would only cause the Great Liang army to suffer a great loss of strength. Not to mention dealing with the Ming Qi and the Qin country, it would be very difficult to resist the pincer attack of these 2 countries. Thus for this war, no matter if it was the Great Liang, the Ming Qi or the Qin country, all of them had bet 120,000 points, almost gambling with their lives. When Empress Yenda was talking to Shen Miao about this matter, she was still joking with her. After all, the one leading the troops is your husband. How is it that until now you are not nervous at all? Shen Miao smiled gently. This official's wife naturally believe in your highness. Xie Jingxing was indeed very cunning. Yi Mei's wrong military defense map was able to successfully reach Fu Xiuyi's hands and was even believed by Fu Xiuyi. This was undoubtedly due to her ability. But Xie Jingxing's role in it was not small. At the beginning of the war, Xie Jingxing had always won and lost neither lightly nor heavily, allowing Fu Xiuyi to gain some sweetness. In fact, those few victories did not give any substantial advantage to the Ming Qi and the Qin country, but it gave others an illusion that the Qin Qi was very powerful. In the long run, Fu Xiuyi would instead trust the things that Yi Mei sent. Even if the great Liang won a few more times in Fu Xiuyi's eyes, it was just a coincidence. But he neglected that the battles that Xie Jingxing lost were all insignificant cities, and even though the cities that he won and defended were few, they were all extremely important. If one looked carefully, it was as if the dots were connected into a line, and there was a faint trend of joining forces. But Fu Xiuyi and the Qin Emperor most likely would not notice this point because in the recent few battles they had small victories. The morale of the Great Liang army seemed to be gradually declining, and their attacks became more and more fierce, as if they wanted to take down the other party in one go. Thus Fu Xiuyi placed extra importance on the 13 capitals of Yuzhou. From the current battle situation and the military defense map that Shen Miao drew, Fu Xiuyi seemed to be carefully arranging his own troops according to the map. There was nothing more delightful than this news. The more manpower and financial resources Fu Xiuyi spent on this, the greater the blow he would receive in the end. It was as if Xie Jingxing was trying to abduct a gambling addict. First, he would let him win some money, lose and win, making the gambling addict feel that his luck was not bad and his skills were not bad. Finally, the gambling addict would be determined and lose all of his Shen family's assets. At this time, Xie Jingxing would unhurriedly pull in the net and catch them all in one fell swoop. Naturally, the gambling addict would lose everything and lose everything. Fu Xiuyi had already started to take the bait. As for the Emperor of Qin State, he was more cautious than Fu Xiuyi. Perhaps he had other arrangements in the 13 capitals of Yuzhou province. However, once Fu Xiuyi's side was defeated to Xie Jingxing, it was not important what happened to the Qin country. It was as if he had opened up a gap and broken through them one by one, and the rest would be much easier. Luo Tan stretched out her hand and carefully placed it on Shen Miao's lower abdomen. Unfortunately, the news from the 13 capitals of Yuzhou can only be received by sending letters. But this little fellow grows very fast. Shen Miao lowered her head and looked at her lower abdomen. 8 months of days passed by peacefully like this. It seemed that there was no difference from the past. Even if it was a war, one could face it with a very peaceful attitude. Not only because of the trust towards her loved ones and lover, but also because she understood that there was a little life in her abdomen that was growing together with her. Chapter 1101. Because she had become a mother, she had become braver and stronger. She was able to take responsibility and calm down. Just as she was talking to Empress Xianda, Tao Gugu hurried in from outside. She seemed to be in a hurry, but she could not disguise the joy on her face. She said with a smile, "Congratulations, Nyang Yang, congratulations, Qin Wangfei. Just now news came from the court. The 13 capitals of Yuzhou have sent news that His Highness Qin Wang has won." Really? Empress Xianda immediately stood up. She had always been calm, but at this moment she was slightly at a loss. Aunt Tao nodded vigorously. "Her Majesty is very happy. She is pardoning the world. Heaven bless us." Luo Tan clasped her hands together and murmured. The 13 capitals of Yuzhou had been conquered and news of victory had arrived. What did that mean? This meant that the war that had lasted for more than half a year would end soon. The soldiers would all be able to return home. On the other hand, this chaotic world would finally be unified. Perhaps the grand ambition of hegemony would come true soon. Shen Miao caressed her lower abdomen and there was joy in her heart. She knew that Xie Jingxing would be able to do it. That Tao Gugu smiled as she looked at Shen Miao. "Prince Consort, do not be anxious. His Highness the Prince of First Rank also let someone send a letter over and in a while the messenger will send the letter to you." "I'm so envious." Empress Xian teased Shen Miao, not sending a letter to Bengong and His Majesty, and just thinking of one's own daughter-in-law, one would bear the title of sibling in vain. Luo Tan also said, that's right. They don't even know how to consider the feelings of others." "Don't be disappointed, Miss Luo." Perhaps Aunt Tao was in high spirits after a happy occasion. She continued to speak for the first time. "There's also a letter for you. It seems that the young master of the Gao family sent someone to deliver it. Luo Tan was confused. Gao Yang? What kind of message did he send me? Shen Miao and Empress Yenda looked at each other and smiled as they shook their heads. The good news of the 13 capitals of Yuzhou made everyone in Longyi very happy. Emperor Yongle even held an unprecedented palace banquet that he hadn't held for a long time. It was extraordinarily lively. Shen Miao did not participate in this palace banquet. Firstly, the fact that she was pregnant was not known to the public. She had been living in the palace. Although there had always been speculation outside, Empress Shinda had protected her very well. Later on, people's enthusiasm for it gradually waned, and they were no longer curious. Secondly, it was not suitable for the pregnant Shen Miao to participate in such an occasion like the palace banquet, and if something went wrong midway, it would not be good. Moreover, she wanted to go back early to read Xie Jingxing's home letter. Ever since Xie Jingxing's letters from home were shocking and the situation became tense, there were very few of them. Perhaps it was too troublesome to send a letter. He hadn't written to her in 2 months. Shen Miao opened the letter. There was nothing special in the letter. It was just that he was doing well and he proudly boasted about his own achievements and criticized Fu Xiuyi as worthless. It was said that other than Fu Xiuyi's skill in fighting for the throne, he was really messed up when it came to governing a country. Ming Qi's court was in a mess and there was no need to worry too much. Then he mentioned Mei Furan. It was said that Fu Xiuyi praised Mei Furan very highly and there were many people in Ming Qi's court talking about it. Previously Mei Furan could only be considered as moving unhindered in the inner palace. But in just a few short months she was able to freely enter and exit Fu Xiuyi's imperial study. Fu Xiuyi seemed to not only see her as a beautiful female, but also as a lucky general. There were even a few victorious battles that were all thanks to Yi Mei. Now that Yi Mei was in the Ming Qi's court, she could get whatever she wanted. Other than Fu Xiuyi, she did not put anyone else in her eyes. Fu Xiuyi also indulged her. On one hand he felt that she was beautiful and intelligent and on the other hand, it was definitely because of Yi Mei's ability. Chapter 1102. It was just that when Xie Jingxing said all these, his words were filled with ridicule, simply treating Fu Xiuyi as a fool. Not only that, he even arrogantly claimed that everything was ready and was only waiting for the other party to walk into the trap. This time after the 13 capitals of Yuzhou won, at the Ding capital side, without needing him to take action, Yi Mei would be tortured to death by Fu Xiuyi. Fu Xiuyi's heart was not considered broad, and previously he personally praised Yi Mei as a blessed general, in front of the court officials. Now that this blessed general made him suffer a loss in an important battle, how would Fu Xiuyi let it go? Of course, Xie Jingxing also arranged a little extra fun to create the impression that Yi Mei was a spy of the Great Liang and came to the Ding capital to get close to Fu Xiuyi to be a chess piece for the Great Liang. Fu Xiuyi was someone who could not tolerate betrayal, so naturally he would not spare any effort. Looking at Xie Jingxing's handwriting, Shen Miao could almost imagine his lazily biting the pen and gloating expression. She folded the letter but felt that there was something else in the envelope. She shook it and turned the envelope over. Sure enough, 2 red beans rolled out from the inside. Red beans, the most lovesick. He did not write lovesick words in the letter, but used 2 red beans to prove that he did not forget Shen Miao for even a moment. One really did not know if he was putting on airs or childish. Shen Miao thought about it and took out the sachet at the side and carefully placed the 2 red beans inside. The 5th letter. She said. Ming Qi Ding Capital, Imperial Palace. In the gloomy dungeon, there was a thick stench of blood everywhere and it seemed to be mixed with other smells, making one feel nauseous. In the innermost part of the cell, a naked female was sitting on the ground. Her hands were shackled to the wall and her feet were submerged in the cold dirty water. There were some fat rats in the dirty water that would climb up and down her feet from time to time and gnaw on her toes. Some of her toes were bitten until they were badly mangled and the smell of blood seemed to attract those hungry rats as they gnawed even harder. To see one's own body being gnawed on by rats, not to mention a female, even a male would feel palpitations. However, this woman did not utter a single sound. Only she knew that it was not because she did not want to scream, but because her throat was already hoarse. Screaming would only cause more torment. This woman was none other than Yi Mei. In just a few days, it was as if she had fallen from heaven to hell. Yi Mei had never thought that she would have such a day where she would rather die than live. She did not expect Fu Xiuyi to be such a heartless person. She only knew that the 13 capitals of Yuzhou had been defeated, but she already felt something was wrong in her heart. But she felt that with her wisdom, It was not necessarily the worst situation and perhaps she could stabilize Fu Xiaoyi. But Fu Xiaoyi did not give her a chance at all. His heart was so cruel that he directly sent Yi Mei to the dungeon in front of the harem concubines. Then he tortured her until now, forcing her to say what other tasks the great Liang had assigned to her. Yi Mei still did not know what had happened. She hoped to be able to explain. But this time her appearance was no longer her weapon. Because on the first day she entered the dungeon, Fu Xiaoyi was very disgusted and ordered people to burn her cheeks with a red-hot iron. One of her eyes was even burnt because of this and could not be treated by a doctor in the dungeon, so she was considered blind. Yi Mei was never afraid. She was not afraid of a desperate environment and was not afraid of how bad the situation was. Even if she was trampled on, she would still be full of vitality and tenacious like weeds. The only thing she was afraid of was her own appearance. Because that was her only eternal weapon. Chapter 1103. This weapon was successful in every endeavor. With it, one could survive in a hopeless environment and reverse a bad situation. One could step on the people who trampled on her and live with ease. But once her appearance was destroyed, she would lose the connection to use others and things would become hopeless. She really felt hopeless and even lost her fighting spirit. She felt that no matter how the mouse gnawed on her toes, it would not be able to change anything. She was blind and her cheeks were scalded. She could imagine how terrifying her current appearance was. She could tempt people to disregard their lives and there was no lack of such people in the world. Even if one lost one's life, one would still pluck the fresh flowers on the cliff. But now that the fresh flowers had become weeds and even weeds with scars, who would risk their lives to pluck it? Fu Xiaoyi was really ruthless. He and Yi Mei were entangled for so many days and perhaps it was because he understood Yi Mei's ability to bewitch people that he might as well end it once and for all. He directly destroyed Yi Mei's appearance so that she would not be able to do anything. Yi Mei was very hateful. Footsteps came from outside and it was exceptionally clear in the spacious dungeon. She turned her neck with some effort and used her remaining eye to look outside. Fu Xiaoyi stood outside. He coldly said, "Yi Mei, Zhen will give you one last chance. Say everything that you know out." "What does this official's concubine know?" Yi Mei asked. She still called herself, this official's concubine, as if this would prove that she was still Fu Xiaoyi's favored concubine and was like a fish in water in the inner palace of Mingqi. Fu Xiaoyi frowned in disgust as if he was disgusted by her ugly appearance and turned his head away. "Zhen have investigated everything clearly. Since you are a spy of the great Liang, then you should have a channel to pass messages to them." Yi Mei laughed out loud. Her laughter was hoarse and no longer had the sweet and pleasant voice of the past, but was very ear-piercing. She also did not know why Fu Xiaoyi said that she was a spy. Perhaps Fu Xiaoyi only wanted to find a reason for his own failure. He himself had arranged the wrong soldiers but wanted to pin all the crimes on her head. She said, "Your Majesty would not believe whatever this official's concubine said." Then if this official's concubine were to say out the channel, would your Majesty believe or not? Or could it be that your Majesty feel that this official's concubine is also lying? "If you speak, this Zhen will grant you an intact corpse," Fu Xiaoyi coldly said. Yi Mei smiled. Now that she smiled, her appearance was terrifying like that of a malicious spirit. Yet, she herself did not realize it and even more coquettishly she said, "Your Majesty, this business is too bad. What kind of condition is giving an intact corpse? If your Majesty is willing to let me live and think of a way to heal the wound on my face, I can consider telling you everything I know." Fu Xiaoyi did not get angry but laughed instead. "Those who betrayed Zhen have never lived. So your Majesty simply destroyed this concubine?" Yi Mei said, "One heard that at that time Rui Wangfei was also bitterly in love with His Majesty and pursued endlessly. Unfortunately, His Majesty treated her as cold as ice and afterwards the matter was left unsettled." Now that Fu Xiaoyi knew of Xie Jingxing's identity, he naturally knew of Xin Miao's identity. Mentioning Xin Miao, Fu Xiaoyi's face became even uglier. In his entire life he was used to grasping everything in his hands. But it was Xin Miao who met with an accident. He thought that he could use Xin Miao's love for him to take over the Xin family, but Xin Miao met with a mishap and he was not able to take over the Xin family, causing him to go in a big circle. Now the Xin family was going against him, giving him a headache. Other than these, Xin Miao gave up on him and turned around to look for a better-looking person. This was practically slapping Fu Xiaoyi's face in front of everyone. Fu Xiaoyi was extremely angry and now that he heard Yi Mei's reminder, it poked at his sore spot. Chapter 1104. I originally thought that Rui Wang Fei was just a little luckier and had a better background, thus she could accidentally become a Qin Wang Fei and live an enviable life. Now it seems that she was smarter than I imagined. Perhaps she had long known that by staying by your Majesty's side, no matter if she was loyal or not, there would only be one ending, and that is to die a horrible death. Yimei said. Presumptuous. Fu Xiaoyi said. I have lost to your Majesty. Yimei said, not long ago your Majesty was still entangled with me in a loving relationship, but now you can personally make me into this state. Obviously know that one's appearance is precious to me, but make me suffer so much that I wish I was dead. But your Majesty, let me tell you that you are not any better than me. You push all the blame onto me. Do you think that you will have a good ending? Fu Xiaoyi's face was livid. Anyone who was cursed like this would not be happy. Not to mention that he already hated Yimei to the bones. For Yimei to anger him at this time, it made him even angrier. You will also not have a good ending. You are not their opponent. Shen Miao did not choose you in the beginning and chose Xie Jingxing, which also proved that in her eyes, you are not even 1% of Xie Jingxing. So you see, I have nothing now and am reduced to a prisoner, but your ending will not be better than mine. You will also be defeated. The 13 capitals of Yuzhou is just the beginning. After that, you will be utterly defeated. This Mingqi's rivers and mountains will eventually be destroyed in your hands. At that time, you will just be a ruler of a subjugated country. I wish you that the army will be defeated like a landslide, and your Fu family's dynasty will finally be in your hands, unable to rise again for 100 generations. Fu Xiaoyi coldly stared at her. Have you finished speaking? Zhen has already given you one last chance. Yimei gave a long sigh of relief and did not speak. Her heart was filled with resentment. She had never hated a person as much as she did today. Fu Xiaoyi had ruined her appearance and she knew that there was no hope for a comeback, so she might as well pour out all her anger and hatred on her deathbed. But after feeling carefree, she sobered up. She almost forgot what kind of person Fu Xiaoyi was, but it was already too late to regret now. Moreover, Fu Xiaoyi was never a person who would give people a chance to regret. Back then, Pei Lang did not make him lose anything, so he treated him like this. And because of Yimei, he lost the 13 capitals of Yuzhou. After hearing Yimei's curse, Fu Xiaoyi would definitely not let her die so easily. He said, since you care so much about your appearance, I will fulfill your wish. He said to the jailer next to him, chop off her limbs and make a beauty bowl. Set up a stage in the east of the city and let thousands of people enjoy it. The spy of the great Liang, since you are so good at singing and dancing, I will bestow upon you to be a plaything for people to entertain you. Have a good life. When he finished this sentence, he turned and strode away, ignoring the heart-wrenching cries that came from behind him. The beauty bowl was a plaything used by the nobles of the previous dynasty for entertainment. He chose beauties to keep in his house. Usually he would kneel in the corner of the house. If the owner wanted to spit or pour out the wasted tea, he would pinch the beauty's chin and let the beauty swallow it with her small mouth. It was a kind of living spittoon. This was treating people like animals or even worse than animals. Because it was too cruel, and the life of such beauties would not be long, the emperor of the previous dynasty ordered it to be abolished. Now Fu Xiaoyi wanted to take out this method that had been abolished again and used it on Yimei. And the beauty bowl that had its limbs chopped off was the lowest kind of the beauty bowl. It had lost its beauty and was only terrifying. The commoners were afraid of this strange thing and would definitely attack and abuse it. To Yimei, who valued her appearance more than her life, this was a more ruthless torture than killing her. To her, who wholeheartedly wanted to climb up, she was even lower than the commoners that she looked down on, and was not even human. Fu Xiaoyi indeed understood her very well. Chapter 1105. Therefore, when dealing with her, it was like hitting the snake where it hurt, hitting the bullseye. The once famous Mei Foreign, who was respected by everyone in the imperial palace, was gone just like that. Her appearance, abandonment and disappearance were all too fast, leaving behind only her stunning beauty and the reputation of being a spy of the great Liang. But Fu Xiaoyi? Yimei's curse continued to come true. Even though he pushed the blame to Yimei, the world still looked at him like he was a joke. He had a spy by his side, but even though he was an emperor, he failed to recognize her due to her beauty. In the end, the 13 capitals of Yuzhou were defeated because of her. The reputation of a fatuous ruler had gradually spread among the people. The commoners could not see the process, they only saw the results. Fu Xiaoyi became a complete joke, and what was even worse was that it was as what everyone had expected. Ever since the great Liang obtained the 13 capitals of Yuzhou, the more they fought, the more courageous they became and frequently won victories. Ming Qi retreated step by step and it was a tragic sight, as if the previous victory was just an illusion. The strength of the great Liang was so strong that it made one terrified. When it rains it pours. At this time the Qin country actually started to walk on the path of self-preservation and seemed to have the intention to admit defeat and surrender to the great Liang. The great Liang's spearhead was now aimed at the Ming Qi country and Fu Xiuyi was badly battered every day. It was terrible. The situation of a battle was ever-changing. After great Liang obtained the 13 capitals of Yuzhou, they used the 13 capitals of Yuzhou as a stronghold and started to counterattack. They did not choose to go against the Qin country but to take action against Ming Qi first. Sure enough, when the great Liang launched an attack on Ming Qi, the Qin country started to choose to protect themselves and even sent an envoy over to try to negotiate. They were willing to cede territory and pay compensation. The Qin kingdom was already weak in terms of military strength. After such a long period of war, the Qin kingdom's treasury was empty. The taxes were collected from the people, which caused the people's hearts to be in chaos. The state of Qin realized the severity of the situation. Compared to the destruction of the country, ceding land and paying reparations was nothing. It was obviously not a good thing for the Ming Qi that the Qin country chose to throw away their responsibilities at this time. But no matter how hard Fu Xiuyi tried, the state of Qin did not care. This naturally included Xie Jingxing's contribution. To paint a picture to the Qin country, to let the Qin emperor think that the great Liang did not have any extra energy to deal with the Qin country, and only wanted to take down Ming Qi. Xie Jingxing did it flawlessly. He wanted to destroy them one by one. He had perfected this tactic of sowing discord. The great Liang's army quickly fought their way to Ming Qi's Ding capital. Meanwhile, in the Weiyang Palace of Longye, Empress Xianda was letting the palace maids pour wine for the guests. This was a palace banquet, but there were no civil and military officials, no imperial concubines, only Xin Miao, Luo Tan, Emperor Yonglu and Empress Xianda. Empress Xianda said, "Let's just treat it as a family banquet. It can also be considered a celebration for Jing Chen from 1,000 li away." Once Xie Jingxing took over the Ding capital, the Ming Qi would truly be settled. Xie Jingxing naturally would not let go of the Qin country. To cut the grass, one must remove the roots. Once and for all was the best method. Without the support of Ming Qi, the Qin country was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Xie Jingxing had dragged the battle for so long, and now that he was exerting his strength, it was all for this moment. Before long, this long and cruel war would come to an end. At that time, the four seas would be at peace and the world would be at peace. Only then would everyone's wish be fulfilled. Youngest Biao sister, drink this. Luo Tan placed the plum juice in front of Xin Miao and looked at Xin Miao's lower abdomen. The imperial physician said that there will be childbirth in about another 2 months. One do not know if it is a little nephew or niece. Chapter 1106. Xin Miao's eyes drooped and her lips curled up. Very quiet, most likely a young lady. That may not be the case. Empress Xianda smiled. There are also boys who are quiet and young ladies who are mischievous. But when Jingxing returns and found out that he is a father, one do not know what kind of trouble he would cause. Xin Miao thought of the scene at that time and felt a headache. If Xie Jingxing knew that she had hidden it from him for so long, he would definitely throw a tantrum. But one would take one step at a time. Just as she was speaking, Emperor Yongli came in from outside. Xin Miao and Emperor Yongli did not meet much, and most likely Emperor Yongli did not like her as his attitude was not good every time he saw her. But recently, because of the child in her womb, he had eased up a lot. Perhaps it was because of Empress Xianda's persuasion that he would occasionally get some medicine to nourish the body and send it over. Luo Tan was somewhat afraid of Emperor Yonglu and immediately sat up. The four of them ate at the same table. Luo Tan was somewhat embarrassed. Xin Miao was still alright and Emperor Yonglu had a cold expression, but only Empress Xianda was the happiest. She said, "This time Jingxing can be considered to have done a great service. When he returns to the court, he must be properly rewarded. Bengong will look at it and give the Qinhuang Fei a title. Their residence of the Qinhuang does not lack anything and it is considered good to have a title." Emperor Yonglu paused and said, "And?" Empress Xianda even asked, "Do you think it is good?" Xin Miao, how could she answer this? If she said good, it was obvious that Emperor Yonglu was not happy. If she said not good, was this not slapping Empress Xianda's face in public? This emperor and empress were really interesting to give her such a difficult problem. Xin Miao smiled, Let's wait for His Highness to return before talking about this. Also, Empress Xianda nodded her head, perhaps he might have other ideas. She then looked at Luo Tan. This young lady Luo, when Gao Yang returns, Ben Gong will bestow a marriage with you? Luo Tan almost choked on the pastry in her mouth. If it was others, she would have said it back, but the other party was the Empress, so she could only look at Xin Miao pitifully. Xin Miao held back her laughter and said, Your ladyship, these are not urgent. It is better to wait for Gentleman Gao to return before discussing, in case Gentleman Gao has other ideas. When Luo Tan heard Xin Miao speaking up for her, she was relieved, but after listening to Xin Miao's words, she did not feel good. What kind of words were these? It was as if Gao Yang did not look up to her. She was a young lady that was as beautiful as a flower and the daughter of the Shaochun city's Luo family. Wrong, why was there a need to compare? She didn't have such intentions in the first place. Emperor Yonglu looked at Empress Xianda and said in a deep voice, Eat. Empress Xianda rebuked, It's a family banquet. Be more casual. Why are you being so serious? Ever since Xie Jingxing repeatedly sent news of victory, the officials in the court had all settled down and seemed to have seen clearly the young emperor's ambition and means. Even though the Xie family only had these two brothers, they were not easy to deal with. One was good at balancing the court and the commoners, while the other was good at expansion. Because of their reverence for the princess, the imperial court was much quieter. Even the memorials criticizing Emperor Yongla for not having an heir were few and far between. It was rare for Empress Xianda to have such peaceful days, and there were some subtle changes in her relationship with Emperor Yonglu. It seemed that the emperor and empress who treated each other with respect had gradually become a pair of ordinary husband and wife. Emperor Yonglu was an extremely principled person, and in the past, Empress Xianda would always follow the rules. In this period of time, Empress Xianda would occasionally do some willful actions, and Emperor Yonglu also indulged her. Even though he was not sick of it, it was still rare. Chapter 1107. It was said that bystanders were the clearest. Xin Miao felt that Emperor Yonglu had feelings for Empress Xianda. It seemed that everything was going in a good direction, and when Xie Jingxing returned, perhaps they would be able to continue to be this happy for a long time. Empress Xianda suddenly thought of something and said, Tomorrow we are going to dig the 2 jars of snow wine that I buried last year under the plum tree. It should be very fragrant after opening the jars. Your Majesty should come with me and bury this year's. Qin Wangfei and young lady Luo should also come along. After digging it out, we will go to Chuihu Pavilion in the evening to admire the lotus flowers and taste the snow wine. Luo Tan was greedy and naturally agreed happily. Xin Miao also nodded her head, but it was Emperor Yonglu who was somewhat helpless. Empress Xianda was only interested in brewing tea and wine, and when she was happy, she was like a child. But in the end he still nodded his head. Seeing this, Empress Xianda was very satisfied and continued to chat with Xin Miao while eating. The second day happened to be a bright sunny day. Summer came early in Longyi. Fortunately it was the coolest in the morning, so Xin Miao and Luo Tan left early. Xin Miao's body was heavy and could not accompany Empress Xianda to dig personally. Luo Tan was carefree and was afraid that she would break the stones when moving, so Empress Xianda and Tao Gugu were the ones who dug. Emperor Yonglu said, Get up, it is not good to injure your hand. In the past it was this Chia and Tao Gugu who dug it together. Beads of sweat appeared on Empress Xianda's forehead, but she still said with a smile, Snow wine, one must personally dig it out for it to be fragrant. In the future, if your Majesty has the heart, then you can personally bury it and dig it out, then you will know what it tastes like. As she spoke, she and Tao Gugu dug out the other jar. Monarch Yongla suddenly frowned. He paused and pressed his hand against his chest without batting an eyelid. Empress Xianda picked up one of the jars. That jar was small and cute, and it was not difficult to carry. She did not mind the dirt and was not afraid of the mud rubbing on her clothes as she raised it in front of Emperor Yonglu like she was presenting a treasure. She pulled out the cork of the wine jar and placed it under Emperor Yongli's nose and asked, Your Majesty, come and smell, is it fragrant? Very fragrant. Emperor Yonglu frowned. Empress Xianda looked at him. Does the emperor feel that it is not good? Otherwise why would he look like this? Could it be that he buried it badly? She was a little suspicious as she sniffed the aroma of the wine. Emperor Yonglu smiled faintly and was about to speak when he suddenly felt his vision go black. He staggered and fell to the ground. Emperor. Empress Xianda jumped in fright. The small jar of snow wine in her hand fell to the ground with a dong, and shattered. The wine mixed with the broken pieces and released a strong fragrance, bitter and lingering. Quick, call the imperial physician. Shen Miao quickly instructed, but an unknown premonition flashed across her heart. The veil was lowered. The head of the Gao family had finally arrived. This was Gao Yang's grandfather, Gao Zhan. The Gao family had been practicing medicine for generations and was quite famous in Longyi. Among the younger generation of the Gao family, Gao Yang's medical skills were the most outstanding. However, he didn't want to settle down in a corner and wanted to enter the imperial court. Seeing that he was stubborn, the Gao family's head simply expelled him from the Gao family. Empress Dowager Jing Xian initially felt pity for Gao Yang's talent and arranged for him to go to Mingqi. He simply became good friends with Xie Jingxing and assisted him by his side. In the beginning, Emperor Yongli's poison was personally discovered by Gao Zhan. If it was not for Gao Zhan's brilliant medical skills, Emperor Yonglu would not have lived for so many years. But the curse of being 35 years old had long passed, and those in the know thought that it was a miracle, but miracles were not that easy to create. Gao Zhan shook his head at Empress Xianda. Empress Xianda's tears fell in a moment. Chapter 1108. Luo Tan did not follow, but Shen Miao was present. Looking at Empress Xianda's tearful appearance, Shen Miao's heart was also very sour. Everyone knew what kind of friendship Empress Xianda had with Emperor Yonglu. And Emperor Yonglu was not a heartless emperor. These two people were introverted but affectionate. Once one was lost, it would be a fatal blow to the other. Teacher. Empress Xianda held back her sobs and said, "His Majesty. How much longer can he hold on?" Gao Zhan took a look inside, sighed deeply and said, "At most a month." How could it be? Shen Miao was surprised. His Majesty's illness was accumulated in the early years. In this 1 year, the poison had already invaded his internal organs and he was relying on his willpower to hold on. One think that His Majesty had suffered a lot of pain, but now he is like an arrow at the end of its flight. Gao Zhan said, "This old one has been with His Majesty's illness since young. His Majesty is a tenacious person and carries too many burdens. Even until now he is still holding on. If your ladyship has the heart, please advise His Majesty that it is too difficult to walk on and now he should not suffer too much." All his life he had been thinking of others, and sometimes he had to be selfish for once. He then bowed solemnly to Empress Xianda. "In these days, ask your ladyship to accompany His Majesty well." Gao Zhan left. Shen Miao wanted to console Empress Xianda but did not know how to start. When it came to pain, no amount of consolation from others would be of any use. The knife was not on one's body and one would not feel pain. People always thought that with a few light comforting words, everything would be resolved, but it was not like this. Empress Xianda forced a smile and said, "You go back first. Bengong. Bengong is very well." Shen Miao did not say anything and only told her to take good care of her body before retreating. Returning to the room, she could not help but caress her lower abdomen and opened a sachet on the table. The red bean looked clean and complete. There were so many life and death separations in this world. People who were still laughing a moment ago would fall the next moment. Heaven was too cruel and was not willing to give people good times and good luck. One could only rely on oneself. She would protect her lover and her loved ones. Empress Xianda sat in front of the bed. Emperor Yonglu was already awake. She lowered her head, deep in thought. Her side profile was beautiful and gentle. It was as if time had turned back and everything was as it was in the beginning. "Qingzhen," Emperor Yongla said. Empress Xianda came back to her senses. She looked at him and said, "Your Majesty is awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "No." Emperor Yongla shook his head. The two of them were silent for a while before Emperor Yongla spoke. "Qingzhen, we don't have much time left." Empress Xianda looked at him and didn't speak. He paused and then continued, "This winter, it seems I won't be able to accompany you to bury the snow brew. Although one jar has been broken, there is still another jar. If your Majesty does not mind, let's find a cool day and go to Emerald Lake Pavilion. This concubine is willing to drink with your Majesty." However, the prince consort and the others did not have a share. Chuihu Pavilion summer scenery is very good, and this year's lotuses are blooming very well. Empress Xianda acted as if she did not hear Emperor Yongli's words and continued to speak. "Qingzhen," Emperor Yongli cut her off, "we cannot accompany you any more." His face was pale and he was still as handsome as before. However, he did not have the dominance and coldness of an emperor. He was like a noble young master, but he was very thin, haggard, and very sad. Empress Xianda turned her head away. Emperor Yongli could not see her expression. He only heard her voice that seemed to be separated by a layer of mist. It was hazy, but it made people's hearts ache. She said, "Your Majesty is always very heartless. You are not willing to lie to this concubine, not even a single word. That's right, it is time to wake up from this beautiful dream." Chapter 1109. Emperor Yongle hesitated before saying, "Sorry? Your Majesty does not need to apologize to this Chia, and there is nothing to apologize to this Chia. This Chia is living my own life, and has nothing to do with your Majesty." Empress Xianda said, "Just now, Teacher Gao came over and told this Chia that your Majesty has been struggling for the past year. This Chia wants to ask, why is your Majesty like this? What's the point of enduring the pain so painstakingly?" For Great Liang. Emperor Yongle said, "Zhen wants to see Xie Yuan conquer the country and protect Great Liang. Zhen wants to see the peace of the world. Zhen hopes to help Empress Mother complete her wish in this lifetime, but Zhen does not have much time and might not be able to wait for that day." Empress Xianda was silent for a long time before replying, "So, this chair understands." Qingzhen. Emperor Yongle said, You make plans for yourself. What does your Majesty want this chair to do?" Empress Xianda suddenly turned around, her eyes glistening with tears. She said, "You want this chair to hide my identity and live the life of a normal person? Or live the rest of my life in this palace in luxury? Or find a good husband to remarry?" With each sentence she said, the pain in Emperor Yongle's eyes grew. He grabbed the blanket under his hand without batting an eyelid and said faintly, "As long as you are happy." Empress Xianda suddenly turned her head away. Emperor Yongle could see a large tear falling on the back of her hand. When she spoke again, her voice was calm. She said, "This chair understands. Many thanks to your Majesty for considering so much for this chair. This chair will do this. Your Majesty should think about how to write the succession decree. Some things need to be planned early." She stood up and said, "This chair has other matters and will leave first. Your Majesty, rest well, and remember to drink a pot of wine with this chair at Chuihu Pavilion." She left. Empress Xianda rarely got angry, especially in these days. Emperor Yongle had a good relationship with her, and had a warm smile every day. But even the softest water would have a temper. When it was angry, it would be like a block of ice, so stubborn that it made people angry. But he could not bear to be angry. After Empress Xianda left, Emperor Yongle coughed violently. He felt the handkerchief under his pillow and wiped his mouth. Eunuch Deng, who was standing at the side, hurriedly served hot water and said, "Your Majesty, be careful." Eunuch Deng, Emperor Yongle frowned, "Did I do something wrong?" His face showed a rare youthful confusion, causing Eunuch Deng to feel a lump in his throat. Eunuch Deng had served Emperor Yongle for many years and had watched him grow up. Emperor Yongle's current appearance reminded him of the time when Emperor Yongle was poisoned by Emperor Xiaowu's favorite concubine. Empress Xiao hugged Emperor Yongle and cried bitterly when she learned from the master of the Gao family that he would not live past the age of 35. At that time, the still young Emperor Yongle comforted Empress Xiao helplessly. He asked Eunuch Deng in confusion, "Eunuch Deng, is my poison very serious?" The young man grew from a gentle and elegant prince to an unfathomable emperor. But there would still be a day when he would ask the people around him in confusion, "Did I do wrong?" Before Eunuch Deng could speak, Emperor Yongle sighed and said, "I am so envious of Xie Yuan. Even though it is very difficult for Xie Yuan and Zhen, that kid's luck is better than Zhen's. Zhen can live on." He did not continue. There were many things in the world that ended because of an if. Because there was no if. In 10 days' time, Xie Jingxing took over the Ding capital. The emperor of Mingqi, Fu Xiuyi, was shot to death by the chaotic army. Chapter 1110. Speaking of it, it was really funny that Fu Xiuyi became the ruler of a subjugated country. He originally said in high spirits that he would live and die together with Mingqi and would definitely fight with the soldiers until the last moment. As long as the Ding capital was not destroyed, he would still be the emperor of Mingqi and would not surrender to anyone. But at the last moment, one did not know why he changed his mind and wanted to secretly leave. Perhaps he had the idea of making a comeback one day. However, Fu Xiuyi had calculated everything but did not calculate the human heart. Those advisors of his were able to see the situation of Mingqi earlier than him. When the advisors knew that Fu Xiuyi made a fake decision to perish together with the enemy but he himself wanted to escape, they suddenly flew into a rage. Speaking of which, Fu Xiaoyi was also caught in a cocoon of his own making. His group of advisors were initially roped in by him using gold and silver or using beauties. As the saying goes, a hero does not ask about one's background. Fu Xiaoyi thought that he was a person who cherished talents and did not look at the other party's identity, thus there were all sorts of people in his advisors. There were robbers, bandits and even evil people who killed without blinking an eye. These people did not have any good or evil distinction and followed Fu Xiaoyi because he was able to provide them with the treasures and women that they wanted so that they could start a great undertaking. Now that the great undertaking had been destroyed, how could Fu Xiaoyi still want to run away? Those advisors who were the most courageous and had the most ferocious would think of ways to tie Fu Xiaoyi up on the city walls and personally took a bow and arrow to shoot Fu Xiaoyi to death. Finally they chopped off Fu Xiaoyi's head to claim credit from Xie Jingxing and hoped that he would surrender. Fu Xiaoyi had traversed unhindered for a lifetime and did not think that he would end up like this. Since he was not like a monarch who would perish together with the country, at least he could maintain his integrity. He was also not able to preserve his life and planned to stage a comeback in the second half of his life. Instead he was like a prisoner that was shot to death in front of the Ding capital's commoners by the people that he had spent a lot of money to win over, and even became a token to claim credit from the enemy. The last thing he saw in a daze was a young man sitting on a tall horse at the foot of the city gate tower in front of thousands of soldiers. He held the reins in his hand and looked over lazily. He was as cynical as ever and his eyes were clearly filled with contempt. But before he could think about it he couldn't see anything. His great cause, his plans and ambitions, all came to a screeching halt at this moment. He still could not understand. He had clearly become the emperor. He had clearly planned for this entire life. In the end, how could he be defeated by an enemy that he had wanted to eradicate from the very beginning? Perhaps God was unfair or perhaps he was unlucky. That's why he lost. Downstairs, Xie Jingxing made a tisk sound and said, Fu Xiaoyi really has the ability to scatter people's hearts to this extent. People's hearts won't last long if they are tempted by money. Gao Yang smiled. Let's go. Let's go to the city. Oh yes. Jiu Shu said, Princess Rong Xian and the Su family's people have been rescued. Now, Xie Jingxing's expression did not change, protect them. As for the rest, let them be. When Xin Miao received the news, she was in a daze for a long time. She did not expect that the enemy of the past lifetime would be solved so cleanly and neatly. But she also felt that everything seemed to be as it should be. Fu Xiaoyi had reaped what he sowed early and there would be a day when there would be a harvest. Mei Foran had plotted with a tiger for its skin and would eventually be bitten by the tiger. They were always making use of each other all the time, using money and beauties to exchange for what they wanted. This kind of people's hearts seemed to be omnipotent on the surface but ultimately would not last long. That was why Fu Xiaoyi would be betrayed by his own aides and that was why Mei Foran would die in the hands of the man who pampered her to the heavens in the past lifetime. Chapter 11:11. Xin Miao thought that after knowing the ending of these two people, she would definitely be happy but at this moment, there was not much feeling in her heart. It was as if she had only done what she should do and did not take revenge as her responsibility for the rest of her life. Because she looked at her lower abdomen. She still had more important things in the present. Trapped in the shackles of hatred, the one who could not walk out was herself. But Xie Jingxing and this child finally let her walk out from that long nightmare. The longer one lived alone, the calmer one's heart would be. She had finally done the last thing that she could do for Fu Ming and Wan Yu. She wanted to live well in her current life. Luo Tan was looking at the flowers outside and said, "The lotus flowers are really good. Biao youngest sister, let us go for a walk later." Xin Miao nodded her head. The lotus flowers were very good and Empress Xinda loved to look at lotus flowers. Emperor Yongli's health was also getting worse by the day. The Edict of Succession had already been privately discussed with Emperor Yongli's trusted ministers. Emperor Yongle did not hide his illness from them and the few ministers had already secretly arranged everything. If there was really a day when Emperor Yongle did not wake up, everything would take its course and the Edict of Succession would be announced to the world. When Xie Jingxing returned to the court, what would be waiting for him would be the responsibility of the entire Great Liang. Naturally Emperor Yongli's illness was also hidden from Xie Jingxing. These things were like heavy shackles and those who knew would not be happy. This was also Emperor Yongli's own choice. And at this time, Empress Xinda was the calmest. She still brewed tea, read books, played chess and wrote every day. She chatted with Emperor Yonglu about daily life and occasionally teased Xin Miao. If one ignored Emperor Yongli's increasingly pale face, perhaps everything looked no different from before. In the Weiyang Palace, Empress Xinda looked outside and said, "It just rained today, and when night falls it will definitely be very cool. This concubine cannot bear to drink that small jar of snow wine. Let's do it tonight. How about your majesty accompany this concubine to drink it?" Emperor Yonglu sat on the chair and glanced at Empress Xinda before laughing. "One jar. Do you want to get drunk?" But his words were very gentle. If one could get drunk and not wake up, who wouldn't want to? Empress Xinda muttered to herself. She then said, "One jar of wine isn't enough to make one drunk. This concubine's alcohol tolerance is very good. When I was young, I often stole wine with my older brother in the mansion to drink." When Emperor Yongla heard this, he showed a rare look of interest and said, "This doesn't seem like something you would do." "This is nothing." When Empress Xinda said this, there was some pride in her voice. "Drinking with my brothers I have never lost." At that time, his father even boasted that he would definitely find an aged wine that could make his concubine drunk with just one sip. He searched for a long time but to no avail. Later, when I entered the palace, I didn't dare to drink too much, so I didn't drink anymore. One moment it's tea, the next moment it's wine. Emperor Yonglu sighed, "Your preferences are very far apart. Drinking tea clears one's mind. Drinking alcohol is indulgence." Empress Xinda smiled. "So tonight, your majesty, don't put on airs and indulge for once." The snow wine was personally brewed by this concubine. Although it can't compare to bejeweled nectar, it can still be compared to moon breeze. "All right." Emperor Yonglu said, "I will accompany you for this one time." In the late summer, the night breeze blew gently. The lake was 10 li green, the wind lotuses were slender and elegant. As the breeze blew, green ripples appeared. Yes, summer was long, and even at the end of the 8th month, there was no chill. In the small pavilion in the middle of the lake, there was a small jar of wine, a few pastries and 2 wine bowls on the table. Emperor Yonglu looked at the round wine bowl in front of him and raised his eyebrows. "Use this?" When he made this action that Xie Jingxing loved to do, it was very similar to Xie Jingxing. Chapter 11-12. If you drink it in small sips, you won't be able to taste the snow brew. Empress Xinda smiled and said, "Only when you drink it in big mouthfuls like this will it be sweet and refreshing." "You usually drink like this?" Emperor Yonglu frowned. "Nonsense. This Jie drinks alone and no one sees. Why do you care so much?" Empress Xinda was unconcerned. She raised a small wine jar and poured wine for Emperor Yonglu. Emperor Yonglu wanted to say something but stopped. He looked deeply at Empress Xinda and was silent. Empress Xinda brewed snow brew every year, but this was the first time Emperor Yonglu drank with her. For so many years she brewed tea alone and brewed wine alone. Flowers bloomed and wilted, and she lived freely in the palace. She did a good job as empress, but people almost forgot that she was just a woman and would be lonely. Most of the time, she could only taste loneliness alone, as though the wine was slightly bitter. Tao Gugu and Deng Gonggong stood far away, as though they wanted to leave this rare moment for Emperor and Empress. Empress Xinda passed the wine bowl to Emperor Yonglu and smiled. "Every time Jingxing comes to the palace banquets, he likes to drink with this bowl. This Jie sees that your majesty seems to be very envious. This Jie does not need to care so much tonight. With only this Jie here, this Jie will not laugh at your majesty's lack of etiquette." What a joke. What is there to be envious of? After Emperor Yongla finished speaking, he picked up the wine bowl and looked at it in a picky manner. However, he still took a sip from the edge of the bowl. Empress Xinda saw this and couldn't help but laugh. She said, "What is your majesty doing? You should learn from this Jie." She picked up the wine bowl and drank with her head raised. Even though it was just a simple action, it was still very elegant and pleasing to the eye when she did it. Emperor Yongla coughed lightly. "Nonsense." But his gaze followed Empress Xinda and was very gentle. Empress Xinda poured another bowl for herself and said with a smile, "When I was little, I followed my father to read history books. I was very envious of those great heroes who were down and out in the world. They were handsome and heroic, eating meat and drinking wine in big mouthfuls. They were at the edge of the world. I felt that this kind of life was not a waste to live in this world. I thought that in the future I would definitely marry such a great hero. I would make tea for him in the day and drink with him in the night." As she said this, her eyes shone brightly. It was as if she had returned to the time when she was a young girl, asking for wine from her elder brother. "What happened next?" Emperor Yonglu asked. "Later on, this concubine married the emperor. The emperor refused to eat meat and drink wine in large mouthfuls. He really couldn't be considered to be unrestrained, nor was he coarse. On the contrary, he was very cold. This concubine regretted it. Emperor Yongle narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. Her cheeks gradually turned red. He didn't know if she was drunk or not. Emperor Yongle thought that she was definitely drunk. When Empress Shinda was sober, she would not say such childish words to criticize him. He said, "Didn't you say you could hold your liquor well? Why are you acting like a drunkard in front of me?" "I'm not drunk." Empress Shinda said, "I do want to get drunk, but after so many years, I have no choice but to stay sober." Emperor Yongle couldn't smile anymore. It was really this concubine's bad luck to be married to the emperor. Everything was fine, but I had to share my husband with countless women. Even those big families have concubines, the main wife at least has a child. This concubine doesn't even have a child of her own. This marriage isn't good. Empress Shinda smiled and said, "That's why this concubine is very envious of the Qinhuang Fei. The Qinhuang Fei doesn't have an easy life and has many things to worry about. But she is luckier than this concubine. She still has a choice. Jing Xing treats her very well. Jing Xing isn't as cruel as the emperor." Chapter 11-13. Emperor Yongle was silent for a long time, so long that he could hear the frogs croaking in the pond and the cicadas chirping on the willow trees. He said, "You also have a choice, Qingzhen." Qinxia did not have a choice from the start. Empress Shinda interrupted him, "Qinxia's heart is all on your majesty, how can I have the time to make other choices?" Emperor Yongle was stunned. Empress Shinda had already raised her wine bowl and drank the second bowl of wine. "When your majesty sees Qinxia, is there any difference?" Empress Shinda looked at him, "Do you also feel that Qinxia's choice in this life is something that I have to do?" "Yes." Emperor Yongle paused before saying, "You are very good. You are the best empress of Great Liang. No one can do better than you. Back then, Imperial Mother liked you a lot and I also liked you a lot. You are intelligent, generous, and the entire inner palace was organized well by you. It was not wrong for me to choose you." Empress Shinda laughed, and as she laughed she almost burst into tears. She said, "As expected, the choice that your majesty had to make is actually Empress Shinda, and not Qingzhen. Qinxia understands." She looked at the moon in the sky, and there seemed to be sparkles at the corner of her eyes. When she turned her head, she was back to her usual gentle and calm self. She said, "Qinxia has considered the things that your majesty told Qinxia before. I feel that your majesty is right. After all, it is my own life and I have to live it." Emperor Yongle stared at her and felt his throat was dry. After a moment he managed to ask, "Did I find it?" "Not yet." Empress Shinda smiled slightly, "But there is no rush for these things. When that day comes, let nature take its course." Emperor Yongle was speechless. Empress Shinda raised her bowl and said, "This bowl of snow wine, Qinxia will toast your majesty. After being husband and wife for so many years, it is fate from the previous life, no matter if it is good fate or bad fate. But in these years, while Qinxia's life is not very good, it is not bad. Many thanks, your majesty." Emperor Yongle also raised his wine bowl. However, if one looked closely, one could see that his fingers were trembling slightly, as if he was unable to hold it firmly. However, he hid it very well. He immediately covered it up with his sleeve and drank all the wine in the bowl. After drinking a big bowl in one go, it was no longer sweet and mellow. From his throat to his internal organs, he felt a burning pain in his heart, making him feel that the bitterness was comparable to life. He saw Empress Shinda stand up and say to him with a smile, "Actually, this jar of wine looks like a lot, but it was emptied after drinking a few bowls with Emperor. It was a waste of such a beautiful night, but it didn't matter, the future was long. This concubine had a good time drinking with His Majesty today, so this concubine will first go out for a stroll. Your Majesty should also rest. It's late at night and the dew is heavy. Be careful not to catch a cold." She left in a brisk manner. Thinking back to what she had said just now, it was clear that she was bidding farewell to something. Now that the words of farewell were finished, the wine of farewell was finished. What was left was just like now, to leave his world step by step and never return. Emperor Yongle turned to look at Empress Shinda's departing back. Her figure disappeared into the long corridor. She didn't even turn her head back, her steps were especially firm. His heart suddenly ached, and an indescribable pain slowly spread from the bottom of his heart to his limbs. His heart was beating very fast, almost as if it was convulsing. He could not breathe and he could not speak a complete sentence. He suddenly fell down from his throne. Eunuch Deng was waiting at the side and jumped in fright when he saw the scene. He hurried over. He helped Emperor Yonglu up, but saw the other's face was terrifyingly pale, his lips trembling. His heart shook and he immediately called for the Tai and the guards to send Emperor Yonglu back to Yangxan Hall. Chapter 11:14. Empress Xianda walked in the night. As the wind blew, the wine she drank seemed to be forced to spill out. The temporary dizziness disappeared in an instant, and she became awake again. She held onto the railing by the pond and sighed tiredly. She knew that the words she said today were in a fit of pique. But she was extremely afraid of how long Emperor Yongla had left to live. She wanted to avoid that result. She didn't want to see, she didn't want to hear, she stubbornly blocked her ears. But Emperor Yongla always brought it up and made her face things she didn't want to face. Even dirt had some of its nature, let alone a person. Aunt Tao said, "Nyang Nyang, it's cold outside, let's go back first." Empress Xianda shook her head. She wore a string of prayer beads on her wrist. She had gotten them for Emperor Yongla in the temple. Every night, she would recite the prayer beads and copy scriptures, praying that the heavens would pity the people and let a miracle happen. Each of the prayer beads had been polished until they were smooth. It was clear that Empress Xianda had worn them for many years. She looked at the moon in the sky. The moon was very round. Not long after this battle it would be a year. The moon was full and waning in a year. Everything had a good ending. She was about to receive her merit, but she just couldn't control herself and did some things that were out of control. She felt a bit disgusted with herself. She turned her head and wanted to walk forward. Suddenly he heard a crackling sound. He looked down and saw that the string of Buddhist beads in his hand had broken. The Buddhist beads scattered from the broken string and fell to the ground, making a crisp sound as they hit the ground. Why did the prayer beads break for no reason? Aunt Tao. Empress Xianda murmured. A wave of uneasiness suddenly rose in her heart. It was as if someone had grabbed her heart and she couldn't breathe for a moment. Nyang Yang. Aunt Tao jumped in fright and quickly came to support her. Empress Xianda waved her hand and squatted down in a panic. She said, "Quick, help me pick it up." As soon as Aunt Tao squatted down, she saw the little eunuch who had been following Eunuch Deng running over in a hurry. He said with a panicked expression, "Your Highness, His Majesty is not well. Please go and take a look." Empress Xianda had just picked up a prayer bead that had fallen. Hearing this, her hand couldn't help but let go. The prayer bead spun on the ground and fell into the pond. It didn't even make a splash on the surface of the water. With a pop, it sank into the water and disappeared. In Yangxin Palace Hall, the eunuchs and palace maids outside were all kneeling on the ground. Eunuch Deng stood in the corner of the room with his head bowed. He looked very sad. When Empress Xianda entered, Gao Zhan had just come out. Seeing her, he shook his head. Empress Xianda staggered. Fortunately, she was holding on to Tao Gugu's hand so she didn't fall. After a while she said, "All of you can leave." Emperor Yongla waved his hand as well. Everyone in the room retreated. Empress Xianda stepped forward. She walked very slowly as if she was resisting an ending that she didn't want to believe. But she had to go forward. When she walked in, she half knelt in front of the bed and looked at the person on the bed. Emperor Yongla also looked at her. After a while he smiled and said, "That's good. Before I leave I finally drank the snow wine you brewed." Xingji. Empress Xianda looked at him with tears in her eyes. She said, "Xingji, Emperor Yongla's character, not your majesty." That was when she was still a young girl. Empress Xiao liked her and said Xieqi's character to her. Empress Xianda liked Xieqi's character and felt that this person was very upright. Chapter 11:15. Even though in the long years he had caused her irreparable harm, but Empress Xianda's heart still could not leave him. Was life fated to have such a fate? This fate did not come perfectly, it could even be called a predestined fate. When this predestined fate was about to end, she stubbornly refused to let go. Like a moth flying into a flame, until the last moment she would never let go. "Qingzhen, I cannot accompany you anymore." Emperor Yonglu said apologetically, "When you married me, I thought you would be protected. In reality, after so many years, you have not received anything." He spoke very slowly. After every sentence he had to rest for a while. It seemed to be very tiring. Empress Xianda said, "Don't say any more." The two of them, ever since they became empresses, one called himself Zhen, and the other, Qin Xia. Only when their lives were about to reach the end, when they would not be able to meet again, did they use "you and I" to address each other as if they were a normal couple. He said, "Go live your own life. You are so good, you will definitely be happy in the future. Marry someone else, don't choose a selfish husband like me. Find someone who loves you." Empress Xianda sobbed. She suddenly felt her hand being grabbed. She saw Emperor Yongli's bright eyes staring at her. He gritted his teeth and said, "But I am not willing. I do not want. I am very selfish. You are my woman, I do not want you to marry someone else." Empress Xianda stilled. "This year I have worked hard to live, hoping to live a few more days. Actually, it is not because I want to see Xie Yuan rule the world. The dust has settled, there is nothing I cannot let go of, I am just reluctant." He struggled to breathe. "I am reluctant to part with you. Even if I have to be husband and wife with you for half a day, one more moment is good. When I first saw you and you were summoned to the palace, it was not Mother's idea. It was me from the start. I told Mother that I thought you were good. After so many years you thought I was satisfied with Empress Xianda? Actually, it was not. I said anyone could be the Empress as long as they could do it well. Actually, it was not like that. It was you from the start. Those words were all lies." Empress Xianda covered her mouth and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Emperor Yongli's face turned even paler. His voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. He said, "It is a pity that my fate is not good and I have implicated you for life." He reached out as if wanting to help Empress Xianda wipe away the tears on her face. But halfway through the action, his hand drooped down powerlessly. His eyes closed. Empress Xianda covered her mouth, burying herself in the bedding and crying bitterly. She cried her heart out, but no one outside could hear her. She buried her voice in the thick bedding, wishing that she could bury herself in it as well. From now on she would not hear, see, blame or think. The incense in the copper stove rose in spirals and dispersed in the air. There were only suppressed sobs in the room. The moon outside the window was bright and gentle, so full that it didn't seem real. A moment later, Empress Xianda stood up. She gently tucked the blanket over Emperor Yonglu and kissed his lips. She tidied her hair in front of the mirror, wiped away her tears and slowly opened the door. A room full of eunuchs and palace maids were kneeling outside. Eunuch Deng bowed and came forward. Empress Xianda said calmly, "His Majesty has passed away." Eunuch Deng was startled and then knelt down solemnly. He placed the horsetail whisk in front of him and kowtowed a few times. When the eunuchs and palace maids outside saw this, they also knelt down and kowtowed. Their voices were sorrowful and resounded in the 9 palaces. Chapter 11:16. His Majesty has passed away. Shen Miao looked towards Empress Xianda. Empress Xianda was wearing a plain white silk dress and her expression was still gentle and calm, as if nothing could shake the calmness in her heart. After a short period of chaos in the court, it finally calmed down. Before Emperor Yonglu died, he had arranged everything, including the edict of succession and the possible turmoil in the court. Even though there were people who were ready to move, the troops that Emperor Yonglu arranged were not just for show. Moreover, Xie Jingxing had sent news of victory and everyone knew that Emperor Yonglu had no sons and the throne was passed down to his only blood-related brother. This was a fact that had long been decided. It was not that there were no doubts, but the doubts would eventually fade away. Xie Jingxing's performance of bravery and Emperor Yongli's thorough arrangements made the court impregnable, and at this time, there was no chaos. Perhaps they knew that once Prince Rui returned, he would not only bring back victory but also the territories of Mingqi and Qin. This chaotic world would be completely unified and the throne would not be that important. It was better to be well-behaved and wait for the new emperor to return in triumph and ascend the throne, then they would be able to get a share of the credit. There were only benefits in the previous court, but what about the inner palace? The females in the inner palace lost the monarch that they relied on to survive and naturally were at a loss. Some were seeking death, but most of them were planning for the rest of their lives. Among the concubines in Emperor Yongli's inner palace, most of them were the daughters of the court officials and there were almost none that he took the initiative to bring in. Moreover, Emperor Yonglu was born cold and other than doting on Lu Jing, he did not have any lust for females. Thus there was no lingering love between him and those concubines. After Emperor Yonglu passed away, these women took the initiative to ask their families for help, hoping to find a better way out for the rest of their lives. Empress Xianda calmly handled everything and held a national funeral before entering the imperial tomb. There was no request for anyone to be buried with him, and Emperor Yonglu had instructed Deng Gonggong about his funeral matters and everything was done according to his wishes. Shen Miao came to visit Empress Xianda at night. Ever since Emperor Yonglu entered the imperial tomb, she was exceptionally calm. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival and the full moon was in the sky, but she was in the Weiyang Palace listening to the servant playing the zither. Shen Miao let the palace maid who was playing the zither leave. Empress Xianda then saw her and seemed to be extremely tired. She smiled again and said, "You have come. The weather is getting cold and your ladyship needs to wear more clothes. If one wants to listen to the zither, then heat up the small stove to prevent one from catching a cold," Shen Miao said. Empress Xianda smiled disapprovingly. She pointed at the mooncakes on the table and said, "The imperial kitchen made them. Ben Gong had wanted to have someone deliver them to you, but then I thought that they had already been delivered, so I didn't bother." Shen Miao smiled, "Your ladyship should also eat some." Empress Xianda waved her hand. "I have no appetite." The edict for the succession of the throne had been passed down, and when Xie Jingxing returned to Longyi, he would ascend the throne, and at that time Shen Miao would be the empress. Speaking of which, it was not appropriate to address Empress Xianda like this. However, the two of them didn't care. "These days this consort has been thinking about the past. Originally, I thought that your majesty had passed away. This was a fact that this consort had known for a long time and that this consort would slowly get used to it. But as time passed, he felt more and more uncomfortable. Every day one would feel that one's heart was empty, as if something was missing. Qin Wangfei, after Jingxing left, are you also like this?" Shen Miao was surprised for a moment. Was it longing? Naturally there was. Normally one would feel that it was nothing special to be in front of one's eyes every day, but when one really separated, one would then be shocked to realize what one had lost. When one separated, one would be able to understand many of one's feelings. But Shen Miao subconsciously touched her lower abdomen. Most likely it was because there was a little fellow in her abdomen that these long and torturous days were not so boring. Chapter 11:17. Most likely you and Ben Gong are different. Empress Xianda did not wait for Shen Miao to reply and continued, "In the past His Majesty did not know who you are and inquired about your matters. Ben Gong listened and knew that you are a person with ideas. You dealt with the imperial family of Ming-Chi and protect the Shen family. From the beginning you most likely had your own ideas. As for meeting Jingxing and marrying him, it was all coincidental and let nature take its course. If you did not meet Jingxing, you can also live your own life because your initial goal was not to become someone's wife. But Ben Gong is different." She looked at the ruby on her long armor and said, "Ben Gong's family is rich and stable, and there is no spearhead in the disputes with the court and was born without worries. When Ben Gong met the emperor, Ben Gong felt that the most important thing in life was to become his wife and accompany him for a lifetime." She propped her head on her elbow and spoke slowly, as if she was going to fall asleep in the next moment, but she was still talking. Perhaps it was because Ben Gong's first half of life was too worry-free that one did not know that becoming a person's wife was such a difficult matter. Shen Miao did not speak. Empress Xianda was too bitter. These days she did not speak anything, but Shen Miao understood that kind of feeling. This was because talking wouldn't change anything. But sometimes, it was good to be able to say it. Now that Empress Xianda was willing to speak it out, at least it was better than keeping it in her heart. After the emperor left, Ben Gong did not know what to do. The females in the inner palace were also dismissed. This palace was originally noisy and annoying, but now it was deserted, making one feel strangely lonely. Ben Gong thought that it would be better if one did not meet the emperor in the beginning. One would rather be like you, to fight against the imperial family and protect the Shen family carefully. It would be better than this destined sad ending. Her words were too sad and too desperate. Shen Miao comforted her, this official's wife is also the same. In fact, no one's entire life is always peaceful and smooth. Ever since this official's wife was born, other than the concern of parents and older brothers, there was not a moment when the heavens bestowed a good life. This official's wife never dared to hope for these, so one can only believe in oneself for everything. Meeting your highness is this official's wife's good fortune, but if not for your highness, this official's wife's path would have been even more difficult. Pausing, she continued, it is the same for the empress. Even if the emperor leaves first, the empress should think of herself and live for herself. No matter how hard the road is, keep walking. This is what the emperor wants to see. Empress Xianda was silent for a long time, so long that Shen Miao thought that she did not hear her words at all before she heard her say, Qin Wangfei, thank you. I understand what you're saying. It's just that this is too difficult, too difficult. That night, Shen Miao and Empress Xianda sat for a long time. They didn't say much, but it felt like they had said a lot. After Shen Miao left, Empress Xianda sat alone in the palace for a long time. Empress Xianda didn't get up until Tao Gugu came to urge her to go to bed and rest. Aunt Tao didn't leave until she saw her freshen up and go to bed. After closing the door, the person on the bed sat up again. She lit the lamp and rummaged through the cabinets to find clothes. It was not the Empress court robes, but a moon-white plain dress. She loved such simple and refreshing colors, but after becoming the Empress she could no longer wear such styles. If it was not exquisite and grand, she would not be able to suppress the other concubines. She looked calm and composed, but in fact she was an introverted young lady who did not like to speak. She wore a simple dress and sat in front of the mirror. Lightly brushing her eyebrows and lightly applying rouge, she looked extremely pretty. Chapter 11:18. She took out a pen and paper from the drawer and started to write a letter. Forget it, she put the letter into an envelope. Finally, Empress Xianda took out an exquisite jade box from the bottom of the cabinet. That box was covered with a faint layer of dust. From the moment she married Emperor Yonglu, she knew of his illness. To marry a man who did not know when he would die, it required a lot of courage. But she was the bravest young lady in the imperial censor's residence and most yearned to be a hero. Emperor Yonglu was not considered a hero as he played politics and won over the hearts of the people and was not upright. But Empress Xianda still felt that he was still her hero. In the beginning and in the end, there was a slender bottle in that jade box. She took it out and held it in her palm. On the day she married Emperor Yonglu, Empress Xianda prepared this bottle for herself. She looked at herself in the mirror and said, "Qing Zhen, the people of Jianghu are heroic, righteous and daring to love and hate. Even though you are in an official's family, you yearn for Jianghu. If there is a day that he unfortunately leaves, you must follow in the Yellow Springs. This is your decision." For so many years, every year, Empress Xianda would take out that bottle to take a look and was glad that the bottle was not used. Every year she stole it from the heavens and it was an exceptionally happy time. Now it was finally the time to take it out. She was very timid, so timid that after Xie left she did not have the courage to live the remaining days. She was also very bold, so bold that she knew from the beginning that she would have such an ending but still resolutely went forward. "Xingji, I am here to see you," she said softly and drank the contents of the bottle in one gulp. The moon gradually rose from the clouds and hung high above the willow tree branches, as if it was smiling at the joys and sorrows of the world. It was so perfect that one wanted to cry. Shen Miao's rest that night was very uncomfortable. Her dreams were always exceptionally noisy and she wanted to hear clearly what was going on, but she could not understand. Only when Jingzhe woke her up, Shen Miao looked at the bright sky outside and got up. When she touched her forehead, it was cold sweat and a trace of uneasiness flashed across her heart. Luo Tan ran in from outside. Her eyes were red as she looked at Shen Miao and said softly, "The Empress has passed away." Shen Miao took the handkerchief from Jingzhe's hands and it fell to the ground with a pa sound. In less than a month, Emperor Yonglu and Empress Xianda passed away. The world mourned. When Emperor Yonglu passed away, Empress Xianda sacrificed herself for him. Those imperial concubines who used to fight with each other in the palace also rushed over when they heard the news. When Empress Xianda was the Empress, she was kind and generous. In addition, Emperor Yonglu wasn't close to her, so these favored concubines didn't have any thoughts about Empress Xianda. There were even people who sighed when they learned of this. Empress Xianda's father appeared very calm from beginning to end. Perhaps he had already predicted that Empress Xianda would make this decision. Although he was sad, he did not find it unacceptable. Shen Miao followed the etiquette of the Empress' grave and brought Empress Xianda and Emperor Yonglu together into the Emperor's tomb. At this point, this group of wise rulers and virtuous empresses could only forever remain in the history books of the Great Liang. What followed was a lot of things. Emperor Yonglu had passed away and there was still Empress Xianda. Empress Xianda had passed away, so who would be in charge of the court? Even though Emperor Yonglu had left the Edict of Succession, but Xie Jingxing had not ascended the throne yet. Speaking of which, it was not possible to call Shen Miao as the Empress. But Emperor Yonglu did not have any other siblings and the only blood relation was Xie Jingxing. Chapter 11:19. No imperial court was completely stable, especially when there was no leader. The court that had started to calm down started to stir again. There were always some restless officials who would try to do something. They had ambition but no guts, but they were not willing to let go of this opportunity. Shen Miao asked Deng Gonggong, "Is the previous court quarreling very badly now?" Deng Gonggong said, "Exactly. Currently the previous court wants to elect a person to temporarily supervise the court and wait for His Highness Prince of First Rank to return to Longyi before making further plans." Presumptuous. Shen Miao's lips twitched. Really want to steal the country? Deng Gonggong kept quiet. He did not know why, but he always felt that this young Prince Rui's consort had an indescribable temperament. This temperament was very similar to the original Empress Xianda, but it was even sharper than Empress Xianda. Usually she looked gentle and easy to talk to and would not delve deeply into anything, but once her face turned cold, it would make others feel intimidated. It was very similar to Prince Rui Xieyuan's feeling. But before Emperor Yongle left, he had instructed Deng Gonggong to wait for Xie Jingxing to return and assist him. Deng Gonggong had lived in the palace of Longyi since young and could help with many things. Now that Xie Jingxing had not returned, Deng Gonggong naturally could not be careless with Shen Miao's instructions. "Deng Gonggong, tidy up. I will go to the previous court," she said. Deng Gonggong was surprised for a moment. For him, the court is in chaos, and at this critical juncture, if bad news were to spread, it would be inevitable that the people of Longyi would panic and chaos would cause trouble. It is better for me to be the bad guy first, and it does not matter what others think. One must first pacify the restless hearts of the people. But Deng Gonggong looked at Shen Miao's lower abdomen and said, "You are still pregnant. It is because of this child that the previous court can be kept in check." Shen Miao smiled gently. With the blood of the imperial family, even if they want to do anything, they would have to worry about their reputation. Even though I am a Ming-Chi person and they would definitely make an issue out of this, but the child in my stomach has the blood of the imperial family, and no matter what they would not dare to be disrespectful to me. Eunuch Deng thought for a while and said, "This can indeed calm things down temporarily, but in this way, Princess Yu, your pregnancy can't be hidden anymore. I originally hid it because I didn't want your highness to be distracted on the battlefield. Now that the war is nearing its end, the dust has settled and victory is right in front of us, there is no need to hide anything." She looked at Eunuch Deng, who was still frowning, and said with a smile, "You are afraid that the palace is not peaceful and someone wants to harm me." Eunuch Deng hurriedly folded his sleeves and said, "I will definitely protect the safety of Princess Consort and the little heir." Shen Miao nodded her head, "Thanks for the trouble." After Deng Gonggong withdrew, Shen Miao then gave a sigh of relief and sat on the chair, looking at the fallen leaves outside the window. Empress Xianda had left in too much of a hurry, and many of the problems she left behind became apparent. The palace that was so big and lively in the spring was now deserted. It actually gave off a feeling of desolation. However, she knew that the matter was far from over. Before Xie Jingxing returned, it was what she had to do to settle down the somewhat chaotic court. "Ever since you were born into my stomach, there was really not a good time," Shen Miao said softly to her stomach, "but everything will be better." 5 days later, the imperial edict of the previous court was made public and the entire court was in an uproar. Those who had doubts were verified by the ministers. Before Emperor Yongle passed away, he had arranged everything properly. All the officials were speechless. Some busybodies said that there was no leader among the officials and requested for a few officials to be elected as regent. But it was rejected, and Shen Miao, the Princess Rui, handled the court matters. Chapter 11:20. In a short period of time, memorials were spread everywhere and rumors flew everywhere. Everyone said that Shen Miao was a Ming-Chi's person and was clearly a spy sent by Ming-Chi. Now that there was no one in court, she wanted to usurp power with wild ambitions. This rumor spread very quickly and also subsided very quickly because Shen Miao appeared in the court with a big belly. And Deng Gonggong, Tao Gugu and the rest also proved that Empress Xianda brought Shen Miao into the palace because she wanted to protect this only imperial bloodline. With this child there would be nothing to do in name. In addition, on the day that Shen Miao came out, her methods were thunderous and the checks and balances were subtle, ruthlessly dealing with those troublemakers. She balanced kindness and power, which made others have a feeling that if something were to happen at this time, when Xie Jingxing returns, one fear that there would not be a good result to eat. Half of it was because of the fear of Shen Miao and the other half was because of the fear of Xie Jingxing. This storm quickly subsided. But Shen Miao did not have a leisurely time. She had to do what she said. Since she had taken up the responsibility, she couldn't just say it casually. These days she had been looking at memorials. After Emperor Yongle passed away, Many memorials were accumulated, and with the addition of Empress Xianda's death, the memorials piled up even higher. She looked through the memorials one by one, and sometimes it would be late at night. Jingzhe and the rest felt sorry for her but could not persuade her no matter what, so they could only accompany her. Luo Tan was dozing off as she asked, "Biao, youngest sister, why do you need to look at it yourself? If you do not trust those people, you can always trust the trusted aides of the late emperor. Is it not good to hand all these memorials to them and let them look at it? Why do it personally? You are still pregnant with a child in your stomach?" Shen Miao shook her head. People's hearts are fickle and power cannot be given out randomly. I am not a Long Yi person, and in a short period of time, one cannot see through a person's heart. One cannot predict if there will be any changes in the future, so it is better to look at these things yourself. Once something goes wrong, it is not easy to make up for it. Perhaps Emperor Yonglu originally had trusted aides, but after Emperor Yongli's death and Empress Xianda's death, no one could predict if these people would have other thoughts. If this was Ming Qi, Shen Miao would have an understanding of these people, and naturally it would not be a problem. But this was Long Yi, and she had not been in Long Yi for a long time, not to mention that in such a short period of time, she was able to completely understand a person's character. In the end, it was because there was no one here that he could trust. Eunuch Deng, who was serving at the side, nodded approvingly. Eunuch Deng inevitably doubted Shen Miao's words. If she just said it casually, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of the royal family in front of so many courtiers? Females would always be more delicate. The things that Empress Xianda could do was because Empress Xianda was the empress, but Shen Miao had never done these things before. Like a man reading reports till late at night and worrying about the livelihood of the world, to her, it was too much of a stretch. Fortunately, Shen Miao did a good job. Her handling of some matters could even be said to be perfect. Even though Eunuch Deng did not understand the court matters, he was most proficient in observing one's words and body language. Those courtiers initially opposed to and suspected, but recently they had eased up. That meant that Shen Miao did not do too badly, else these people who were nitpicking from the start would not have found any mistakes until now. Eunuch Deng was somewhat gratified. If Shen Miao was such a person, then she would not be inferior to Emperor Xianda. Perhaps the great Liang's country would really be like what Empress Dowager Jingxian hoped for, lasting for hundreds of generations and evergreen. This is too hard. Luo Tan said, but yesterday I heard them discussing after court that your luck is quite good and the few decisions you made were very perfect. Iske, Luo Tan disdainfully said, how is it luck? It is clearly true ability. Biao, youngest sister, how can you know everything? You can even read these messy reports in the palace. What else do you not know? Chapter 11:21. Shen Miao rolled her eyes at her. There are many that do not know. For example. Luo Tan excitedly rushed forward. For example, not like you, curious about everything. Luo Tan was resentful before continuing. Anyway, the bitterness is almost over and the sweetness is coming. You are about to give birth and brother-in-law is about to win the war. At that time Gufu and my father will come over and our family will be reunited. Think about it, the hardships now are nothing. Shen Miao gently smiled. Yes. The hardships now were all worth it. Xie Jingxing's news came in a few days. Ming Qi was destroyed and the Qin country saw that there was no hope of peace, so the Qin emperor fled to the north. Now the great Liang soldiers were rushing towards the Qin country's capital, and after occupying the capital, Xie Jingxing would first return to the great Liang. In a sense, the war had already ended and now they were waiting for the triumphant return of the hero. This was the best news that they had heard since they came in. It is just that. Shen Miao sighed. Xie Jingxing thought that he already knew about the matter of Emperor Yonglu and Empress Xianda. When he returned to the Great Liang and went to the imperial tomb to attend the funeral, one did not know what kind of feeling he would have. The last person in this world who was related to him by blood had left. From now on he was truly alone. But he was not considered to be alone, as at least there was still Shen Miao and the child. Tao Gugu smiled. It is estimated that the Qin Wang Fei will give birth on the first day of the next month. There are still more than 10 days, so everyone must pay attention in these few days. Luo Tan rubbed her fists. I am really too happy. It is just that one do not know if it is a little niece or nephew. It makes one's heart curious. I guess it is a little niece since she is so obedient and does not make a fuss. That is not necessarily so. Tao Gugu said, the Qin Wang Fei's stomach is sharp and it might be a little heir. Shen Miao smiled as she listened to their guesses, but her heart had never felt so secure before. After giving birth to the child and waiting for Xie Jingxing to return, perhaps this year's hardships and chaos would come to an end. In the future there would finally be good times. However, in this world there was no such thing as perfection. Even if it was a good ending, there would definitely be 18 twists and turns in the middle. There would be endless difficulties and obstacles, and in the end, there would be some big trouble that would add to the mess. It was as if this was the only way to show the preciousness of a good ending and the difficulty of happiness. As for Shen Miao, when she thought that she would be able to walk unimpeded to a happy ending, she met with such a big trouble. It was an autumn day, the sky was clear, the air was clear, and the wind was gentle. It was a rare good weather. Shen Miao sat at the side of the courtyard, and it was rare for her to finish reading the booklet early. One did not know where Luo Tan went to find a kite, but her childlike innocence had not diminished and was happily playing with the female officials in the palace. Shen Miao was infected by her laughter and could not help but reveal a smile. She saw eunuch Deng walk in quickly from the outside with a rare solemn expression. When he saw Shen Miao, he indicated for her to walk into the inner hall. Shen Miao saw that he seemed to have something important to say and was supported by Jing Zhe to the inner hall. As soon as they arrived at the inner hall, eunuch Deng said, "Princess, bad news. The remnants of the Lu family have attacked the city." Remnants of the Lu family? Shen Miao frowned. Everyone from the Lu family. Weren't they all eradicated in Ruyang? Among the remnants of the Lu family, second young lady Lu's husband is a military official and kept a private army. At that time they were not in Longyi but in the outskirts of Longyi, pretending to be ordinary people. These people have dealings with the Yi family. At the beginning, when the Yi family was in trouble, Yi Mao had given these people a huge sum of money. Now that these people have horses and carriages ready, they have already planned to attack the city and are currently fighting with the city guards. Eunuch Deng said. Chapter 11:22. Shen Miao frowned, and after a long while she said coldly, "A centipede dies but does not fall down." In order to deal with the imperial family, the Lu and Yi families really racked their brains. She looked at Deng Gonggong. "They are coming for me." Eunuch Deng wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Princess, just the remnant forces of the Lu and Yi families could not contend against Xie Jingxing, who was leading a large army. The reason why they chose to attack the city at this time was because they had inherited Yi Maokai and Lu Jingquan's dying wish, which was to fight to the death. Now in the entire palace, there was only Shen Miao who could make decisions, and Xie Jingxing's child was in her tummy. Perhaps from their point of view, killing Shen Miao and losing the child would make Xie Jingxing feel so much pain that he would wish he was dead. For Xie Jingxing, this was the best revenge. Was this Yi Maokai and Lu Jingquan's method? He was already dead, yet he still wanted to disgust him at the end. How many soldiers and horses are there in the city, and how many guards are there in the palace? Shen Miao asked. The palace guards are enough to protect the princess, but those people have already begun to slaughter the common people outside Longye city. Once they entered the city, they would definitely start a massacre. These people were ferocious by nature and mixed in with the crowd. If they wanted to deal with them, they would have to send out a large number of troops. In this way there will be a shortage of manpower in the palace, and it will be easy for people to take advantage of the loopholes. Shen Miao frowned. That is to say, the palace or the common people, to choose one of the two. Eunuch Deng was silent. He didn't know how to respond when the words were spoken so straightforwardly. Understood. Shen Miao nodded her head. Move the imperial guards out to protect the common people. Princess. Eunuch Deng was stunned. You can't ignore your own life and death. If you are in danger, how can I explain it to His Highness? It is not that one want me to disregard my own life and death. Shen Miao said, it is just that. Do you think that those people are only outside the city? He was afraid that someone had already infiltrated the city. What they were doing was nothing more than arousing the fear of the common people. If they still left the imperial guards in charge of the palace at this time, once they said a few words, the common people would be easily incited. If the hearts of the people were unstable, even if the imperial palace was impregnable, it would still fall apart. Especially since His Highness is about to return, we can't afford any trouble. Seeing Deng Gonggong's disapproving expression, Shen Miao said, moreover, I will not joke around with my own life. Before His Highness left, he left me some men and horses. They will protect me. Some of the Mou army that were left in the residence of Prince Rue also followed Shen Miao into the palace. She knew in her heart that she didn't have a choice now. Lu Jingchun and Yi Maocai's final move seemed to be deliberately disgusting. If Xinmiao only cared about herself and did not care about the lives and deaths of the commoners, after this matter, even if Xie Jingxing ascended to the throne in the future, he would end up with the reputation of being cold and selfish. When an emperor first ascended the throne, the most important thing was the support of the people. If he lost the hearts of the people, his foundation would not be stable from the start. Even for Xie Jingxing, he could not let the imperial guards only care about the imperial palace. Seeing that she seemed to have made up her mind, eunuch Deng no longer insisted. He went to make arrangements according to her words. Xinmiao, however, was not as indifferent as she looked. She furrowed her brows. If it was in the past, it would have been fine, but it just had to be at this juncture when she was about to give birth. Perhaps the remaining rebels had taken advantage of this opportunity. No matter what, she must protect the child in her stomach. When Luo Tan got the news and rushed over, she was also worried and persuaded her. Biao, youngest sister, it is better for you to go and find a place for us to hide and wait till the child is born. Now the palace is not safe and everyone knows that you are in the palace. Naturally, the rebels also know about it. Once there are fewer guards in the palace, they will definitely attack. Chapter 11:23. Xinmiao shook her head. If I were to leave, one fear that on the second day, those people would say that I escaped for my life. This imperial palace is like a battlefield. I will retreat first. Once the rebels come, the prestige of the imperial family will not be able to be maintained. But Luo Tan still wanted to say something. No buts. Persevere for a few more days and Xie Jingxing will be back. Xinmiao said, it will be fine as long as one can endure through this period of time. As expected by Xinmiao, in less than the second day, rumors started to spread in the streets and alleys that Rui Wangfei had already led her people to escape and did not care about the life and death of the commoners in Longyi. Now that there was no one who could make decisions in the great Liang imperial court, the remnants of the rebels were fighting with the city guards at the city gate of Longyi, and it was uncertain when they would enter the city, and at that time Longyi would definitely be covered with blood like a river. The people were very kind, and kind people were the easiest to be used by others. Whether it was in words or in reality, the only thing they could rely on was the protection of the emperor. However, after hearing this rumor, the person who could make the decision had already escaped. The rest of them were like fish under a knife, waiting to be slaughtered. For a moment, people were scolding the imperial family for being heartless, and Xinmiao's cold words were heard incessantly. She scolded Xie Jingxing for only caring about his own merits and did not care about the lives of the people of Longyi. She scolded Xinmiao for not having any benevolence and actually abandoned the city to escape. Xinmiao sat at the side of the throne room. She was dressed in a purple gold gown that was flowing with light. Her hair was combed into an orthodox palace bun. She was clearly young, yet she was able to suppress this gloominess. She said, Upper Palace Town. The officials looked at each other in dismay before one of them stepped forward and said, Qin Wangfei, is this move too risky? This person initially opposed Xinmiao supervising the court and was the most opposed. However, in recent days he had become much more well-behaved. Only by taking risks will the people believe that we won't abandon them in times of danger. She stood up and Jingzhi and Guyu quickly supported her. Now that she was pregnant, it was somewhat inconvenient to walk. Although the palace was called a city, it was better to call it a city tower. When Xinmiao led the officials up the stairs, there were some commoners gathered below and the number of commoners increased. Mo Qing led the Mou army and the imperial guards in the palace were all ready to go, to prevent any assassins from sneaking up on them. Among the commoners there were some who recognized Xinmiao and immediately someone exclaimed, It's the Qin Wangfei. In just a short moment the area below the city gate tower was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Perhaps more than half of the people of Longyi had come over. Xinmiao looked down and slowly opened her mouth. Citizens, there have been many rumors recently. The remnants of the Lu family and the rebels of the Yi family are entangled with each other. They even ambushed Longyi to confuse the people. In the wind, her voice was neither loud nor soft. It seemed to have the power to comfort people, but it was also full of determination, making people feel the determination in her tone. However, don't be gullible. I swear in the name of Rui Qin Wangfei that if the city exists, I will exist, if the city perishes, I will die. I am with you and I will fight with you. There was an uproar below the city walls. There were those who were doubtful, but there were also those who believed. The soldiers of Great Liang are fighting outside. I am in Long Yi. I am also a member of Long Ye's Xie family. As long as the Xie family's glory is not extinguished, I will not escape. There were no cowards in a general's family. They could lose but they couldn't run. Furthermore, how could a mere remnant rebel disrupt the imperial court's order? What a joke. Her words were powerful and clear, but it was not noisy. Everyone looked up at that female, who was wearing a purple gold robe. She slightly raised her chin, and in a trance, one could see the young Qin Wang who was fighting outside. He was also arrogant but had the qualifications. So, do not believe, do not speak, do not fear, do not be timid. I will be in this imperial palace. See who dares to come? The purple cloak fluttered in the wind, and the flag behind her was raised high. Chapter 11:24. The commoners were silent for a moment before cheering together. The cheers shook the heavens as if it was going to break through the clouds. No one did not like victory. The commoners needed to be appeased and even more so needed a domineering oath. The ruler was not present and this female was able to take up the responsibility. She had courage and it was admirable and made one feel at ease. It was a very supportive look. And the civil and military officials standing behind her were moved when they saw this scene. The power of words was like this. This female seemed to be able to stir one's heart. She picked the most passionate part of the heart and made people's blood boil. Imperceptibly, it strengthened the Long Yi city gates by another layer. Shen Miao turned and left. In the next few days the rumors in Long Yi had subsided. Even if there were busybodies inciting, the commoners would immediately refute. After all that day, Shen Miao had personally ascended the palace under such a dangerous situation and her words were encouraging. As long as the commoners settled down, the power of the people's hearts would be shown. However, the Lui rebels were attacking even more ferociously outside the city. They seemed to be in a frenzy. Shen Miao had to look at the usual memorials and at the same time arrange for the imperial guards to reinforce the city's defenses. She was busy all day. Moreover, she was pregnant so she felt a little powerless. On this day she had just woken up early when she saw Luo Tan running in. Seeing her, she said, "Biao, youngest sister, someone is here to see you." Shen Miao frowned. Who? In the palace, other than speaking a few words to those officials when she was in court, no one would specially come to see her. She did not have any relatives or friends in Long Yi and the best were all in the palace. "Let me help you out to take a look," Luo Tan said. Luo Tan helped Shen Miao out and when they reached the main hall, they saw a person sitting at the table and Jingzhe was pouring tea for that person. The person who came was wearing a green robe and was still as proud as she remembered. Shen Miao cried out involuntarily, "Mr. Pei?" Pei Lang turned his head. One parted for nearly a year and too many things had happened in this 1 year. In the beginning when Pei Lang chose to leave, it was already the best choice from some aspects. After all, in the memories of the previous lifetime, no one knew what kind of mood they should have to face the other. When he saw Shen Miao he smiled instead, "Heard that Long Yi is in trouble and the palace is in danger. Although I don't have any special abilities at least I can share some of the burden." Shen Miao frowned and did not speak for a moment. Pei Lang smiled, "There is no need to think too much. I am a Ming Qi's person and in Great Liang at least we are from the same hometown. Furthermore they were teacher and student back then so it wasn't like they didn't have any friendship at all. This time I'm here to help my fellow villagers." He looked at them with a calm smile as if nothing had happened. Shen Miao carefully sized him up and saw that his expression was calm, as if he had let go of the past and her heart could not help but relax. For Shen Miao, that part of the past was something that had happened a long time ago. She placed more importance on the future. Pei Lang's appearance could indeed help her share a lot of problems. She said, "I'm going to owe you another favor. Last time it was Pei Lang who took a blow for her." "Oh?" Pei Lang asked in a soft voice. Then he laughed and said, "It's good that you can think that way." When he raised his head to look at Shen Miao he said, "Do not waste time. Now start to deal with Long Ye's most important matter." What was the most important matter for Long Yi now? It was naturally to clean up the rebels and protect the safety of the commoners in the city. Because of the war, there were all sorts of court matters and the number of memorials were endless. It was already very difficult to rely on Shen Miao who was pregnant to manage it. Moreover she was about to give birth and really could not handle such a big movement. Chapter 11:25. After Pei Lang came, the burden on Xin Miao's body became lighter. Pei Lang was originally Fu Xiuyi's advisor and naturally had some understanding of the court's matters. Moreover, he was naturally talented in this aspect, so he was well-rounded. Even if it was his first time entering the Great Liang's court, he was able to do it with ease. But there was also a difficulty. Long Ye's manpower was able to protect the commoners in the city, but to divert the remaining strength to clear out the rebels, it would be too much to care about the head and not the tail. No one dared to take this risk, but it was not a solution to continue in this stalemate. Drag on for another month or so, and when Xie Jingxing returns, these rebels would be cleared out. Xin Miao said to Pei Lang, "It will be fine as long as one persevere through this period of time." Pei Lang was helping to look at the booklet. Neither of them mentioned the previous lifetime or any sensitive matters related to it, as if it was the past that both of them had a tacit understanding. There would not be any benefits in making it clear. Sometimes acting dumb was the best way to get along. When Pei Lang saw the silly Yi Hongguang, he was stunned for a long time. Most likely he knew that Yi Hongguang and Fu Ming were too similar. Thus he was exceptionally gentle towards Yi Hongguang, and Yi Hongguang liked to play with the patient Pei Lang. Even so, Pei Lang was somewhat worried, but the Lu family rebels also know this truth. The day before yesterday, the city garrison had already reported, and the Lu family rebels have not made any moves. There must be something strange going on. I have a feeling that they are preparing something. No matter what they are preparing, our situation will not change at all. Xin Miao sighed. Initially one thought that the Great Liang's border was securely guarded. Long Yi was impregnable, and even if there were any movements, it would only be the mutual suspicion of the officials, who knew that the Lu family still had a card up their sleeves. The Lu family hate the imperial family to the bones, so they knew that they have no hope of victory and still hit a card at the last moment. The old thief's death is not to be regretted. Xin Miao held the booklet, but her eyes were looking out of the window. But Long Yi cannot be lost. Not even one step must be taken. Luo Tan walked over with a food basket and smiled. Both of you have read the booklet for such a long time, and one must eat. Especially Biao, youngest sister. You are not alone now, you have a child. You're starving yourself, but you want my nephew or niece to starve as well. What kind of mother are you? She took the pastries and soup out of the basket and said, "Mr. Pei, have some. I've seen everything made in the kitchen with my own eyes. I promise, it's very clean." Luo Tan stayed in the palace all day and seemed to have nothing to do. Xin Miao and Pei Lang were looking at the booklet, and she was unable to help, so she simply put all her thoughts on Xin Miao's child. There were many people in the palace, and eating was even more troublesome. Many women's children were mysteriously lost while eating. Luo Tan simply moved a small stool every day and guarded the imperial kitchen. Even if there was Tao Gugu and Jing Zhiguyu, it was not enough, as she had to personally witness all kinds of things being cooked. Xin Miao gently smiled. "It has been hard on you." Pei Lang's gaze fell on Xin Miao's bulging abdomen and hesitated for a moment before asking, "About?" "It should be within these few days, right?" "One cannot say for sure." Xin Miao said, "But I feel that it should be soon." She caressed her lower abdomen, and a flash of gentleness appeared in her eyes. "It is really difficult for him to be born in such a chaotic time of war." "What chaotic time of war?" Luo Tan said. "Biao, youngest sister's words are not right. One must know that now the world is at peace and the chaotic times are stable, and it is a prosperous time. When brother-in-law returns, that little fellow will have a father who had won the war, and the entire world will be cheering for his birth. How would one be able to encounter such an honor? Why does such a good thing sound like a bad thing when it comes from your mouth?" Chapter 11:26. Xin Miao laughed in spite of herself. "You are so good at talking, why not go and sing and tell stories?" Luo Tan was proud of herself. "If I go and sing and tell stories, I will definitely become the #1 in the world." Pei Lang saw that both of them were talking excitedly and shook his head with a smile. "It will be fine after this period of time. One only hoped that the remaining rebels will not create any other incidents at this time." The heavens did not follow one's wishes, and Pei Lang's words became a prophecy 2 days later. The more critical it was, the more one could not have any slip-ups. As long as they could endure through this period of time, Xie Jingxing would return and solve Long Ye's danger. No matter if it was the rebels or the traitors, they would forever disappear from the Great Liang's lands. From then on, the Qin country of Mingqi would no longer exist, and there would only be one Great Liang in the world. This prosperous country would all fall into Xie Jingxing's hands. Even if they escaped to the ends of the earth, these people would be like ants, like stray dogs, and would never be at peace. From the start, they did not plan to leave alive, else they would not have attacked Long Yi. But the premise was to kill Shen Miao and the flesh and blood in her womb, then this battle to the death would be worthwhile. Now that the days had passed, the commoners were not successfully incited and the imperial family was stable, the rebels would also be anxious. They were anxious to make the entire Long Yi into a mess so that when Xie Jingxing returns, he would be faced with a mess and the tragic death of his wife and child. Thus they launched a crazy attack on Long Yi 2 days later. Just like Pei Lang guessed, there must be a demon in the abnormal situation. They formulated a detailed plan, and this plan was originally made by Lu Maokai to force the abdication. But now one did not expect that it would be used to deal with the imperial city where there was no one. But just like what Shen Miao said, no matter what, their situation would not change at all. In Lu Maocai's plan, the Lu family soldiers would deal with the imperial guards. Now that these remaining rebels were not as brave as the Lu family soldiers and these imperial guards were not as much as Emperor Yonglu, it was just enough to fight to a draw. If the imperial guards were to be deployed to protect the commoners, there would naturally be fewer people in the imperial palace. Shen Miao's situation was also very dangerous. Qin Wangfei, why not summon more people back to the palace? Deng Gonggong said, one fear that it is safer to have more people in the palace. It is useless to have 1 or 2 more people, but there is no one outside. Never mind. Shen Miao said, let it be like this, it will be all right to guard tonight. The thieves also needed to rest and recuperate. Since they had failed to attack the city tonight, their morale was naturally reduced by half. Tonight is the most stressful time. After tonight, things will be much easier. Aunt Tao was a little nervous. But I'm worried. And Princess Yu, is the child in your belly really okay? Shen Miao subconsciously touched her lower abdomen. These days she could clearly feel the child kicking and moving in her abdomen. But tonight it was very calm. He smiled and said, he's probably asleep. He also knows that he shouldn't cause trouble at this time, so he's very obedient. Pei Lang said, since we've made up our minds, we'll guard this place. But you still have to be fully prepared. Once something happens, let the entire MOU army come over and protect you to escape to a safe place. Although they had to defend the palace, human lives were the most important. Even if the commoners find out that you escaped, they won't blame you. After all, you still have to protect the royal bloodline. Shen Miao nodded her head, I also think so. Then everyone brace yourselves up. Luo Tan said, now is the most important night and we are all in the imperial palace. The more it is at this time, the more united we must be. One must know that there is no hurdle that cannot be overcome. This year is almost over and it is nothing more than some nameless scoundrels. What is there to be afraid of? Chapter 11:27. Luo Tan grew up with the Luo family and had a sense of heroism and courage in her bones. The more dangerous the situation, the more she was not afraid. Her words made the blood of everyone in the palace boil with excitement. Even the palace maids and eunuchs in the Weiyang palace all knelt down and said that they would live and die with the imperial palace. But it was not that hopeless. Shen Miao sat in the middle of the hall. The hall was very spacious, and when it was too spacious, it seemed somewhat vast. Pei Lang sat at the side flipping through the booklet while Shen Miao was in the hall looking at the documents that were sent by the court officials. As for Luo Tan, one did not know where she found the 9 interlocking rings to play with. Tao Gonggu and Deng Gonggu sat at the side and warmed the tea from time to time. It seemed that each of them had their own matters and were very busy. This diluted the tense atmosphere a little. But it was only a little, because from time to time there would be reports from the imperial guards. What was the current situation in the city? Those rebels were indeed ferocious and massacred the commoners everywhere, as if they wanted to go against the imperial family, causing panic everywhere. Fortunately, Shen Miao had mobilized more than half of the imperial guards and the city guards to fight with the Lu family endlessly, and for a moment there was no telling who had the upper hand. These rebels were very cunning. A portion of them were disturbing the hearts of the commoners, and a portion of them were secretly outflanking and attempting to attack the imperial palace. Listening to the sounds of weapons clashing and the shouts of the soldiers from time to time. Occasionally, with the light of the fire, it was impossible for anyone to truly calm down. It was like a bow that was pulled to its fullest, loosened and then pulled to its fullest. Every move and action would affect one's heart, making it hard for one's heart to settle down. This night was exceptionally long, so long that the smoke from the incense burner was especially slow and scattered in the air, giving off a quiet fragrance, but it made one's heart jump to their throat. When the morning light shone, the movements outside gradually became smaller. Deng Gonggong and Tao Gonggu also revealed an expression of being relieved of a heavy burden. The head of the Imperial Guards came in from outside and said to Xin Miao, replying to Qin Wangfei, the Lu family rebels have withdrawn out of the city and the rebels in the city have been purged. The city guards are currently pacifying the commoners. This meant that the crisis had passed. Luo Tan stretched lazily. She had been fiddling with the 9 interlocking rings for the whole night without being able to solve it. It wasn't that she was stupid, but her mind had not been on the 9 interlocking rings the whole night, so it was a wonder that she could solve it. She yawned. Even though she was excited, she could not hide her tiredness and said, Biao, youngest sister, the crisis has been resolved. I accompanied you for a night and it can be considered as a little contribution. Xin Miao raised her head. She was better than Luo Tan. Other than looking tired, she was not that sleepy. He only smiled and said, everyone has worked hard. When His Highness returns, they will be rewarded according to their contributions. The leader of the guards also smiled and said, Qin Wangfei has worked hard too. To be able to remain calm at such a critical juncture and even accompany them in the palace for an entire night, from a certain point of view, it could be said that he was fighting alongside them. For a female to be able to do all these, it would be especially admirable. Moreover, everyone could clearly see what kind of person Xin Miao was these days. If it was not for her leading and suppressing Long Yi, one feared that Long Yi would be in a mess now. Pei Lang also raised his head from the booklet and looked at Xin Miao with a slight smile, as if he was relaxed. Tao Gonggu was most worried about Xin Miao's body and said, since everything is all right, Qin Wangfei should rest first. Ordinary people would not be able to stand it after sitting for an entire night, not to mention a double body. She came over to support Xin Miao. Xin Miao was supported by Tao Gonggu and just took a step out. She felt that her abdomen dropped and she suddenly paused. Chapter 11:28. When Luo Tan saw it, she said, your body must be stiff from sitting for a long time. Let me help you massage it. When one's legs and feet are numb, it is difficult to take a step. It is not so. Xin Miao forced herself to calm down and said, first help me to invite a midwife over. Tao Gugu and Luo Tan were startled at first, but it was Tao Gugu who immediately reacted. One could not say if she was more excited or panicked as she said, quickly invite the 2 midwives from the palace over. Midwives were the best midwives and were famous midwives in Long Yi. No matter how difficult the birth was, it was just a small matter in their hands. In order to be safe, Tao Gugu found 2 of them. The leader, older maid Li, said, Qin Wangfei need not be nervous. It is the first time for a female to give birth. The first time is strange, but the second is familiar. After the first time, one would not be afraid in the future and it would be very smooth. Older maid Lu was older than older maid Li and scolded, what nonsense are you saying in front of the nobles? She then looked at Xin Miao and said curiously, but Qin Wangfei is very calm. This older maid has delivered so many young ladies, but it is the first time to see one this calm. Xin Miao was supported to lie on the bed. Her expression was calm, as if she did not take this matter to heart. From the beginning to the end, she did not show any expression of panic, which almost made people think that it was not the first time she gave birth. But even if it was the second time giving birth, those matrons would not be this relaxed. Xin Miao's heart was clear that she was not as calm as she looked. Her memory of the child could be traced back to a long time ago. At that time, Fu Xiaoyi did not care about her and giving birth seemed to be very difficult, so she gave birth to the child with uneasiness. Now this child came into this world with everyone's expectations. No matter if it was Xie Jingxing and herself or Empress Xianda and Emperor Yonglu, everyone in the Xin family knew that she was pregnant and would definitely treasure this child. The more precious something was, the more one would be afraid of it being broken. She forced herself to inhale and exhale deeply to get rid of the messy things in her mind. Qin Wangfei, get up and eat something first. Older maid Li picked up the bowl of brown sugar and eggs from the side and placed it in front of Xin Miao. One will only have strength after eating something. It will take some time for the birth of the child and one will have to wait for a while. Xin Miao took it over. Actually, she did not have much appetite, but she still managed to finish the entire night. Qin Wangfei isn't delicate at all. Lu Pizi praised, those young wives in the past always had a bit of a temper. If she was the wife of a wealthy family, she would be even more picky. She refused to eat even a little, saying that she was not feeling well. Later on, she had no strength to give birth and she was the one who suffered. Qin Wangfei is very sensible. This way when the child is born it will be very smooth. She saw that Shen Miao's expression was gentle and was not picky about their village identity, thus when she spoke she was also intimate and not overly polite. Shen Miao knew that both of them were talking to distract her so that time would pass faster. After all, she hadn't even given birth yet. Outside, Aunt Tao and the others were waiting. Luo Tan said, "My heart is beating very fast. One do not know if youngest Biao younger sister will give birth to a boy or a girl. After being curious for so long, there is finally an answer. No matter if it is the little heir or little Junju, when His Highness Prince of First Rank returns, he would be very happy and in pain." Aunt Tao smiled, "One just do not know how long one would have to wait." Deng Gonggong also appeared somewhat nervous. This is after all the first junior of the imperial family. If Her Majesty the Empress, His Majesty the Emperor and Empress Dowager's spirits in heaven, they would feel gratified. Chapter 1129. Needless to say, the people of Prince Rui's residence were like this. Even Mo Qing, who usually did not show his emotions on his face, looked so red. Song Yang was jumping up and down non-stop as he said, "Before I left, I made a bet with Tai Yi. I bet that I would give birth to a little Junju and I bet all my wealth. If I lose, I won't even be able to protect my wife." Jingzhe happened to hear it and scoffed, "I see that it is a little heir." "Hey, why is it the little heir?" Song Yang asked. "I think it's the little Canton princess. Little Shitzi is little Shitzi." Jingzhe was not to be outdone. "Stop quarreling." Guyu tried to smooth things over. "Are you quarreling or not? Where's Uncle Tang?" Uncle Tang was in the corner, chanting Amit Ba as he whispered, "Ancestors of the Shao family, please bless the princess consort and her son's safety, mother and daughter's safety, everyone's safety." From morning to afternoon, Shen Miao finally began to give birth in the evening. The midwife asked the palace maids to prepare clean water, towels, clean scissors and other things. Luo Tan wanted to go in and take a look, but Aunt Tao stopped her. Tao Gugu and a few palace maids went in along with Jingzhu and Guyu so that no one would do anything. Shen Miao moaned softly on the bed. She endured it as best she could, but the pain grew stronger and stronger until it was almost excruciating. The pain was worse than any physical pain she had experienced since her rebirth. It was as if someone was cutting her abdomen with a pair of scissors. "Qin Wangfei, work harder. Use more strength." Older maid Li said, "I can see the child's shadow." Outside, Pei Lang and the others felt as if time was passing like a year. From time to time, palace maids would carry a silver basin in and out, and the blood in the basin was a shocking sight. Luo Tan anxiously grabbed the nanny beside her and asked, "What's going on? Why is there so much blood?" The wet nurse comforted her, "It doesn't matter. Women have to bleed when giving birth. Don't worry." However, Pei Lang's heart was far away. In the past lifetime, Fu Xiaoyi did not care about Fu Ming and Wan Yu's birth at all. At that time he happened to pass by and Fu Xiaoyi let him take a look. When Shen Miao was giving birth to a child from a certain point of view, it was Pei Lang who accompanied her through it. She did not expect that in this lifetime, Xie Jingxing was not by her side and he was the one who accompanied her through it. This was also good. At least at this moment she was not alone. At least he had been there for her. Every moment felt extremely long. After an unknown period of time, an old maid in the room exclaimed, "He's out. It's the little heir. There's another one. They're twins. Twins. Prince Consort is so lucky." Not long after, he heard a wah sound coming from inside. The baby's cry was very loud. Everyone was overjoyed. Luo Tan almost fainted from happiness. But before they could catch their breath, they heard older maid Li exclaim, "Qin Wangfei, hold on, don't sleep. Don't sleep." Pei Lang's heart tightened and before he could react, he heard Tao Gu's sorrowful voice, "Qin Wangfei, hold on." Luo Tan was impatient and no longer cared about being afraid. She entered the room. Pei Lang hesitated for a moment before hearing Tao Gu's voice, "Teacher Pei. Teacher Pei, come in." Pei Lang rushed into the room. Shen Miao was covered with a quilt and her face was incomparably pale. She said to older maid Lu and older maid Li beside her, "It is all right as long as the child is saved." Qin Wangfei. Older maid Lu and older maid Li still wanted to say something but could not speak. Chapter 1130. What exactly is going on? Luo Tan was so anxious that she was about to cry. What is wrong with Biao youngest sister? Why would you say such words without rhyme or reason? Qin Wangfei's body was weak from the start, and this is a twin. One was distracted and tired before giving birth, and the fetus was not stable. Now one's body is extremely tired and had lost too much blood. Lu Mama could not continue speaking. It is very difficult for me to give birth. I feel that I am afraid I cannot make it. Biao older sister, when you see my father, mother and eldest brother, help me say that I am unfilial to not be able to serve them in their old age. Luo Tan shook her head desperately. Biao youngest sister, these words cannot be said by me. Do not speak nonsense. You will be fine and alive to see Gufu and Gumu. It is unfilial for you to say such words. Do not say it, do not say it. At the end there was a sobbing tone and she could not control herself. Shen Miao smiled helplessly and looked at Pei Lang at the side. Pei Lang's expression was absent-minded and his lips were slightly trembling. There was no trace of his usual calm appearance. No, you can persist. He said, I have not repaid what I owe you. You must live a long and healthy life. It was as if he was forcing himself to believe something. Teacher Pei no longer owes me anything. If you really want to repay, then promise me to protect my child. Hope that he can grow up healthy. She panted with great effort as if she had used up all her strength. When you see Xie Jingxing, say sorry to him. I cannot wait any more. Thank him for always being willing to protect me and tolerate me. To be able to be husband and wife with him, I am very happy. Qin Wangfei. Tao Gugu cried out. Let me see my child, she said. Two old maids wiped the children carelessly and wrapped them in swaddling clothes before sending them to Shen Miao's side. Tao Gugu said with tears in her eyes, it is too little air and they are very healthy. Shen Miao's eyes landed on the two children. She stretched out her fingers with difficulty and traced the two children's eyebrows and said softly, when these two children grow up, their eyebrows must be very good looking. No matter if it is father or mother. Ein Xie Jingxing had suffered a lot. If heaven is a good person, one would not bear to let them suffer again. Tao Gugu had already started to wipe her tears. Luo Tan turned her head away and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. I really want to watch you two grow up. Her gaze rested on the two children with deep, deep affection. It was as if she was looking at people thousands of miles away through the two babies' faces. I miss you so much. Her voice faded away. In the 10,000s of miles away, the young commander suddenly felt a pain in his chest. This pain spread from his chest to every corner of his body, so painful that he couldn't help but bend over. He held onto one leg of the table and gasped for air. Gao Yang opened the curtains and walked in. Seeing this scene, he was startled and quickly reached out to feel his pulse. After feeling his pulse, he asked curiously, There's nothing wrong. What's wrong? Xie Jingxing frowned and suddenly said, Attack Sun Yang tomorrow. Why did you suddenly decide? Gao Yang was shocked. Let's finish this quickly. Xie Jingxing turned around and walked out. The Great Liang attacked and occupied the Qing country of Xuanyang. At this point, the situation of the three states being divided had lasted for more than 100 years and was finally broken by the young Prince Rui. The warlords vying for supremacy finally came to an end and the grand hegemony finally fell to the Great Liang. Emperor Qin left in defeat and was annihilated by the enemy midway. In the world, there was only the Emperor of the Great Liang and there would no longer be the Emperor of Ming-Chi or the Emperor of the Qin country. History would only remember the victors. Even though it was sad to be a subjugated slave, but if the old monarch was tyrannical and the new monarch was benevolent to the commoners, then the hearts of the people would eventually fall to the side of leniency. Chapter 1131. The commoners were not fools. Since ancient times there was the saying of returning a plum for a peach. A wise ruler would be supported everywhere. The great Liang soldiers were about to return home. To return home after a victorious battle was a glorious matter. Those families that had people who joined the army and were still alive would naturally have light on their faces. Even the corpses buried on the battlefield, even though it was regretful, they were also proud. The commoners in Longyi City were practically running and jumping in joy, waiting for the victorious army to return. Compared to the liveliness of the commoners, the palace was cold and cheerless. Luo Tan sat in the courtyard. It was rare to see such a warm sun in an autumn day, shining on one's body, making one feel warm. The courtyard was covered with books and Jingzhi and Guyu were drying the books. Luo Tan looked at it and laughed. Previously in the Shaochun city she would always take these books out to dry. I felt that the books would not spoil, so what is there to dry? But she was so particular about it. Did not think that now it was me who took the initiative to do these things for her. The green-clad male standing beside her did not speak. Pei Lang seemed to have aged a lot in one night. He did things silently. Without Xin Miao's instructions he could not look at the booklet. Every day he could only read the books and not do anything else. This kind of feudal days seemed to be very painful for him. There was not a bit of joyous atmosphere in the palace. Aunt Tao walked out with 2 children in her arms. Luo Tan quickly stood up and took one of them. The young masters are all very healthy. Tao Gugu smiled. What mother said that they are very obedient at night and did not make any noise. There was also a smile on Luo Tan's face as she said, to be this obedient, it really follows mother's temperament. Her voice stopped abruptly. Pei Lang's gaze landed on the 2 children and his eyes slightly dimmed. Which is the elder brother and which is the younger brother? I really cannot differentiate at all. Luo Tan diverted the topic. They are exactly the same. If it is like this now, what can be done in the future? Tao Gugu smiled. It is not a hindrance. In the future one can change clothes and dress up to differentiate. Moreover, when the children grow up, their temperament would be different, so naturally one would be able to differentiate clearly. But how to be called? Luo Tan was vexed. Which is the elder brother and which is the younger brother? Biao youngest sister did not even have time to give them names. She squatted for a moment and then laughed in annoyance. I always say not to mention, but I always mention. Forget it. When Tao Gugu saw this, she wanted to say a few words of comfort but saw Guyu and Jingzhe rushing in from outside. Guyu said, Prince Wang has returned. What? Pei Lang and Luo Tan were both stunned. According to the speed of the Great Liang's army, there should be more than a month before they returned to the capital. Prince of the first rank had brought men and horses back alone. Guyu whispered, but foreign? After a pause, Pei Lang said softly, let's go and take a look. Xie Jingxing strode into the palace. The short span of a year was enough to change many things. Emperor Yonglu and Empress Xinda both passed away, and the large palace seemed to have become much more deserted. Eunuch Deng smiled and said, Your Highness, please go and see the 2 young masters first. Tao Gugu and Miss Luo are playing with them. Xie Jingxing frowned. What about Xin Miao? Before his voice landed, he saw Luo Tan and Tao Gugu carrying a child walking over from the back of the hall, with Pei Lang following behind them. The infant in the swaddling clothes had just woken up and was waving his little hands in a lively manner. The chubby little hands were exceptionally cute under the sun. Xie Jingxing's footsteps paused. What about Xin Miao? He slowly opened his mouth. Pei Lang took a step forward and said softly, Go and see her. Chapter 1132. Gao Zhan stroked his white beard and shook his head. This old one had tried my best to save her life. This body was like a dried-up oil lamp, but she had a strong will to live. Perhaps there was something that she was not reconciled to and was not willing to take her last breath. With that last breath, this old one used the golden needles to seal her acupuncture points and saved her life. But it was only saving her one life. Grandfather, what is the meaning of this? Gao Yang asked. He had left home for many years, and when he embarked on his official career, he went against the Gao family's ideals and was expelled from the family. There had been no contact with the Gao family for many years. This grandfather actually made Gao Zhan's body slightly tremble. The meaning is that perhaps she will sleep forever. Even though she is breathing and has a pulse, she will never wake up and never be able to open her eyes. Perhaps she will wake up, but... He looked at Gao Yang, just like the young master of the Yi family that you treated. After she wakes up, no one knows what she will be like. That was to say that after Xin Miao woke up, perhaps she would become as silly as Yi Hongguang. But there was a greater possibility that she would continue to sleep like this year after year and finally die of old age without opening her eyes to look at Xie Jingxing. Isn't that? Jiu Shu swallowed down the words living dead. But even if he did not say it out, the surrounding people also understood the meaning of Gao Zhan's words. In this case, Gao Zhan asked Xie Jingxing, Your Highness, are you still willing to wait? There is no harm in waiting for as long as it takes. Xie Jingxing said, she had fulfilled her promise to wait for my return. So what if I wait for her for a lifetime? Her life is mine, and without my permission, even King of Hell cannot take it away. When he spoke, his eyes were cold and had the coldness of Emperor Yonglu, but it still had his own unbridled arrogance, as if he did not put anything in his eyes. Everyone was silent. Shen Miao's eyes were closed and could not hear these sounds. She seemed to be sleeping very soundly. Luo Tan said, "Go out and let her rest for some days." For this 1 year she had not had a good rest. Xie Jingxing treated that pair of babies extremely well. The subordinates and good friends that had followed him for many years were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped when they saw his patient look. It was said that although young fathers were very happy to be a father, because of their natural carelessness and carelessness, they would always resist taking care of their children. And with Xie Jingxing's character, how could he be gentle and patient? However, contrary to everyone's expectations, he spent time with the 2 children every day. Not only did he not mind doing it himself, but he was also picky about the wet nurse. As a man he had to ask about every little thing. The 2 children only had nicknames which were given by Xie Jingxing. One was called First Day, and the other was 15th Day. Everyone felt that this nickname was too casual, but Xie Jingxing argued, "The moon is the roundest on the 1st and 15th of the first month. Moreover, it is my own son. What does it have to do with you all? Get lost." Everyone could only scram. But he couldn't care less about anything. He didn't care about naming the baby, he didn't care about taking care of the baby. He still had to do what needed to be done. Emperor Yongli's imperial edict was known to the entire court. Now that the world was at peace, Xie Jingxing also wanted to ascend the throne. Ascending the throne naturally took its course, but what about establishing an empress? Who should he appoint? Shen Miao was still lying down and perhaps she would not wake up in this lifetime. Perhaps when she woke up she would be an idiot. There was no precedent of such an empress in any of the previous dynasties. It did not seem possible. The days in the future were too long and people's hearts would change. Xie Jingxing could say that he was loyal to Shen Miao now, but who could say for sure in the future? When Luo Tan heard the news she was very unwilling. The Shen family's army came back together with the great Liang's army and had not reached Long Yi country yet. Thus she did not know about Shen Miao's matter. As Shen Miao's only relative, Luo Tan was not willing to see Shen Miao being wronged. She was even more unwilling that Shen Miao had sacrificed everything but did not get anything. Chapter 1133. She could not scold Xie Jingxing because Xie Jingxing himself did not do anything wrong, so she told him about Shen Miao's hard work in this 1 year. She said that Shen Miao guarded Long Yi, the imperial palace and the great Liang's imperial family's dignity with her big belly. There were so many times when it was obviously very dangerous, but Shen Miao still managed to withstand it. She did not need to be like this. Xie Jingxing listened to Luo Tan's words in silence and looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. "So?" Luo Tan did not know what to say and said, "So it is fine if you know it in your heart." She could not describe the feeling in her heart. It was suffocating and awkward, but she did not know how to relieve it. As she was running she bumped into a person. When she looked up it was Gao Yang. Gao Yang felt strange and asked her what was wrong. Luo Tan glared at him fiercely before leaving. Xie Jingxing walked to the pond and wanted to drink tea, but at the end he called Deng Gonggong to remove the tea and bring a pot of wine. At the side of the pond, under the moonlight, this was the last snow wine that Empress Xianda and Emperor Yongle drank. Everyone sighed that the Emperor and Empress were deeply in love, but the heavens were unfair. On the surface he was indeed luckier than Emperor Yongle. At least he was still alive, and as long as he was alive, everything was possible. But what if Shen Miao did not wake up for the rest of her life? If she lived like this, would she lose a lot of interest in the rest of her life? Xie Jingxing did not have much enthusiasm for the throne, and if he lost the people around him, it would be a very sad thing to live a boring life for the rest of his life. Someone's footsteps were heard, and when one looked towards the direction of the sound, it was Pei Lang. Pei Lang was like a gentle and modest gentleman, as if he did not drink a drop of wine in his entire life. Seeing such a person, one would feel that he should be a proud and aloof scholar drinking tea and playing the zither. However, he sat down opposite Xie Jingxing, looked for a wine cup and poured himself a cup of wine. The wine cup made of jade emitted a glimmer under the moonlight, intoxicating people even before they drank it. Pei Lang said, "Tomorrow you will ascend the throne. Congratulations." Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up in a smile but did not seem to be happy. "What about her?" Pei Lang went straight to the point. "What do you plan to do?" Xie Jingxing slowly turned his head and stared at Pei Lang for a while before saying, "Is Mr. Pei very concerned? Previously, I had a teacher-student relationship with Wang Fei." Pei Lang was unmoved and continued to speak. "After the imperial city was in danger, we could be considered friends in times of adversity. I don't want to accuse you of changing anything. I'm just curious. Oh. Xie Jingxing lowered his head to drink a mouthful of wine and lightly said, what do you think should be done? Qin Wangfei once mentioned that she was not greedy for the position of Empress or any other position of power. Instead, she felt that it was a burden. However, if this was her responsibility, she would bear it. She is not a compassionate person, but she is willing to bear the burden for the people important to her. This important person includes the relatives of the Shen family, the child in her belly, and you. Pei Lang said. Qin Wangfei said that her life has always been exceptionally rough. The heavens have also been very harsh to her. Sometimes, thinking from the beginning, it seems that she has never encountered any good times. Therefore he never dared to hope for the blessings of the heavens. The only extravagant hope I had was for the people I love to be safe and happy. Xie Jingxing's eyes moved slightly. Pei Lang turned his head to look at him and said with a smile, she had never encountered any good times before. Things that others could easily obtain, she had to put in great effort to obtain. Even some of the smallest wishes were harder for her than others. Now that the bitterness is over and the sweetness is here, she had fallen into a deep sleep before drinking the sweet dew. The heavens are really too unfair to her. But it is precisely because she never had any extravagant requests from the human heart that she is more pitiful and admirable. Chapter 1134. Your Highness Prince of First Rank. Pei Lang held the wine cup in his hand and smiled. Now that you have accomplished your great undertaking and ascended the throne is in sight. You have the country and perhaps there will be beauties in the future. But I still have to remind you not to let yourself regret. His voice was slightly low. If one regrets, there would be no chance to turn back in this lifetime. Every day of pain is torture. Xie Jingxing looked at him thoughtfully and asked, you have regretted it before? Once and tried my best to redeem it. Even though I managed to redeem some of it, but what was lost could not be regained. Pei Lang sighed. Both of them were silent. Just at this moment, Tao Gugu rushed over and upon seeing Xie Jingxing and Pei Lang drinking, she said awkwardly, Your Highness, the two young masters are crying non-stop and the wet nurse and old woman could not do anything. It is better for you to go and take a look. The 1st and 15th days were coaxed by Xie Jingxing every day and their temperament was very arrogant. No matter how others coaxed them, they could not do anything but Xie Jingxing coaxed them. Speaking of which, it was strange. Shen Miao's temperament was very calm and would not give trouble to others, but she gave birth to two children that seemed to be here to collect debts. It was still all right previously, but once Xie Jingxing came back, his temper grew. It was fortunate that Xie Jingxing was patient with children. If it was another young father, one feared that they would have already flung their sleeves and quit. Xie Jingxing got up and said, I will go and take a look. Suddenly he thought of something and turned to look at Pei Lang. He stared at him and said, This person of yours is very interesting. But many thanks for your reminder. He drank the remaining wine in the cup in one gulp and said, I never do anything that I regret and also do not do anything that would make others regret. You worry too much. Xie Jingxing and Tao Gugu left. Looking at their backs, Pei Lang shook his head and laughed at himself before muttering, Worry too much? His expression gradually became bitter. Really, do not give others a chance at all. So hateful. On the day of Xie Jingxing's ascension, the sky was bright and the sun was warm and the wind was clear. It was called Shaojing. The 9-tiered palace stood tall and majestic. Dragons danced above the throne room. Hundreds of officials stood in front and courtiers stood to the left and right. The young emperor had changed into a peacock-feathered dragon robe made of gold. The yellow robe was embroidered with golden threads. The corners of the robe were fine and exquisite. It was majestic and dazzling, causing others to be unable to look at it directly. His appearance was peerlessly handsome and he wore a proper crown. However, he had a pair of frivolous peach blossom eyes. Even so, wherever his gaze passed, it was like the cold wind in October, filled with killing intent. No one dared to belittle this young emperor. Even though he was the youngest person to ascend the throne in the history of the Great Liang, but he had truly carried the war flag and went to the battlefield, sweeping away the military generals of the Qin country and Ming Qi. In the imperial court, he was good at using crafty schemes and forced people into a sorry state. The imperial edict of succession had been established. The imperial jade seal was in his hands. From now on, the Great Liang dynasty, the world would welcome a new master. After the ceremony, he unexpectedly walked to one side. The courtiers did not dare to raise their heads until they heard the emperor's voice, appoint an empress. Everyone knew that Qin Wangfei was currently in a long sleep, so why would she suddenly appoint an empress? Everyone was puzzled, and when they looked up, they saw that the young emperor was hugging a female and placing her on the empress seat at the other side. His actions were very careful, as if he was handling a rare treasure. Among the courtiers, other than Gao Yang, Jiu Shu and a few others, the rest of them revealed a shocked expression. Someone came forward and said, "Your Majesty, you must not." Emperor Xiao Jing turned his head and looked at him. His eyes turned and smiled. Why not? Foreign is still not awake. How can the mother of the country be an unconscious person? Chapter 1135. One had never heard of any country's empress being someone who had not woken up. Cannot do it? Emperor Xiao Jing seemed to be deliberately teasing him. Zhen wants to do it, so what? That official was an old official, and when Emperor Yonglu was alive, he was very respectful towards him and seemed to be very confident. Could it be that your Majesty wants to leave the Empress position empty forever because of her? The officials were in an uproar. A person who had been asleep for a long time would always occupy the Empress position. Even if it was just a title, the meaning it represented was very different. In the future, even if there were new beauties entering the palace, as long as the Empress position would always be occupied, then the position of these women's children would never be able to surpass the 1st and 15th. Emperor Xiao Jing laughed softly until the officials were somewhat dazed. He laughed until the official who spoke first panicked. One heard the emperor said, "Empty Empress position? There is only one woman in Zhen's inner palace. How can it be empty?" Everyone was shocked. Your Majesty. That old official wanted to speak. Official Su, Zhen, remember that you have 2 little granddaughters in your room and they are in the prime of their youth. Emperor Xiao Jing said. That person was startled and his heart was anxious, but there was a faint secret joy. But the next moment, the secret joy disappeared and one could only hear the emperor saying, "How about Zhen betroth her to young General Song of Wu Guan?" That young General Song was young and promising, but it was a pity that he was blinded in one eye on the battlefield and would not have a future in this lifetime. Official Su's face suddenly turned ashen. Zhen is not here to listen to your opinions or to listen to your criticism. Zhen is only here to inform you of this result. He sat on the emperor's throne and looked down at the officials. Zhen is the son of heaven, the master. If any of you have any opinion on the orders that Zhen gives, feel free to raise it. But if it is about Zhen's inner palace and Zhen's private affairs, then Zhen will definitely, he thought for a moment, return it double. At that time, do not say that Zhen is randomly matchmaking. He laughed mischievously, and in a moment, he returned to the handsome youth that rode a horse lazily on the streets and alleys of Mingqi. It was just that at this time he had already hidden all his sharpness under the sheath. Even though the sheath looked magnificent, no one dared to try if it was pulled out to cut iron like mud. "If you don't believe me, feel free to try me," he said with a faint smile. He really did not look like an emperor. He was not serious enough, but he looked more dangerous than the emperors of the past. He was comparable to Emperor Yongla. The more he acted like he didn't care, the more it made people's hearts beat fast. Everyone knew that this Prince Rue was a black-bellied fellow. If you were targeted by him, you wouldn't even know how you died. Most importantly, he completely disregarded etiquette and reputation. He was not afraid of anything. Everyone believed that Emperor Xiao Jing would definitely do something like marrying this official's granddaughter to another official's younger brother, or marrying this official's grandson to the daughter of his sworn enemy. It was fine if they weren't of the same social class, but what he was afraid of was the result of being restrained. If this restriction coincidentally met with the spearhead, the clan wouldn't even know when it would weaken and disappear. No one dared to use their clan as a bargaining chip. Everyone thought, forget it. Now that it was a honeyed atmosphere, Emperor Xiao Jing would dare to do whatever he wanted. Perhaps after a few more days, he would be tired of it or be infatuated with a new beauty. Men, when they love, it is true love, and when they do not love, they really do not love. Why do we have to do these arduous and unrewarding things here? With this thought, the officials were relieved. They did not say anything more, and there were even those who flattered and said that Emperor Xiao Jing and Furen were deeply in love with each other, which became a much-told story. Chapter 1136. Xie Jingxing coldly looked at the faces of the officials, as if he was looking at all the living beings in the world through 1,000 red and purple masks. It was somewhat ridiculous but pitiful. He half knelt down in front of Shin Miao. Men have gold under their knees. Even if it was an ordinary man, it was really surprising to do such an action. Moreover, he was not an ordinary person but the current emperor of the Great Liang, the master of the world. But he was half kneeling in front of a female in such a pious manner. Shin Miao was properly supported by him and sat on the high seat. She was also led by Tao Gugu to wear a gorgeous palace dress, and the corners of her eyes were sprinkled with fine gold powder, making her look very arrogant. Wearing the golden Empress court dress, her eyes were closed and her long eyelashes hung down, as if she was in a deep sleep. She was really a very beautiful and tough female. Gao Zhan said that Shin Miao had an unfulfilled wish, so she fought with her last breath to survive. Thus Gao Zhan was able to save her life. Then what was her last wish? To see Xie Jingxing one more time, to see the 1st and 15th days grow up, or to bid farewell to Shin Xian and the rest. Xie Jingxing leaned over to her ear and teased, "Bring you to be an empress, do you not open your eyes to take a look?" Shin Miao could not hear what he said. She was in a deep sleep in her own world, as if she was going to sleep for a long time, for a lifetime. Xie Jingxing stared at her and said, "Know that you are tired. Get up after sleeping enough. One must look for mother on the 1st and 15th days." He stretched out his hand and held Shin Miao's cold hands. "I also miss you very much." The officials silently watched the young emperor do all this. They had been in the imperial court for many years, experiencing the ups and downs of the official world. Sometimes they couldn't even distinguish their own hearts, not to mention being moved by others. In addition, Prince Rue was not considered a good person in the past, and there were not many officials that were not cheated by him. Thus they gnashed their teeth in hatred towards him. But at this moment, they were somewhat reluctant to disturb this scene. It was as if through the picture of the emperor and the female, they could see some of their own shadows when they were young. Everyone would love someone, but it was just that this love could not last for a lifetime. Because it was too difficult, many people would give up halfway. Those that could walk to the end were very rare. Could Emperor Xiaojing do it? Xie Jingxing fiddled with the heavy crown and placed it on Shin Miao's head. His movements were gentle and solemn, as if he had placed something else on the crown. He leaned over and kissed the woman's eyes. Time blurred and quickly retreated, as if he had returned to a certain day a long time ago. He was still a mischievous youth, and she was still advancing step by step for the imperial family of Mingqi, protecting the Shin family with difficulty. He asked, "Shin Miao, do you want to be the empress?" No one would have thought that he would become the emperor and she would become the empress. The world had gone round and round, and it had returned to the beginning. At the back of the throne room, Luo Tan, who was secretly watching, covered her mouth as if she wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. She whispered, "He really made Biaomei his empress." Biaomei did not misjudge him. Behind him, Pei Lang also smiled faintly. His smile contained a sense of relief and a sense of loss, but it was mostly filled with gratification. He said, "That's great." In the spring day, apricot blossoms filled one's head, and as the breeze blew, the petals fluttered down, covering the ground with the fragrance of flowers. Birds stood on the branches and chirped, and the entire place was bustling with noise and excitement. Half a year's time passed in a blink of an eye, so fast that one could not catch anything. To the commoners of Longyi, this half a year was extremely pleasant. Perhaps it was because he had swept away the Qin country in Mingqi, or perhaps it was because the new emperor's thoughts were very different. In short, Emperor Xiaojing was a very competent emperor. Chapter 1137. He was very generous to the people, and the new court orders made the people applaud. There was a rumor in the streets that because Emperor Xiaojing liked to wander among the people when he was young and sympathized with the suffering of the people, he could always put himself in the people's shoes. In any case, Emperor Xiaojing's reputation was still very popular among the people. But it was not necessarily so among the court officials. In the past, when Emperor Yonglu was on the throne, he had to consider his face in everything he did. However, Emperor Xiaojing was a lawless person. He was generous to the people but harsh to his officials. He did not care about their feelings at all. Even those old officials who boasted of their seniority could not get any advantage in front of him. What was more frightening was that he balanced the power in all places very well, and his sense of smell was sharper than a mouse. Not to mention any movements, even if there were some subtle thoughts, he would be keenly aware of it. It caused the court officials to suspect that there was a traitor in their residence and would clean up the residence when there was nothing to do. The court officials were most dissatisfied with him because in this half a year, Emperor Xiaojing really did not accept a beauty. There was only a sleeping Empress Shen in the inner palace. This was really puzzling. In the beginning, some people thought that he just felt guilty to Empress Shen and thus made a promise. Moreover, even if the Empress' position was unshakable, it would not be a problem to accept some other women. But as the days passed, this Emperor Xiaojing's inner palace was so clean that a bird could be seen. Everyone then realized that he was not acting. Some people suspected that he spoke too confidently before and now he could not put down his face to slap his own mouth, so he was very understanding. He sent his own daughter to Flower Jiu and the next day, Emperor Xiaojing bestowed a marriage to the son of his archenemy. This time the court officials were all in an uproar. Emperor Xiaojing's means were really vicious. Bestowing a marriage to his archenemy, not only did he kick away the woman he did not want, he also balanced the situation and warned the officials who were ready to make a move, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. It was too bad. Over time, the court officials did not dare to send beauties to Emperor Xiaojing without permission. However, rumors were indispensable. A young man full of vigor, other than his unconscious wife, did not even have a woman. People could not help but wonder if he was gay. But when this rumor came out, it did not seem to affect anything. So what if the emperor was gay? He still had 2 sons, so he didn't have to worry about no one to inherit his empire. Moreover, this old man was very cunning. A scourge would live for 1,000 years. He would probably live for a long time. In short, the people submitted to him and the courtiers were obedient. The early morning sunlight was exceptionally good. Tao Gugu carried the 2 children to Xie Jingxing and said worriedly, "Emperor, you really want to bring the 2 little princes out for an outing?" Xie Jingxing held a child in each hand and straightforwardly stepped onto the carriage. In the carriage, Shen Miao was sleeping. Xie Jingxing looked at her with a headache and said, "Sleeping for half a year, are you a pig?" Number 1 and number 15 shook their small hands and turned to look at Xie Jingxing curiously. Xie Jingxing said to the outside, "Let's go." Tai Yi waved his horse whip in resignation. His master had become the emperor and he, the leader of the Mou army, had actually become a horse driver. Xie Jingxing loved to bring the children out for an outing. Even though he was always stopped by Deng Gonggong and Uncle Tang, he was unable to stop them due to his high martial arts skills. He always said that one must let the children see the scenery at a young age, so that in the future they would not be easily blinded by the flashy world and would know what they really wanted. In fact, it was most likely an excuse as he only wanted to bring Shen Miao out to play. The carriage stopped at Jiayang Mountain. The foot of the mountain was full of beautiful scenery. Xie Jingxing carried the children up and Mo Qing attentively sent over a small pot of rice paste. Recently number 1 and number 15 were learning to eat rice paste. The 2 children were very picky about their food and could fly to the sky after drinking rice paste. As a matter of fact, Tai Yi was carrying number 1 and Mo Qing was carrying number 15. Xie Jingxing was feeding them rice paste and the 2 little brats were very unwilling to kick, making one's heart hurt. Xie Jingxing's anger rose and said, "Give me the children." He casually found a large red flower cloth that Jingzhi used to tie the food basket and tied number 1 and the basket on his back. He then held number 15 in his arms and forcefully fed number 15 the rice paste. Number 15 and number 15 made a ruckus. Xie Jingxing let the Mou army to push away and not to interfere. He really went against the 2 little brats. A dignified ruler of a country, with a child tied on his back and another child in his arms. There was also a large red flower cloth tied on his body and he was looking at the other child with deep hatred as he fed the rice paste. Everyone in the Mou army could not bear to watch anymore. Number 15 cried out loudly and number 1 who was behind seemed to feel it and also cried loudly. Not only that, Xie Jingxing suddenly felt a burst of warmth. Too great. PP. He flew into a rage and was about to teach the 2 brats a lesson when he suddenly heard Jingzhi exclaiming, "Someone is laughing." Everyone was surprised. Jingzhi was so excited that her voice was trembling as she pointed to the carriage. "I just heard it." Shen Miao was sleeping in the carriage. The surroundings suddenly became silent. The mountain breeze gently caressed everyone's face. It was warm and had a slight tickling feeling that even the sunlight could not help but laugh. In the silence, this time it was heard clearly. There was indeed someone laughing. It was a light and familiar laughter with some familiarity. After a long time, Xie Jingxing strode over. His hands were slightly trembling but at the end he finally made up his mind and opened the curtain of the carriage. The female's brows were gentle like a begonia that had just woken up and her voice was lazy but the faint shadow in her eyes betrayed her excited mood. She tilted her head and smiled gently. "Long time no see. Little Marquisia. Chapter 1138. The matter of Xin Miao waking up almost shocked the entire court. Those who slept day after day did not seem to have any signs of waking up. When no one had any hope, who knew that at this time when Xie Jingxing brought the two children out for a walk, Xin Miao woke up on her own. When the two of them returned to the palace, they almost shocked the people in the palace. Xin Xian and wife brought Xin Qiu out, and when they saw Xin Miao standing in front of them, Luo Shuiyan immediately hugged Xin Miao and cried loudly. Xin Xian and Xin Qiu were stunned for a long time. Even though they did not reveal their emotions like Luo Shuiyan, their eyes could not help but turn red. Luo Tan clapped her hands to touch Xin Miao's hair and said, "Is this true? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Gao Yang, pinch me and see if it's real." Gao Yang wasn't there. He had gone to invite Gao Zhan. After Gao Zhan arrived, he took Xin Miao's pulse, and after feeling her pulse, he clicked his tongue in wonder. The Empress' pulse is stable and there is no problem. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Not long after Xie Jingxing ascended the throne, everyone of the Xin family also arrived at the Great Liang, and after knowing that Xin Miao had not woken up for a long time, they were unable to accept it. He insisted on bringing Xin Miao to search the world, and also thought that it was impossible for Xie Jingxing to let an unconscious person be the Empress. Even if she was the Empress, in the future people's hearts would change easily and he might take in another female in the inner palace. Thus Xin Xen must bring Xin Miao away. But Xie Jingxing was not willing no matter what, and even knelt down to beg Xin Xen. At the end he even used the Mou army to threaten Xin Xian and almost fought with Xin Xian. It was still Luo Tan and Luo Shuiyan who came to persuade him. They mentioned the 1st and 15th day of the month. Xin Xian had no other way, but he was afraid that someone would take advantage of Xin Miao not waking up and cause her to be wronged. He might as well hand the Xin family's and Luo family's army over to Luo Ling's side to manage, and his entire family would be stationed in the palace for a long time. He looked after Xin Miao to prevent any accidents. This was actually somewhat against etiquette, but Xie Jingxing was happy to see it happen, as it was good to have someone accompany Xin Miao to talk. And in this half a year, Xin Xian's family also saw with their own eyes that Xie Jingxing treated Xin Miao the same as before, and at the same time they gradually felt at ease. Speaking of these, Xin Miao's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He never thought that he would be able to see his family the moment he woke up. Everyone was safe and sound and everything was peaceful. This was already an unimaginable joy for her. "Sister-in-law," Jiyushu said, "now that you are awake, those officials would not dare to talk nonsense all day. You don't know, but in this half a year, Long Ye's officials have been miserably dealt with by imperial cousin brother." Xie Jingxing looked at him slowly. "You talk too much." Jiyushu quickly kept quiet. Ever since Xin Miao fell into a deep sleep, other than the Xin family and the two treasures, Xie Jingxing did not have any patience for anyone, not to mention making jokes. His technique of setting people up was getting better and better. Naturally they did not dare to provoke him. "If you're done, I'll go back." Xie Jingxing coldly looked at the chattering of the crowd. "It is late today. Do not disturb Jin's Empress rest." He put a lot of emphasis on "my Empress." When Xin Qiu saw the situation, he wanted to roll up his sleeves and fight with Xie Jingxing. In this half a year, both of them would often fight behind. It was said to be exchanging pointers, but it was actually to vent each other's dissatisfaction. Xin Qiu was indignant in his heart. Xin Miao was unable to wake up because of Xie Jingxing. How good would it be if she did not follow Xie Jingxing in the beginning? Xie Jingxing was angry that Xin Qiu was meddling in other people's business. Why did his own daughter-in-law need an outsider to manage, not even his eldest brother? Now that Xin Miao returned and Xie Jingxing declared his sovereignty, Xin Qiu's heart was unhappy. But he heard Luo Shuiyan saying, "That is also right. Jiao Jiao has just woken up and we have asked so many questions at once. It is inevitable that she will feel dizzy. It is better to let her rest for a while. Anyway, the days are long, so we can slowly talk." Chapter 1139. Xin Miao actually wanted to hear everyone talk about the things that happened in this half a year, but after thinking about it, it would be better to speak slowly since there was still time. Everyone discussed and dispersed, and Xin Miao returned to her bedroom. She first went to wash up in Jingzhou and the rest helped her bathe. As they were serving, they were wiping their tears and said with teary eyes, "Fu, your ladyship is finally awake." These servants were previously thinking that it would be great if there was a day that we could serve your ladyship to bathe once more. One did not know if the heavens would be willing to give this opportunity. One did not think that the heavens really have the virtue of cherishing life and was willing to give these servants another chance. Your ladyship, in the future these servants will serve you like this every day. Shen Miao did not know that after bathing, these maids would actually cry so much that she did not know whether to laugh or cry. She then used gentle and soft words to coax these maids. She knew in her heart that she had been asleep for half a year and most of it was because these maids were scared. After wiping her body and drying her hair, Shen Miao put on her clothes and went out to let the wet nurse bring year 1 and 15 over. The two children were carried to the bed. In the past, they were often carried by Xie Jingxing to get close to Shen Miao, so even though Shen Miao had never woken up, the two children were not at all unfamiliar with her scent. They looked at her with a smile and curiously stretched out their soft little hands to grab her hair. Shen Miao's heart was about to be splashed by the two children. She stretched out her fingers to tease the children. Because they were twins and were equally lively, the wet nurse would not be able to differentiate them, so she gave them different clothes. Year 1 wore a blue gown and 15 wore a red gown. Year 1 hugged Shen Miao's fingers and started giggling. Shen Miao burst out laughing. Xie Jingxing just returned from outside and saw Shen Miao lying on the bed and laughing happily with the two little fellows. He walked over and said in disdain, "After sleeping for half a year, have you become stupid? Laughing like a fool. I'm looking at my son." Shen Miao rolled her eyes at him. "What does it have to do with you? That is also my son." Xie Jingxing raised his brows. "Without me, how would you give birth?" Shen Miao was too lazy to bother with him and continued to play happily on the 1st and 15th days of the year. Xie Jingxing took off his outer robe but walked over and went around to her back. He reached out to hold her waist and pulled her into his embrace. "Two silly little brats, there is nothing to see." "Didn't you name them?" Shen Miao complained. "Did you randomly pick them?" "Who said that I randomly picked it?" Xie Jingxing said, "Leave the name for you to pick when you wake up." "Aren't you afraid that I'll never wake up?" Xie Jingxing lazily said, "Then they will be called Xie Chu and Xie 15. Shen Miao. The two little guys on the bed didn't know if they understood Xie Jingxing's words, but they protested with a yeah sound. Shen Miao quickly reached out to coax him but was pulled back into his embrace by Xie Jingxing. He said, "Not seeing for half a year, you do not miss me and are so cold." Shen Miao paused for a moment and suddenly turned her head back. She broke free from Xie Jingxing's embrace and stood properly. She crossed her arms at her chest and stared at Xie Jingxing with a smile that was not a smile. Xie Jingxing suddenly felt that his back was somewhat numb. She said, "Little Xie Marquis, do you know what you have done?" Xie Jingxing was inexplicable. "Done what?" Shen Miao smiled coldly. The flowers in the summer were good, the saucers were playing with bees and there was the fragrance of flowers everywhere. The streets were filled with people and horses galloped past. The hawkers' lively cries spread from the east to the west of the city and everywhere was jubilant. Chapter 1140. Shen Miao was wearing a yellow long-sleeved robe and there were hundreds of flowers embroidered on it. This robe was originally brightly colored and with the addition of the complicated embroidery, it looked jumbled. In addition to her head full of gold and silver ornaments and heavy makeup, she looked exceptionally stupid. The surrounding people would occasionally pass by and look at her with an expression of watching a joke. Shen Miao's gaze was somewhat at a loss. She was clearly in the Great Liang's imperial palace a moment ago and was on the verge of death due to giving birth, thinking that she had died. But in the next moment she was on this bustling street. She was not unfamiliar with this street as this was Mingqi's Ding capital. What was going on? Long Yu would definitely not be able to reach the Ding capital in a blink of an eye. Could it be that she was dreaming? But Shen Miao knew that it was not so. Jingzhi and Guyu followed behind and the two maids had a careful look. Shen Miao looked at the clothes on her body. She seemed to have returned to a long time ago, so long that she just started to be infatuated with Fu Xiuyi? Could it be that his previous reincarnation was the real dream? Just a golden millet dream which was real. Which was the dream? Shen Miao felt somewhat dizzy and reached out to hold her forehead. Guyu jumped in shock when she saw it. Is young lady uncomfortable anywhere? Shen Miao shook her head and just as she was about to speak, she saw a familiar person walking past the corner of the street. That person was wearing tattered clothes and was holding a horsetail whisk as he shook his head. One did not know what was in his mouth as he was mumbling. But Shen Miao's eyes brightened and did not bother to speak as she ran over to that person's side. Jingzhe and Guyu were unable to stop her and could only follow as they watched Shen Miao walk over to that person. Taoist priest Qi Yan. Shen Miao shouted. That strange Taoist priest turned his head over with a grin. It was indeed Taoist priest Qi Yan. When Taoist priest Qi Yan saw her, he had a very surprised look as he asked, "Foreign, why are you here?" Shen Miao noticed that he said foreign, and not young lady. Jingzhe angrily said, "Who are you calling foreign? Do not randomly shout. Our family's young lady is not married yet." But Shen Miao stopped Jingzhe's words and said to Taoist priest Qi Yan, "Taoist priest, let's step aside to talk." Young lady. Jingzhe and Guyu anxiously stamped their feet. Shen Miao frowned, "Listen to me." The look in her eyes became fierce. The two maids were stunned and didn't dare to answer. Shen Miao and Taoist priest Qi Yan walked to a dilapidated temple while Jingzhe and Guyu stood guard outside. Shen Miao looked at Taoist master Qi Yan and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Taoist master, you know me, right?" "I've met Madam 3 times. The Taoist priest gestured 3 times. Once in his previous life, and twice in his reincarnation. That made it 3 times. Shen Miao hurriedly asked, "Taoist priest, do you know what is going on? How did I get here?" Without rhyme or reason, it was clear that her fate was nearing, so why would she return to Ming Qi's Ding capital and return to the beginning? Could it be that everything that happened with Xie Jingxing, even the matter of having a child in Great Liang, was all a pipe dream? If it's a dream, then isn't it a little too realistic? Madam's fate is very peculiar. The Taoist priest said, although there is a chance to start over, the fate has been disturbed, hence the calamity of life. Although he had resolved the previous tribulation, this was the final tribulation. It has nothing to do with others. You can only rely on yourself. Shen Miao frowned. What does Taoist priest's words mean? In the previous life, someone sought a chance for you to start over again. Chapter 1141. Shen Miao clenched her fists. What choice? Currently foreign's that body is most likely in a deep sleep. You can choose to stay in this dream and look for another possibility. From now on, start everything over and choose another life. However, that body will sleep for a long time. What is the other possibility? Shen Miao asked. You go and find that man in your life and let this man in the dream believe you. Bring him back to the Great Liang Palace. The moment you step into the Great Liang Palace, that body will wake up. Shen Miao was stunned. But this is very difficult. The Taoist priest stroked his beard. Now that this man is a stranger to you, it is very difficult to convince him to go to the Great Liang with you. Shen Miao's head hurt. This is not possible. Xie Jingxing's character was sharp, suspicious, and would not easily believe others. Even after Shen Miao was reborn, she was in a deadlock with Xie Jingxing for a long time. Now, Shen Miao looked at her current outfit. It would be strange if Xie Jingxing could believe her. Foreign, the words are as such. The strange Taoist priest said, naturally foreign can also stay in this dream. This dream is no different from reality. Foreign can stay here to complete one's life and start anew. It is much simpler. If one were to choose the second path, it would be difficult. Shen Miao lowered her head and said after a long while, Taoist priests still have red ropes? How about gifting me too? Qi Yan Taoist priest was startled and sized Shen Miao up for a while like he did not recognize her before suddenly smiling. Does foreign still want to choose that path? Naturally I can live like that. It is also not bad to live here. Shen Miao gently smiled. But even if there are thousands of people in the world, I am not willing if there is one out of thousands of him who is sad because of me. He does not recognize me, so I will go and get to know him first. If the mountain does not come to me, I will come to the mountain. Taoist priest gift me a fate, and if the fate is gone, then I will go and find it myself. She said. Qi Yan Taoist priest said, infatuation is born from love. Since that is the case, this Taoist priest will gift you another fate. He took out 2 red ropes from his bosom. Foreign, wish you success. Shen Miao bowed and turned to leave. Jingzhe and Guyu felt somewhat strange these days. Firstly, it was because Shen Miao had changed her previous temperament of wearing gold and silver and changed to wear more mature colors even though it looked good. Secondly, he was no longer as obedient to the second and third branches as before. Most of the time he was even disdainful of them. Thirdly, in the past few days he had secretly sent people to inquire about Prince Ding's news, but these days there was no mention of such a person, as if he did not remember such a person. Finally, he had been wandering the streets a lot lately. Shen Miao had a bigger headache than Jingzhe and Guyu. Xie Jingxing was someone who liked to wander around. Today he would go to the brothel and tomorrow he would go to the banquet, even though he knew that this was all his disguise. But Shen Miao's current mentality was different. Seeing Xie Jingxing attracting bees and butterflies, she could not wait to kick him twice. But because he wanted to inquire about Xie Jingxing's whereabouts, he could only secretly follow. In this half a month, there was actually no repetition every day, almost going around the entire Ding capital. On this evening, Shen Miao let Jingzhi and Guyu wait at the other side while she personally went to the entrance of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and to wait. She was dressed up as a male and had a clean and neat style. Moreover, the people of the Ding capital knew that she was an idiot who wore gold and silver. Naturally, one would not link the fifth young lady of the Shen family with her. From afar, one could see Xie Jingxing riding a horseback. Chapter 1142. Beside him were Gao Yang and Ji Yushu. He was indeed worthy to be an idle gentleman who visited brothels all day, as he could tell that she was a female dressed as a male with one glance. Ji Yushu even whistled and said with a smile, "Third older brother, another beauty is here." Shen Miao. Xie Jingxing got off the horse and swept a glance at her. He did not know what it meant and was about to walk towards the door. Shen Miao pulled him back. "Little Xie Marquis." Xie Jingxing stopped his footsteps. "Let's talk," she said. In the room, Xie Jingxing poured a cup of tea for her and lazily stared at her. "Shen Miao, fifth Shen young lady, after following me for half a month, could it be that you are really infatuated with me?" His words were frivolous, but his eyes were as sharp as usual. He had long investigated her identity clearly, but he had played it down and didn't say anything. Shen Miao had a headache. To let that her in Great Liang wake up earlier, she must quickly bring the Xie Jingxing to Longyi so that she would wake up from the dream. But in this dream, Xie Jingxing was still so mischievous and suspicious. What should she say? Say that she was Xie Jingxing's wife? And also gave birth to 2 children for him? Would Xie Jingxing think that she had lost her mind? She said, "Little Xie Marquis, can you accompany me to Great Liang?" Before her voice landed, a strong wind came, and before Shen Miao could react, her throat was grabbed by someone. His voice was cold and there was a hidden killing intent. "What do you know?" Shen Miao almost could not breathe. She knew that it was like this. With Xie Jingxing's overbearing temperament, no matter what she said, he would not listen. Even if she wanted to explain, it was not possible. Seeing that she was gasping for breath and seemed to have no martial arts, Xie Jingxing then slightly loosened his grip. Shen Miao was angry and anxious as she said angrily, "Scoundrel." Xie Jingxing's gaze turned cold. "You have big guts." "Scoundrel." "Lecher." "Shameless." "Burning the bridge after crossing the river." "Cruel and unscrupulous." She did not stop scolding. Xie Jingxing was stunned and unconsciously let go of his hands. After a moment he laughed. "Fifth Shen young lady, I do not seem to have offended you." Shen Miao covered her neck and said, "Bring me to Great Liang." Xie Jingxing was about to flare up again when he heard Shen Miao saying, "Bring me to Great Liang and I will tell you what I know." Xie Jingxing crossed his arms and looked at her coldly before smiling. "Apologies, I am not interested in what you know." He sat down in front of the table and leisurely drank his tea. "But today I will spare your life. If I discover that you have other plans. Fifth Shen young lady, also know that I am not a good person." Shen Miao was slightly startled. "I'm not a good person." This was what Xie Jingxing had told her before. "Fifth Shen young lady is still not leaving? You want to spend the night in my Marquis Fu?" He said with a smile that was not a smile, "I have no problem." Shen Miao said, "Shameless," and stormed off. After Shen Miao left, Xie Jingxing's face turned cold as he said, "Tai Yi." A black-clothed man appeared in the room. "Check it out. The Shen family, Shen Miao," he said. The man in black accepted the order and left. It was very difficult for Shen Miao to chase after Xie Jingxing. No matter if it was the Xie Jingxing in reality or the Xie Jingxing in the dream, he was all the same and often made Shen Miao clench her teeth in anger. Especially in the dream. Now in this dream, Shen Miao was just a stranger to Xie Jingxing. Before that, she was notorious, stupid and even liked Fu Xiuyi. If now her image was changed, one would feel that she was not as described by outsiders and would only think that she was scheming and might even know his real identity and was plotting something. Chapter 1143. Xie Jingxing was wary of her and it was not easy to get close to her. Shen Miao could only go out every day to secretly follow him and find ways to speak 1 or 2 sentences to him. Xie Jingxing also knew that she was following but pretended not to know. It was Gao Yang and Ji Yushu who knew about this matter would tease her with a few meaningful words. The 3rd day of the 7th month was Xie Jingxing's birthday. Shen Miao naturally knew that the current little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and did not have this birthday. But the birthday of the great Liang's Prince Rui was this. She felt that previously in the real world on Xie Jingxing's birthday, she was angry because of Mei Furen and Xie Jingxing. Afterwards she was not angry but because of the assassin she made Xie Jingxing fearful. Thinking that since it was so, why not take advantage of her dreams and give Xie Jingxing a birthday in her dreams? She left early and went to Misty Rain Pavilion to book a banquet table. She had a lot of gold and silver jewelry but they were all pawned. A banquet table in Misty Rain Pavilion was worth more than 1,000 gold. Jingzhi and Guyu were so anxious that their eyes almost turned red but Shen Miao did not listen. It was only a dream. In reality gold and silver were mere worldly possessions not to mention in a dream. She was thinking that in the evening she would drag Xie Jingxing over. Perhaps they could have a good talk at the banquet table and discuss about the great Liang's matters. The entanglement was too complicated and even if she explained it, Xie Jingxing would not understand. Perhaps he would think that she was talking nonsense so she had to ponder over it properly. She followed Xie Jingxing to 1,000 Gold Pavilion. Xie Jingxing was drinking with a few noble juniors in the Ding capital but saw Qin Qin. The daughter of the left imperial censor, Qin Qin, had done the painting together with Shen Miao during the academy examinations. Qin Qin was born beautiful and was wearing a green cotton embroidered robe with wide sleeves. There was a yellow belt on her waist which made her slender waist less than a grasp and the fluttering of her clothes made her look like a fairy. Qin Qin had always been arrogant because of her beauty and ordinary people would not look at her but at the moment she was sitting with her eldest brother, her eyes unconsciously drifted towards Xie Jingxing. Where was the usual arrogance? It was filled with tenderness and sweetness. Only a fool would not be able to see that Qin Qin was interested in Xie Jingxing. Brother Qin also had the intention to pull the strings, so he deliberately moved aside to let Qin Qin and Xie Jingxing sit together. Shen Miao looked from the other side and did not know what Qin Qin and Xie Jingxing were talking about. Xie Jingxing smiled flirtatiously and Qin Qin shyly nodded her head. Looking from afar they were really a pair of lovers. Shen Miao's eyes were somewhat sour. She knew that this was a dream and also knew that Xie Jingxing did not know her now and did not like her. He could play with other people and it was not something she could control. But she was sad, thinking that in the real world of the great Liang, would Xie Jingxing be accompanied by beauties in the future, with fragrant clothes and silhouettes on his temples. Among the thousands of possibilities, he could not choose himself every single time. She closed her eyes, feeling that the scene of people toasting each other was very irritating. She couldn't bear to watch it anymore so she stood up and left the table. Walking and walking he eventually arrived at the Misty Rain Pavilion. The banquet in the Misty Rain Pavilion was the best banquet and the location was also good as it was at the highest level. Looking from the window one could see the fireworks and the moon. Shen Miao went in alone. In the huge banquet she was the only one sitting empty. The exquisite dishes filled the table and looked gorgeous but it could not conceal the loneliness. She poured a cup of wine for herself. The wine was good wine. It was a thick osmanthus wine, sweet and had a lingering aftertaste. She drank slowly and every time she drank a cup she would look at the moon. The moon in the dream was really beautiful but in the real world who was Xie Jingxing accompanying to look at the moon? Chapter 1144. She drank so much that her head was dizzy. She drank so much that she did not even hear the footsteps behind her. She heard a mocking voice coming from behind her. Wow, the Shen family is indeed a big family. Fifth Shen young lady is eating alone and still has to arrange such a banquet in Misty Rain Pavilion. Shen Miao turned back to look and Xie Jingxing had a smile on his lips as he walked in unhurriedly. She frowned. Xie Jingxing's eyes swept across the empty wine pots on the table. One pot after another all over the place and teased, Fifth Shen young lady's mood is not good after drinking so much? Shen Miao stared straight at him. Xie Jingxing leaned over slightly and his line of sight was level with Shen Miao. When he saw her slightly red eyes, he was slightly startled before saying, could it be because of me? Shen Miao still did not speak. Xie Jingxing pondered, because of Qin Qin? Before he finished speaking, Shen Miao suddenly threw herself into his embrace. Her hands tightly hugged Xie Jingxing's waist and her face was buried in his chest. It was clearly a familiar body, so why did he use such a strange tone to talk to her? She sobbed and scolded, "Shameless. Do you want to separate from me? In the beginning when he married me, he clearly said that he would not have another woman in the future and that he would only be a couple for a lifetime. Xie Jingxing is a liar. You tricked me into entering the family and now you're attracting bees and butterflies. My big brother and father will definitely beat you up. Bastard, bastard, bastard." Xie Jingxing was frightened and said, "When did I say that?" But Shen Miao hugged him and cried so sadly that Xie Jingxing swallowed the rest of his words. The girl in his arms was crying and her body was twitching. It could be seen that she was really angry. Her hands were tightly wrapped around his waist like a child, unwilling to let go even if she died. Xie Jingxing hesitated for a moment before he stretched out his hand, wanting to pat the girl's shoulder lightly. She was the fifth miss of the Shen family. Everyone knew that she was a stupid idiot. The Shen family had nothing to do with her and she did not care about them. Who knew that one day he was targeted by Shen Miao and she always had a good relationship with him? Xie Jingxing was inexplicable and became even more suspicious because Shen Miao seemed to know the secret of his great Liang. However, he couldn't seem to be cruel to her no matter what. She heard Che say that she was drunk in the Misty Rain Pavilion, yet she still followed him. Xie Jingxing frowned as he stared at the person in his embrace. The delicate body in his embrace was warm and it seemed that even his heart was warmed up a little. But he felt a little strange, as if this posture was somewhat familiar, as if he had done this before. Where did he do it? In a dream? He hesitated and said uncertainly, "Shen Miao, have I hugged you like this before?" The sobbing in his arms stopped abruptly. Shen Miao raised her head from his embrace and stared at him. Under the moonlight, her eyes were red and swollen, but her eyes were bright. It was as if a new hope had appeared in the midst of despair. It was very moving. She tiptoed and pulled Xie Jingxing's collar, pulling him closer and kissing him fiercely. "You kissed me like that," she said. What happened afterwards was that Shen Miao pestered Xie Jingxing till he had no choice and finally agreed to bring her to the Great Liang. Perhaps in that dream, when Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao woke up, they were gone and most likely the commoners of Mingqi thought that they had eloped. But so what, when they reached the imperial palace of the Great Liang, they would wake up from the dream. In that journey of nearly half a year, Shen Miao also told her own matters to Xie Jingxing in the dream. She did not know if Xie Jingxing would believe it or not. After Xie Jingxing heard it, he did not say anything, but one night he said it to Shen Miao. He said, "What that Taoist priest said is wrong." Shen Miao was puzzled. "What?" "Among thousands of possibilities, I will only choose you." His lips hooked up into a smile and tied the red string on Shen Miao's hand to himself. "Hurry on with the journey. Do not let me in reality wait for too long. Shen Jiaojiao." Xie Jingxing was dumbstruck as he listened. Shen Miao cast a sidelong glance at him. "In that dream, you attracted bees and butterflies and went to brothels every day and bullied me. You did not believe anything that I said to you and suspected me and pinched my neck. Xie Jingxing, do you know what you have done?" Her accusatory tone made Xie Jingxing speechless. After a long while he said, "That is the me in the dream and not me. The one in the dream is also you," Shen Miao said angrily. Xie Jingxing quickly hugged her and stroked her hair. "The me in the dream also believed you at the end and brought you back to the Great Liang. It can be seen that I only have you in my heart." He touched his chin and said unhappily, "But that brat is really lucky that you actually took the initiative to kiss him." Shen Miao, only Xie Jingxing could eat one's own vinegar under the heavens. "Since that is the case, I must apologize to Foreign," Xie Jingxing said seriously and suddenly carried Shen Miao. "Deserting Foreign deserves to die. Today Foreign can do whatever you want. Hey, it is the 1st and 15th day of the new year. Let the wet nurse watch." Xie Jingxing carried her and turned to walk out, but his lips could not help but rise. Even though the person in the dream was very hateful, there was one thing that was not wrong. Shen Miao looked at him. "What is it?" "Among thousands of possibilities, I will only choose you and only you," he said. Chapter 1145. Luo Tan was not in a good mood recently. Everyone in the Luo family had moved to Longyi and it could be considered that they had settled down here. After Shen Miao became the Empress, she was not as idle as before. She had to take care of the 1st and 15th days of the month and also manage the inner palace properly, even though it was very puzzling in Luo Tan's eyes. After all, there was only Xin Miao alone in the inner palace of the Great Liang, so what was there to manage? But Xin Miao was indeed busy and Luo Tan felt somewhat bored. But she had always had a restless temperament and simply went out to play all day, to find entertainment for herself. This time the Luo family's second household couple were somewhat dissatisfied. Madame Ma said all day, "You are not young anymore and Ren Jiao's son is already over 1 year old. Others do not care about you being an old young lady but you are still so rash all day long. How can that be?" Luo Tan was extremely vexed. She felt that it was good to be alone. She could eat, drink and play by herself but after getting married, it would be troublesome as she had to manage this and that and also manage her husband's heart. If her husband was a good one and did not bring in a mess of females into the inner courtyard, then she would want to spread the branches and leaves earlier. After giving birth, she would have to personally take care of the children. A female's youth was so short that how could it be wasted on such trivial matters? It would be better to take advantage of one's good years to go out and visit famous mountains and great rivers. That would be meaningful. In fact, the Luo family was not an old-fashioned family and would not worry about marrying off their daughter at such a young age. It was just that parents would always hope that their child would have a good home to return to as soon as possible and Luo Tan was always carefree. Living till this age, it seemed that she had never liked anyone before. If one were to talk about liking, it would be casually seen on the streets. This kind of liking was no different from liking flowers and plants. One did not know how long it would take for Luo Tan to be enlightened on matters of love. Madame Ma asked, "Tan, tell mother honestly, do you really not have a man that you like?" Luo Tan was impatient from being questioned and said, "Mother, where did I find a man that I like? Now even Chen has a young lady that he likes and Chen is younger than you." When Madame Ma heard this, she became depressed and used Luo Chen as an example. "There are so many good men in this world, why can't I see any that I like?" Luo Tan curled her lips. "There are many of them but I haven't seen many." "This cannot go on," Madame Ma slapped the table. "I cannot let you continue to fool around like this. Now that Jiao Jiao is the Empress she must know a few young talents in this world. I have to ask her to help me look for one. You go and take a good look for me." Luo Tan looked at her incredulously. "Mother, are you serious? It's not like I can't get married." "It is not that you cannot get married. You simply do not understand." Madame Ma said, "You must go. If you do not go, how can I let you go out?" Finishing, she did not wait for Luo Tan to answer and got up to leave. Madame Ma let Luo Shuiyan accompany her to the palace to talk about this matter with Xin Miao. Even though Xin Miao was now an empress, she did not change her temperament and was as gentle as before in front of relatives. The Luo family and the Xin family still got along with her like before and there was no change. When Madame Ma mentioned Luo Tan, she felt a headache and asked Xin Miao, "Jiao Jiao, you usually come in contact with many noble people. Can you help Tanner to look for a few? One does not need the family background, the most important thing is the character and one must have a good character." Tanner is pure and does not know the twists and turns of the residence. It is best that the family is clean and simple, and do not have any messy relatives. It is best to have a handsome appearance. Madame Ma was somewhat blushing. Tanner likes good-looking things. If one is good-looking, most likely she would like it. Chapter 1146. Xin Miao was astonished and looked at Luo Shuiyan. Luo Shuiyan also said, "Yes. Jiao Jiao, it is better for you to take a look at Tanner." "Naturally there is no problem but..." Xin Miao asked hesitantly, "Does Biao older sister really have no one in her heart? With her temperament, it is impossible to wait for her to take the initiative to open her apertures." Madame Ma waved her hands and had an appearance of not wanting to mention it again. "If Tanner is half of Jiao Jiao's knowledge, I would not need to be so worried." Since they were all sisters, Xin Miao was able to discern heroes and at a young age, she was able to marry Xie Jingxing, a rare peerless male in the world, which became a much-told story. After marriage, Xie Jingxing was also tightly controlled and other than the Empress, there were no other women in the inner palace of a monarch. How many women in the world were envious but Xin Miao could not. Moreover, Xie Jingxing's conditions were so good. Looking at Luo Tan, after living for so many years, not to mention taking down a peerless male, she did not even have any signs of an ordinary male. Originally Madame Ma and Luo Liantai were thinking that when their daughter grew up, there would be so many marriage proposals that the doorsill would be broken. If one family had a daughter, then hundreds of families would seek for it and how lively it would be. At the end it was so quiet that not even a mosquito could be seen. Needless to say how sullen it was. Did Biao older sister Tan herself agree to take a look? Shin Miao asked. She dare not agree. Madame Ma said again, Jiao, you have a good relationship with her, so we'll trouble you to persuade her when you are free. What is the matter with a young lady visiting the brothel all day long? She is very clear about the gambling houses in Long Yi. It is really a misfortune for the family. Luo Tan had such a lively temperament and disregarded the rules and etiquette. She lived freely, but it was easy to be criticized. Shin Miao replied straightforwardly, all right. Then I will start to help Biao older sister to take note. It is just that Biao older sister must like it or not. Then many thanks Jiao. Madame Ma was overjoyed. At night, Shin Miao held a long scroll in her hands and looked through it one by one until late at night and still did not sleep. When Xie Jingxing returned to the bedroom after dealing with the reports, he saw that she was still waiting to read and asked, Did you sleep first? There are some things that have not been read. Shin Miao did not even lift her head as her eyes continued to be glued to the scroll. Xie Jingxing walked over to take a look and saw that on the scroll, there was a small portrait of a man on every page. Beside the portrait was the man's name, family background, official position, and even hobbies and specialties. Xie Jingxing closed the scroll and asked, What are you looking at this for? Get up and move. Shin Miao took the scroll back from his hands. Yunmu, let me find some reliable people for Tan Biao older sister. Do not interrupt. Luo Tan? Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. She is going to marry? That worries a lot. It's just a matter of convenience. Shin Miao suddenly thought of something and looked at Xie Jingxing. Speaking of which, what is Gao Yang's intention? What do you mean? Xie Jingxing was confused. That's right, cousin Tan. Shin Miao looked at him. I see that he likes Tan Biao older sister, but it does not seem to explain anything. If one were to wait for Tan Biao older sister to understand, one fear that it would not happen in this lifetime. Tan Biao older sister does not understand. Gao Yang is an astute person. What is the meaning of him dragging it like this? Xie Jingxing frowned and pondered, does Gao Yang like Luo Tan? Shin Miao used her elbow to poke him. Are you blind? How would I know what Gao Yang is thinking? Xie Jingxing felt wronged. He grasped his own matters clearly and logically but was extremely slow when it came to his good friend's marriage. Shin Miao could see that Xie Jingxing did not know how to read the situation, so she was too lazy to ask him. Chapter 1147. But Xie Jingxing opened his mouth at this time and said, Gao Yang is an intelligent person, but intelligence is easily misled by intelligence. Shin Miao immediately understood his meaning. She turned her head back and looked at Xie Jingxing. You are saying that Gao Yang knew his own thoughts and deliberately did not say it, waiting for Biao older sister to speak? Not everyone is like your husband who is able to bend and stretch as needed. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up. Ah. Shin Miao glanced at him. Why do you not say that not everyone is as shameless as you? Xie Jingxing's face turned green and heard Shin Miao speaking again. But you are right. Cleverness can be misled by cleverness. With Gao Yang's temperament of grasping everything in the palm of his hands, one fear that he is wrong to wait for Biao older sister to understand. Xie Jingxing said thoughtfully, What do you want to do? Shin Miao stared at him. Of course, to help Biao older sister. She then fiercely leaned towards Xie Jingxing and threatened, Do not tell Gao Yang. Gao Yang was Xie Jingxing's people, so Xie Jingxing would occasionally give a few words of advice. Xie Jingxing grabbed her hands and smiled ambiguously. That would depend on Furin's performance tonight. Shin Miao did what she said and indeed found a booklet on the second day. There were 3 names on it and Luo Shuiyen sent it to the Luo residence. Madame Ma was so grateful that she wanted to personally come to the palace to thank Shin Miao, but was comforted by Luo Shuiyen. One do not know if Tanner would like it or not. Wait till it is done before saying. Madame Ma could trust the people that Shin Miao picked. This time she also let Luo Sui and Luo Liantai take a look, and both of them nodded their heads repeatedly. Luo Liantai had entered the Great Liang's official position and had some understanding of the various officials. The 3 people that Shin Miao picked were all young talents that were ranked in the top. Moreover, their family background was good and their background was clean. The most important thing was that their character was absolutely upright. Luo Tan thought that Madame Ma was only saying it. Even if Madame Ma had such intentions, Shen Miao would definitely be on her side and would definitely not let her take a look at these people. She did not expect that Shen Miao not only followed Madame Ma to mess around, but also sent the booklet. Luo Tan was so angry that she sat in the room and lamented repeatedly in front of the mirror that youngest Biao did not love her. Although she was unwilling, Luo Tan still wanted to meet these three young masters. Because Luo Liantai cut off Luo Tan's money and didn't allow Luo Tan to go out if she didn't listen, who knew how long she would be locked up? Madame Ma cried again in front of Luo Tan. Luo Tan was a person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. She felt that it was unfilial of her to make things difficult for Madame Ma, so she agreed to see the three people. The first one was the son of the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet. He was well-read and gentle, but when he spoke it made Luo Tan want to doze off. She dozed off the whole afternoon. Later she would tell Madame Ma that if she lived with this person, thinking about how boring it would be, she would definitely have an affair. Madame Ma was so frightened that she immediately arranged for the second young master. The second young master was a former deputy general. He was still young, but after a few more years he would definitely have a better future. It was just that this young deputy general was very mature. Even though he was handsome, it made one feel fear. Luo Tan said that if she were to marry this person, she would be worried that she would be hacked to death by the person sleeping next to her at night, as his killing intent was too strong. Madame Ma thought about it. Indeed, females were all delicate. Even though Luo Tan was usually carefree, but if she was with a military general, if there was any friction, that person's temper would be hard and would not be willing to give in, and if they quarrel, wouldn't there be chaos? She then rejected the second person in her heart. On the third day, the last person was finally welcomed. This was the middle minister's family's young master He. Young master He was 20 this year and was still considered young. Even though his family was a civil official, he also practiced martial arts. He could be considered a talent with both civil and military skills. Chapter 1148. The moment he saw Luo Tan, he praised the small saber at Luo Tan's waist. It was a small saber that Luo Tan had spent a lot of money to buy. It looked unremarkable, but it was a precious saber that could cut through iron like mud. Normal people didn't know what was good, but this young master could tell that it was a good saber with one look. Luo Tan was very happy. Looking at this young master's handsome features and presence, Luo Tan, as a person who liked good-looking things, was especially willing to talk more with him. Now that she said it, she realized that this young master was a talent. Not only did he know a lot, he had been to many places. When he talked about the strange things that happened in those places, Luo Tan listened intently. Even though he was knowledgeable, he never showed off and didn't use those cryptic words. Instead, he changed to a way that Luo Tan could understand and spoke tirelessly. It was very interesting to listen to him talk. Unknowingly, the two talked until the sky turned dark. This day was more joyful than he had imagined. Young master He seemed to be very satisfied with Luo Tan, and the two agreed to go out to play tomorrow. Returning to the Fu, Madame Ma asked Luo Tan, what do you think of this young master? Luo Tan said, not bad. As a friend he is very qualified. Madame Ma and Luo Liantai almost cried tears of joy. Luo Tan looked at people based on her preferences. To be able to be her friend. She had almost succeeded. Listening to Luo Tan's servant girl talk about how the two of them were chatting happily, Madame Ma finally put down most of her worries. That night, when Madame Ma and Luo Liantai were talking, she said, should we go to the He Fu and greet them? I sent an invitation to He Foreign, let's sit together another day. What's the rush? Luo Liantai said, nothing has been set in stone yet. That's true. Madame Ma sighed, I don't worry about Chen what I worry about is Tanner's marriage. Speaking of which, I thought that Dr. Gao was not bad. He looked like he liked Tanner, but afterwards he didn't say anything. I think I misunderstood him. Madame Ma liked Gao Yang. He was handsome and did not have a complicated family. If Luo Tan married over, she would be the mistress of the household. She just had to manage the servants. Who knew that Gao Yang did not have that intention? Madame Ma was a person with integrity. So what if you are a genius from the great Liang's family? If you don't like my daughter, then forget it. My daughter doesn't have to worry about no one liking her. On the other side, Luo Tan rested her chin on her hand. She had not seen Gao Yang for a long time. Gao Yang had now returned to the Gao family. Although he didn't live there, he was considered to have returned to the family tree. Gao Zhan had many things to tell him. Gao Yang used to look for Luo Tan from time to time, but now he came less often. The most recent time was a month ago, Luo Tan felt. But on second thought it was probably because he didn't have any playmates. Fortunately, the current young master he was also very interesting and they could play together. He was also very liked by Madame Ma. Since that was the case they could just treat it as changing the person they played with. Luo Tan didn't know that someone had seen her drinking tea with young master he in the tea house today. At this moment, Jiu Shu was feeding the parrots as he said, "Long time no see Luo Tan to play. Why did she not come over these days?" Gao Yang was startled. "What is the matter?" Jiu Shu mentioned Luo Tan without rhyme or reason. Something must have happened. "Today on my way back I saw Luo Tan walking together with a male." Jiu Shu muttered. She looked rather happy. Is she going to play with others in the future? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.